difficulty with traction and things like that. I do have a little bit of data to share, though. We have 2 cars in the 6s after yesterday. Our leader is going to be Tom Bailey, followed by Bryant Goldstone. And they are in 2 separate classes, but those are the only 2 cars that are in the 6s. We have 11 cars in the 7s, which I believe is a record for day 1 at Drag Week.
That is pretty nuts. And, of course, we were looking at some of the categories today, small block power adder cars that are all running 850s, you know, within a couple of hundredths window. That's going to be a fun story to follow. And, of course, we'll get you up to date on the cars that didn't complete the trip, including one guy that was here all the way from England, a car that you and I both have a soft spot in our hearts for. The 9-second Volkswagen Beetle is unfortunately kaput.
Yeah, broke a rocker arm and out. His buddy was telling me the problem with that guy is he has no holdback in him. He's all hanging out on every single pass, and he did run 950-something, but then gone. There are 8 cars known out at this point. That does not include the cars that might have died on the drive that have not told us what's going on. As of leaving the track yesterday, we had 6 cars reported out, 2 other that we know about. The Street Machine bump is, well, actually, you know what? Let me go back to car counts. 27 cars in the 8s, 36 cars in the 9s. So that's kind of the lay of the land. Street Machine bump is 1087.
Already.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
That's stout.
Yeah, that is stout. And we have 8 cars in Street Race Small Block Power Adder that are all in the 850s.
It's going to be great. There's a lot of horsepower out there this morning. Density altitude is still less than 1,000 feet. It's about 700 feet of air right now. The worst air we'll see all day, about 2,000 feet. So there's going to be plenty of ability to make horsepower out there. The racetrack here at Rockingham Dragway, historic Rockingham Dragway, is fantastic. About 800 feet of new concrete was placed into this facility in about a year or so ago. So there is a lot of traction available in the front half. We were watching him fire hose the thing with traction compound this morning. So the prep's on point. It's going to be fun to see you can get a hold of it and make use of the good air.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day. I have some results if you want to actually go through our class leaders at this point. Tom Bailey, of course, an Unlimited. Bryant Goldstone, Ultimate Iron. In Pro Street Power Adder, an upset where Glenn Hunter ends up like number 5 or 6. He only managed a 9-0 yesterday with that 56 Chevy that's dominated class for 3 years in a row. So our leader is Tony Hayes in that purple 66 Nova, 789.
And we talk about the Sweet family, Jerry and Matt running that Nova that has the former Mountain Motor Pro Stock engine in it and Pro Street naturally aspirated. They have already begun to flirt with the quickest pass ever made in that category, which still belongs to Doc McIntyre, but they were only 200ths off it yesterday. Depending on how early they can get the thing on the racetrack today, this air may get them home.
I'm unaware if they actually made it here. I hope we can get that news from the pits. I didn't see him on the way in, but that will be a very interesting car to follow. That guy attempting to dominate the quickest naturally aspirated pass in the history of Drag Week. Modified Power Adder, this was also amazing. Devin Vanderhoof came right out with that white convertible Fox Mustang, and he goes 7:02. And it looked for most of the day yesterday like that was going to stand for quickest time of the day.
Hot Rod Magazine's Mike Galimi has been asked to stay away from that car after drooling on it and touching it in ways that were highly inappropriate. Mike loves that thing, and he has been following that one like a hawk.
Super Street Big Block Power Adder, another great story. Rich Trunkett, he's got the twin turbo green Plymouth Duster. He struggled throughout the day, and then finally in the last session came out 790 with an 8, 164.
Yeah, Rick's had that car for years, and it's been an evolution ever since, and it's a really cool thing. The Big 3 Racing Group up there out of Ohio, that is a really, really serious car. And he was right in the thick of things up until the end, really, last year. So he is looking to close it off this year. Of course, you have to finish Drag Week in order to claim real supremacy here, but looking very good after one day.
Super Street Small Block Power Adder, Ryan Hargett, the 2011 Mustang, 744, 195.
Stout, stout, and stout. And some of these names are familiar, but others, I like the fact that we're getting some new blood kind of rolling up in here. Some new names kind of challenging some of those in the past. Glenn Hunter had a tough day yesterday. He's a stalwart Drag Week guy. Came out of Darlington simply with a low 9-second pass, which has him behind the curve. But that is also a category that we tend to see a fair amount of carnage in every year. So just because one bad day may put you in a back foot, but it may not actually sink you if you can finish the week.
All Motor Big Block. Michael Reminis, I need to go get that out of him. He's got the Big Block Ford in that Fox body Mustang. Yes. He comes out with an 856 160.
Stout, as always. We talk about the What are we talking about here? This is
All Motor Small Block, Tab Scott.
Yeah, Jason Tab Scott. So you told me something wild yesterday. He comes out, makes a ripper of a run, and the All Motor Small Block category historically, again, is one where you just have to spin the stuff so hard and fast that it has a high carnage rate. He runs in the 870s. And then comes back and makes a second hit.
I did not see it coming. I thought he was going to stand on an 877 early in the day, but he did come back in the last session. 875, 154 naturally aspirated small block. Moving into street race, big block power adder. This is the first of the street race categories, our most limited class in Drag Week. And that is Nick Mancini. He's got an 85 Olds Cutlass. I don't think you've seen it before. You're not familiar with that car? He comes out. He's dominating class, 874 with a 6. The guy right behind him has a 954. So if the Olds survives.
If the crank doesn't fall out, he's in pretty good shape.
Yeah, it's going to be like the Jim Miles photo from Lions. That's what it would take for this guy to actually lose. You've seen that Magic Muffler Fiat photo from Lions where the whole crankshaft's falling out of
and
the
he's looking
engine.
down at it as he's running it over.
Yeah, it was really great. All right, street race, big block, naturally aspirated. No surprise. It was a surprise to me that this guy is back.
Yeah.
No surprise that he's dominating. Kurt Johnson, the most winning Drag Week racer ever.
Kurt Johnson is like the Frank Manzo of Drag Week. Like he's won more than anybody. A 10-time winner at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, and he's done it in a couple of different categories. But his 632 powered Mustang that he has here, I think, is his most singularly dominant car that he's raced over the years.
And 884 at 148, which is right ahead of the next guy, McNeely, at a 9.0.
Yes.
Yeah. Street race small block naturally aspirator. Street race small block power adder. This is the class that's so deadly. We were talking earlier today about how I made that rule about how you can't have a funny car cage. It de facto turned the class into an 850 index, and everybody at that time was telling me, you ruined it, index class. That's not what Drag Week's all about, blah, blah, blah. It becomes the hottest thing we've got going on. The leader, last year's winner, Dustin Trance, 8502, followed by an 851, followed by an 851, followed by 8525, 8528, 8543. That's going to be another battle.
What we'll see today, in my estimation, is if the main players in that category are not 852 or better, I think we're going to see them make continued shots at it to try to get there. And you have some really talented racers there. But to me, that class is next level in the sense of there's a different tuning element in that class than hits in really any other one, as opposed to just trying to get raw elapsed time, whether you're in unlimited or ultimate iron, all that stuff. The fact that you have to actually set the car up to effectively get to 850, you cannot be under 850. It adds a different wrinkle than most other people have to deal with here in Drag Week.
And you know these guys are sandbagging. There was one guy who came out yesterday and went a 26. He told me it was a hot dog wrapper run. But I'm wondering if that was really showing his
how
hand.
many years ago was it when the last day you basically set the thing up where you just told those guys to just uncork them, and guys were running like high 7s.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 780s in those cars. So,
but it still shows the skill of what it takes in order to control the car in the weather conditions and the track conditions in order to run exactly on that number. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated. Once again, Jeff Sias. He's out there in that maroon 90 Fox body.
He'll be among the first, if not the first single car we see go down the racetrack here, as he is at the head of the staging lanes right now.
I see him right there. And he went 970 yesterday. The gasser class is down to 2 cars. Nobody is threatening Finnegan's record on that, which is an 852. But we do have Wayne Baker leading the pack with that really rusty-looking 63 Nova.
Yeah, that thing's a fan favorite.
It is, 914. B-Gas, Jamie Jarvis. Remember the black 55 Chevy? That thing's really good, 991. Our leader in Hot Rod is once again Mark Fisher. He's got that 32 Ford truck. He won 2 years ago. The guy had brain surgery and is recovering from that, and he told me he was having difficulty getting the car together, but he finally did it.
Wow.
And he's like, you know what? I am not in my winning form, but it was really important to me to just be here at Drag Week. It was just an incredible story. And nevertheless, he is leading class with that 9.0, and right behind him is Larry West with a 993.
How about the shout-out to the guy we saw this morning camping in his little tiny tent?
That was really good with the 40 Chevy Coupe, I think that was. We'll see him coming up. It's like a black primer car. We saw him camping, and it was like, I think his tent was like stuffing loans into a sausage casing.
It was a big man in a little tent.
Yeah, it really was.
But the fitment was It was more of a sleeping bag than a tent, really, but that's neither here nor there.
Street Machine Eliminator right now, our low qualifier is Michael Kalbfeld, 66 Chevelle. We got Mike Reimers right behind him. He's got that orange GT500 he won last year, and 10:02 is the low spot, then 10:05, then 10:07. So that's going to be another competitive class, and I think I mentioned that the bump spot is 10:87, 10:88, something like that.
So that's a little bit of a rundown as far as who has performed and where they have performed at coming out of Darlington Dragway in the first day. You all know the story here, whether it's just the racetrack performance, but you also have to combine that with the street drive. So it's going to be interesting for us to watch over the course of this morning if the big names all are able to make their early hit, or if there are some names that don't show up in this morning's session for those the fastest classes. We have to wait to see them hit the racetrack in the afternoon.
And so you know, the run order today is run groups A, B, C, and D, right in order, which means you're going to see our quickest cars first.
Yes.
Cars quicker than 8:49 will be running first thing here in the morning. So if you're watching the live feed, you want to tell all your buddies that it's about to go hot, and the quick cars are coming first. As Brian said, later on in the afternoon, there'll be an all run for the people who didn't quite make it. We saw a lot of that yesterday. It was a slip and slide yesterday morning, and they all came back and made multiple hits trying to get there.
Yeah, it's interesting that last couple hours of the day when it turns into a desperation situation, when somebody either has had to repair their car in the pits all morning, or they're shooting for a number to maintain their average. You'll have a good show all day today here at the historic and awesome Rockingham Dragway. It's a pretty cool place. First place I ever traveled to announce at a national event, which is an IHRA race about 20 years ago now. I had gone off and done some other stuff, but this was the very first national event I was ever hired to travel to, and it's kind of weird to be standing in this building because I haven't been to this racetrack in probably at least 10 years now.
I haven't been since the 90s. You know, you mentioned desperation situation, which reminded me of announcing a loan yesterday. If you're unfamiliar, my co-host today is Brian Loans. You know him from NHRA on Fox. What have you been doing that, 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, 5 years. Him and Tony Pedregon are the co-host of NHRA national events on Fox. So there's genuine talent here in the room. And Brian.
That's how it goes. And I think we're getting ready to fire up cars. We got a thumbs up coming from the starting line, and I believe we're going to have a thumbs up coming from Lonnie. And that's the wind 'em up sign coming here. 2 minutes, he's saying on his watch.
I will check my phone for notes. This is the device that we use to receive information from Lonnie Grimm. I got news from Galimi. It says Sias is hoping to go 60s in that car, who we can see in line right here.
And that's a gear jammer, too. That's one of the neat elements of that car. It's been a stick shift car. He's maintained it as a stick shift car. And clean as a whistle.
I do have a note from Lonnie for racers in the pits. A reminder for 2024, if you go 150 miles an hour, you need a head and neck restraint.
Yes.
That is a requirement for cars over 150, and I'm guessing that's going to be a real shallow pool of people who have that available to them. Also, remember, Rockingham is a right-hand exit and return road. There's so many of you who come on drag week and you've never been to these tracks before, and your very first pass is all out, and you get to the big end, and you're as lost as Brian.
Yeah, and if you follow this track, this is one of the longest, if not the single longest track we'll be at this week. It's 5,200 feet. It's an actual true mile all the way to the end of this place. So it's if you get down in there, you got bigger problems. But yeah, make a right-hand turn at the top end.
You can see that as soon as you get through the beams also, it is a sharp downhill.
It's a downhill, yeah. So we'll talk a little bit about the history of the racetrack, of course, over the span of the day. But the big thing for us now is getting these cars out in air that is less than 1,000 feet and hopefully seeing some big numbers come up. And staging lanes are starting to rumble, so cars are running, and we should see Jeff Sias and the rest of the crew up here momentarily. Some of those stories following out of Darlington. Matt Frost, of course, here in his Nova had a problem. Lost a supercharger, as we understand it, but was able to find one. And this is not the little baby Pro Charger. It's an F3. It's an F3 140. It's the wood chipper version. And he was able to apparently get himself a supercharger. So we'll be watching Matt as our first pair of cars has pulled to the water box. It's go time, baby. Day 2, drag week here at Rockingham Dragway. So Jeff Sias running in the street race small block naturally aspirated category, and Dave Burke the street race big block power adder category. And so Sias comes out of the water box, the high-winding small-inch engine in that car, and we're going to get a really good indication how good the starting line is. These stick-shift cars, of course, on a smaller slick out there. It's a heavier style car, so if he can get a hold of this thing coming out of the blocks, it'll be a good representation of how much teeth track has in it.
This is Sias in the left-hand lane, David Burke on the right-hand side. Burke is running in street race big block, naturally aspirated.
Nice work there for Jeff. He's 141 at 60 feet, a 136 60-foot time for the Pontiac of Burke. And as they make it to the stripe, 963.6. If he was looking to run 60s, he just punched it in there pretty deep. 956.6 for Burke.
So Sias, having been the leader, coming in with a 970, and the guy behind him's a 987. He's probably going to stand on that number and pack it up and hit the road.
Randy Seward coming up right now. Randy Seward is OG when it comes to having a super fast street car and putting a lot of miles on it. He's like the Shackleton of this type of stuff. He's been at it maybe longer than anybody. Before drag and drive was a thing, it was just how he lived his life. And of course, Rick Steinke, the 1967 four-door Chevelle known as Honkin' Parts Fall Off, one of the more famous cars out here this week, and certainly one of the more capable in the street race small block power adder category.
Steinke, one of two cars that has run 8.500, the other being today's current leader, Dustin Trance. And he goes.
Kind of an odd scene here.
Exactly.
Because Seward rolled the car in at what appeared to be fully staged, then it knocked the bottom bulb out.
And Steinke did the same thing.
So Steinke's going to take another swing at it here. Neither guy really got up on the gas at all. Now they're both halfway home. Seward's in, Steinke's in. Man, wheels up launch for Honkin' Parts Fall Off, and he is really booking through the 8th mile at 5:48. He goes down through a 8:52.6 at 161 miles an hour for Seward, and 8:53.6.
And I'm looking at those numbers. That is not going to hang. That puts them way down the list. That's like a number 5 kind of number in class.
Yeah, and like we talked about at the top of the show, I do think that 52 number in that category is a go or no go. So I would assume we see both of those cars again. But I love the fact that the racetrack, by all indication, is very good out there. We're seeing these cars really hit the numbers we should expect. As Mark Cicino comes up, it is the famed Champagne Express. For many years a nitrous car, now he has ProCharger power.
And on the right-hand side, Mark Fisher, who 2 years ago was our hot rod winner. We were just talking about him earlier today, about how he was struggling medically, but managed to get out here. And there's another 9.0 from that car that is going to leave him in the lead of that class, something he did not expect.
For Cicino at 869, so we will likely see him again as he tries to pare that down some. Mark Campbell and Jake Buckard coming up now. Buckard in that really nice street race small block power adder Buick. And the Mustang for Mark Campbell, also a street race small block power adder. That category, to me, proves the theory that it's like the bar you want to go to is the one with the line in front. Like if you're looking at this event for a class to win, that is the hardest class really by any sort of statistic to win here, and it has a bunch of great entries.
And we know that you never make it past the bouncer, so you're not going to.
As long as I get to the buffet, the bouncer can leave me alone. There you go, 852.2 for Mark Campbell. Meanwhile, Buckard just misses. He goes 848.7 underneath the 850 effective elapsed time limitation of that class. So we will see Buckard back for sure. And we'll see if Campbell stands on a 52 after we watch the likes of Steinke and others run in that bracket. John Puckett, the Super Street Big Block Power Adder 83 Capri, and Kurt Johnson, Mr. 10-time himself, comes off the starting line with that 632 singing. The front end comes up. He drives through the 8th mile at 140 or 25 miles an hour and finishes the run 869.1 at 154.48. So Kurt Johnson roars through as John Puckett runs 10:25.1 at 131 miles an hour. But man, what a nice run there for Johnson. So we went 880 yesterday, goes 869 this morning. Atmospheric traction. Whoa, man, sideways out there for Matt Tracy in the Corvette that's running in modified power adder. That thing broke the tires loose and tried to pitch itself sideways. Kevin Barton in modified itself goes 856.4 at 155 miles an hour, and that nice butternut-colored Nova. Certainly liking what we're seeing so far here as Evan Erkowitz comes up, the Pro Street Power Adder, G-Body, and Brian Acton, the Street Race Small Block Power Adder 1970 Nova. Acton and his family, great people. They used to race with us at the East Coast Timing Association at the Ohio Mile, so familiar with Brian. And he has made a habit of running this Nova very strong out here at Dragway.
And he's now 4th down with an 8:52.5. Talking about Acton.
Acton second to stage. Erkowitz been up on the converter for a half hour out there. Is Acton now going to lean into the powered? 1:31 short time. He's on track. 5:47 in the 8th. He goes 8:57.6 at 157 miles an hour. He's going to need another one. 9:87.5 on the left-hand side of the drag strip for Erkowitz at only 140 miles an hour. Car only picked up 13 on the back half, so something's going on there for the Malibu.
Michael Ward here in the left-hand side in the orange Nova is currently 4th down in Super Street Small Block Power Adder. 8:05.5 at 170 for the Nova on the left-hand side.
And how about Mike Delaney, this cool 1980 Pontiac Trans Am running street race big block Power Adder.
It is a 540 big block Chevy. I thought he let a piston out of it yesterday, and a naturally aspirated deal.
Man, Ward's car really violent bump in there. The thing is rocking back and whoa, Ward is completely sideways. Something very strange there is the car actually launched straight ahead, and then it looks like it broke the rear end, David. If you looked out there in the left lane, there is one massive tire track and nothing on the other side.
Yeah, and he knows that he's pulled over to the side, keeping fluids off the track. The Trans Am didn't really get a hold of the place either. However, he goes down 1061, 128 miles an hour.
Michael Ward, for the first about 15 feet of that run, things were going according to plan. The car stuck the tire, it pulled the nose up, and then it tried to make an immediate right-hand turn. And if the burnout or the tire spin marks tell us a story on the left side, it's that the left-hand rear wheel was no longer part of the program. Groups A and B, the staging lanes are open. Groups A and B. Staging lanes are open. Now, if we could compare and contrast, at 8:23 a.m. yesterday morning, what was the mood or what was your general state of being at that point? I want to track this kind of on a day-to-day.
Well, had we actually been running a race at that point,
so your soul
it might have been down, but
your soul had already left your body by that point.
No, it had not yet left my body. We were still working towards that. I had not punished the audience at that point. Yeah, it was coming.
So just a quick mop job down there in the starting line before we fire up our next pair of Jason Bergeson and Ryan Hargett. Hargett, the street race big block Power Adder, currently leading the class. So Hargett's category is Super Street Small Block Power Adder. He is currently leading after one day, having run 7:44.1 at Darlington Dragway.
The two cars waiting in the burnout box are actually the two class leaders in Super Street Small Block Power Adder. It's not often that you see a pairing of like class cars at Drag Week, much less the two leaders in class, because we just sort of run them randomly. It's time trials, not side-by-side drag racing, but this happens to be the top two guys. Hargett on the right-hand side leading with a 744. Bergeson on the left-hand side, number 2 with a 794.
And Bergeson might have him right where he wants him. he's gonna sneak up on him at the end. He's gonna spot him a half a tenth here to start the week, and then he's gonna chew it up. But we'll see what Hargett can do out here. But like you said, it is kind of neat to see two guys in the same category. They can kind of judge each other's performance off, and we have just got word that we're good to go. Fire it up as Hargett on the right side.
Yeah, mathematically, what's going to need to happen here is like an 8 on the Mustang on the right-hand side, and probably a 760-ish from the body car as leader and follower.
And that is, on occasion, how things do work at this event. If somebody kind of loses the plot on a single day, it can open the door for a competitor that may be at a performance disadvantage. Now, Bergeson, having only made the first day of the race, we can't say for sure what the best numbers we'll see out of that car is, but 794 is his current high water mark. And Hargett, see if he can plug it in down any quicker than his current 744. Through the 8th mile at 160 miles an hour, throws the chutes at 7:16.9 at 196 miles an hour.
I think I just saw Bergeson's spleen fall out of his car. Hit the track.
On a river of tears.
Uh-oh.
My goodness. 123 short time, and it was just on from there. 469.9 at a $1:59 at the 8th, and he had the parachute, which might have even been a little early down there. It might have killed a little speed. But a 7:16.9 at 196,000. And Bergeson again off the starting line. He's going to pedal it and lean back into it. Does not sound healthy. Actually, sounds like he was laboring through the 8th mile there as the run finishes at 11:57 at 106. We know we'll be seeing him again. Hargett, we probably won't be seeing him again until we get to Bristol tomorrow. So one of our Ultimate Iron runners here, that's Mike Good on the right side, and Jeff Oppenheim. The first try engineering street race small block Power Adder El Camino, which of course has as much or more history than a lot of the cars out here. He left the burned up fender on it. Of course, he had that fire years ago, and he and the guys basically rewired the entire car overnight. Just a super good dude.
Yeah, the move at Drag Week is typically if your car catches on fire, fix everything but the sheet metal. Go ahead and make it look trashed. It's kind of like a badge of honor.
It is.
Interesting, the car on the right-hand side, Michael Good, he's in Ultimate Iron, which typically is for a full tube chassis, steel-bodied car. Does not seem to meet those requirements as eyeballing it from this distance. There must be some small suspension modification that ended up bumping him into class. He's a 10-second car in a 6-second class.
Leaving car, nice short time. Had the front end up for a moment. He goes 965, or 958 rather. I'm looking at the wrong ET. 965.7 at 139 miles an hour for Good as Oppenheim runs 980 to 137.
And Good improves yesterday's number by 1 second.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that actually.
No way.
This is what happens when I show up. Phil Tobin and Jeff Mole coming up.
Tobin on the left-hand side, man, did he have trouble getting a hold of the track yesterday. It just was not happening.
It's pretty unique, actually, to see a C4 Corvette out here in this trim running in the modified category. And right now, to lead the modified class, you have to be running with Vanderhoof.
He is in all motor big block,
Oh, I see,
Brian.
okay.
Phil Tobin's number 2 in that class, having run 9.0 yesterday.
So all things being equal, the performance gains we've seen out of many of the other cars equate here for Tobin. He may be able to do something to reinsert himself in the conversation of the all-motor big block category. And Jeff Moll, the gold 1967 Nova, a drag and drive veteran, multiple events attended in this car, packing a real
engine above 430 cubic inches on the left-hand side, and all of a sudden when he comes to Rockingham, he goes 870 instead of a 9.0 that he was running yesterday. And Moll on the right-hand side, 970 at 143 miles an hour.
really nice lick there for Tobin. And again, it's not necessarily enough to catch Reminis, but it puts him in the conversation anyway. And if Mike has any sort of a problem, we now know that on equal footing, those cars can run nearly identical ETs.
All eyes in the left-hand lane, Devin Vanderhoof. This is the car yesterday that blew minds, coming out and running 7.0.
Vanderhoof going to be lined up next to Jeremy Howell, the Ultimate Iron, rather the modified power adder entry, as I'm trying to discern the number on the back of the car.
Wrap your mind around the fact that Vanderhoof here on the left-hand side, having run 7.0 yesterday, is on a 28 by 10.5 Pro Bracket radial in that convertible.
And also, my understanding as well, Vanderhoof, the car owner, is buddy Josh Davis, the actual pilot this week, just to give credit where it's due.
Yesterday, 7.02, 197.20.
When you show up to the starting line wearing a two-way radio, you got something going on. That's appropriate.
129 60 foot. He goes to the 8th at 537. His quarter mile is going to be just a 983, coasting to 95 miles an hour. We will see that car back. Howell on the right-hand side, also disappointing run, 1407, 90 miles an hour.
Clark Rosenstengel coming up next in his Chevrolet Camaro that has run all different styles of acceleration events. He's run this car in the mile, he's run it in the half mile, he's run it on Woodward, he's running it here. And across the racetrack, that's Rob Courtney. Courtney running the Honda Civic. Before you decide to snicker at that, watch this thing run. An all-wheel drive car uses a transmission from a Honda CR-V SUV, which obviously far more beefy than what you would get in the standard cruising model Civic, but also not exactly engineered on the shores of Japan for 10-second elapsed times.
Rosenstengel here on the right-hand side is number 2, right behind the Fox convertible that we just saw go down. Obviously, the Fox not getting together for that second time. Rosenstengel
That thing is blade tracking its way through the first 8 mile, goes 7 to 64 at 205 miles an hour. For those of you in the stands, you could look down that right Hoosier side of the drag strip, and you will see a pair of train tracks. I mean, that car was not at all making full traction until past the 8th mile.
Yeah, which you can tell because his ET was way down. However, the mile an hour, 205, and the Civic, 915 at 160 miles an hour with only a 144 60 foot.
It's all in the CR-V transmission. That's where all this, it's like a pro stock car. You have to have all the, you gotta have it geared right. That is an amazing setup there. 915, 160 for Courtney. Wow. Joel Burke and Tom Rensselaer coming up right now. Rensselaer driving the 2007 Colorado Chevrolet pickup truck, and Burke in the Mustang. Nothing doing for the truck, which is running in Super Street small block power adder. And for Joel Burke, going to restage the car here, 1088 at 142 with the pedal for Tom Rensselaer. Joel Burke bumps in. Banging through the gears out there, which is pretty awesome. You hear that thing snicking through. It was a little short on traction early, and Burke manages a 912 at 154.22 miles an hour. Had his hands full through the first half of that one for sure. Alan Mogi coming up now. Mogi driving a beautiful early second-generation Camaro 72 model year car, and Jim Weiser. Weiser in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Weiser running in the street race small block power adder category, and it is Pro Street power adder for Alan Mogi.
Going back to our time machine, the Honda passed 9:15. Yesterday, that car went 10:09. So, yeah, major improvement.
Louise. Yeah, this has been a significant improvement for so many cars this morning over what we saw yesterday, and in goes Mogi. Bougie is bumping the stage there as he sat on the torque converter for 20 minutes. Bougie goes 807.7 at 170 miles an hour. And 939.7 at 144 for Weiser.
Randy Bellahar on the left-hand side. He's going to be sitting there in the Pontiac-powered Pontiac. He is in street race small block power adder, yesterday having run an 8:57. More importantly, Dustin Trance on the right-hand side, our current class leader.
Bellahar's got a guy lining him up over there, and he's got him pointed to the third row of the grandstands facing left. I don't know what just happened, but we're going to find out how that strategy works for him.
See, it makes so much torque with that Pontiac power that what it does is correct.
If it does what it says, it's just going to roll the track up like a carpet underneath the rear tires, like an area rug.
Too quick. So Trance is going to come back, try and slow that car down to an 850. Meanwhile, the Pontiac on the left-hand side, 853 at 156 miles an hour.
Josh Norris coming up right now. This beautiful injected, of course, Chevy Nova, a staple car at this race, and that's Dominic Zavacek on the right side. His 1955 Chevrolet Gasser. He is running in the Gasser B category.
.970, 138 from Norris on the left-hand side. Dominic's 555 is not going to perform like a 555. It goes 1375 at 79 miles an hour.
Quick bit of starting line maintenance here before we move on and continue on, I should say. A lot of really nice irons stacked up in the staging lanes. Make sure you spread the word that we are live, of course, on the MotorTrend YouTube channel all week long, bringing you the action live as it happens here at Hot Rod Magazine Dragway.
Presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive.
Always thankful for the commitment to Gear Vendors to the whole scene of drag and drive competition, a scene which has not just blossomed but mushroom clouded over the last couple of years. Dozens of these events now populating tracks and regions across the country. The Southeast Street Meet event that happened earlier this year. We got about a half dozen guys that ran that are running here this weekend, including a couple of class champions we'll talk about when they come up. See the flat drag out there touching up the racetrack. We have had fantastic traction so far, and a lot of, so far, best runs of the week. KJ Jones reporting live from the scene that when Dominic left the starting line, it about tried to tear the rear end out from underneath it, rattling the tires so hard. Galimi claiming that his wooden teeth shaking loose just watching that whole act happen. So hopefully Dominic is back at it around the corner sooner rather than later.
Speaking of Michael Leamy, KJ, John McGann, Wes Allison, they're all out here creating content for HOTROD.com.
Kevin Diassi.
Kevin Diassi, yep. Social media guys. So make sure to follow Hot Rod Magazine on social media and HOTROD.com, where you can get not only results every day, but also photo galleries and updates from the road about what's happening at Hot Rod Drag Week.
Racetrack here, Rockingham Dragway opened in 1968. From 1968 to 71, it was an AHRA sanctioned track, and a dispute between Jim Tice, who led the AHRA, and Larry Carrier, who was track operator at Bristol and a guy that had a vested interest in this place as well, led to the creation of the IHRA. A lot of cool events at this place over the years. The old Winston Invitational used to happen here. So history in spades here at Rockingham Dragway.
Can you name a band that has played here at Rockingham?
The Grateful Dead.
Probably. No, along those lines, though, Black Oak, Arkansas has actually been here. Three Dog Night, Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it gets longer. In 1972, Alice Cooper played here.
See, Alice Cooper was the king of the drag strip concerts because you go everywhere. Like you go out to Boise, Idaho, they're like, well, you know, Alice Cooper played here. And so apparently that was his hook.
Oh, but it gets better. They had Lollapalooza here, Five Finger, what do you call it? Death, yeah. They were here. Korn, Kid Rock, and Metallica have all played right here at Rockingham.
Now we know.
Fascinating information for you, Brian Lutz.
And the Peaches and Herb of drag racing, you and I are now performing this week.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
Oh, man. And so big ups to the staff here at Rockingham Dragway, staying on top of this racetrack. Kind of a scheduled maintenance break, let's call it, as the flat drag out there touching it up, and the traction compound sprayer about to do its job as well. All right, now we get the traction compound sprayer out there, motor fired up, and valve's going to get chucked open. Traction compound in great volume, hitting the drag strip. Thanks again for the great prep here and setup by the folks at Rockingham Dragway. A reminder, if you're going to hand in your time slip, you're going to do that at the back of the timing tower. You're going to go in the door that is by the Lattice and by the Burger Bros trailer. You're going to go in the back side of the timing tower, and they will lead you to the promised land. To hand in your time slip, you got to make sure you hand in that time slip before you roll out of here. You do not want to be disqualified in that manner. Back of the tower, the door by the Lattice and the Burger Bros, that is time slip nirvana. For those of you watching our live streaming coverage on MotorTrend YouTube right now, you're getting a look at Tom Bailey in SICK 1.0 in the staging lanes right now, making his final tweaks and preparations before we see that car come out. He is currently the event low ET leader. See what he can dial up here at Rockingham Dragway this morning. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. New for 2023, the Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire. The Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire is a brand new product. Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire can perform in a variable set of track conditions, and it comes in 3 different sizes. Please visit the Mickey Thompson Tires display today to see the new ET Drag Limited Traction Tire and our full line of Mickey Thompson drag racing tires that we have to offer. If you're looking for extreme off-road action, check out the Mickey Thompson Baja Boss, Baja Legend, and Baja Pro line of light truck and off-road racing tires, available online at MickeyThompson.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson. Of course, that limited traction tire they've come up with is a kind of a specificity for no prep style drag racing. And of course, the popularity of that stuff all across the nation continues to grow, including right here at Rockingham. They've had some major back of the track races here, big money stuff. Guys from my neck of the woods have towed all the way down to compete at some of the no prep style back of the track races they've had. So that limited grip tire, whatever you want to call it, limited traction tire by Mickey Thompson is specifically designed for that style of racing. Help Summit Racing celebrate its 55th anniversary by stopping at the Summit Racing trailer for on-site inventory of performance parts and safety equipment from leading manufacturers, all on display and ready to purchase. A Summit Racing rep is there to get you the parts you need to get you back on the road or to help you place your order at summitracing.com. Hot Rod Drag Week drivers and co-pilots are eligible to win $500 in Summit Racing prize bags. Just drop off your entry form at the Summit Racing trailer today. Entries must be submitted by 10 a.m. Friday, September 22nd, and then stick around to shop for the performance parts you need and help Summit Racing celebrate its 55th anniversary. If you pay close attention to the upcoming revised Summit Racing Equipment television ad campaign, you'll recognize a familiar voice. Morgan Freeman. No. Kevin McKenna has swung by the National Dragster fame. Unfortunately for him, Mechanical Gremlins ankled his Mustang, but he is getting repairs affected right now, but it has taken him out of competition this week. He is available for autographs, though. Well, David, we are back on the drag strip, and it is going to be Jeff Gallagher and Clyde Carlson coming up right now. Carlson, the yellow, mustard yellow, 1969 Nova, and Gallagher, that beautiful little 66 Mustang Coupe.
Carlson currently second in Super Street Big Block Power Adder yesterday, an 863. Unfortunately, he is chasing Trunkett with a 790. So Carlson's going to have to really step in.
Feet in the air, it smashes back to earth. 856.9 at 161 miles an hour, sands the hood. Gallagher goes 990 at 138, dodging parts.
Gallagher.
Yeah, that is Carlson down there. The hood made it about 1,312 feet before it decided enough was enough.
It was above the scoreboard.
It was way over the scoreboard.
Yeah, you want to get the loft if you're going to go ahead and do that.
Go big or go home with the. I mean, there is hopefully not too much destruction, but it landed with a thud. Sometimes they float down like a leaf. That one came down like a Chinese throwing star.
Yeah, you know, chucking body parts off the cars is kind of a drag week tradition.
Oh, it totally is.
You remember when we saw an entire convertible top rip off a Fox Mustang?
That was pretty awesome. Actually, it's kind of a funny story from last weekend at Maple Grove. So this guy comes up with this beautiful, like, 69 Chevelle super stock car. I'd never seen this thing before. But factory, like, it was no real stickers on it, factory paint, running Krager SS wheels, which nobody does anymore. So it's a big block Chevelle. Vinyl roof. I talk all about this car and how beautiful it is. Mm-hmm. Well, this guy goes ripping through, and all of a sudden, the freaking roof blows off the thing.
The vinyl top.
The vinyl top tore off the top of it, and so he had to do like this walk of shame. But what was brilliant is he said he got back to his pit area, and he was so embarrassed that he had this like red racing stripe in the middle of it because only one section came out. He went to the people at ISC Racers Tape and got flat black racer tape and you really couldn't tell from a distance that the center of his vinyl roof was then basically duct tape.
Wow.
Yeah.
It is embarrassing when the toupee comes off. You know, it gets the
Yes.
flapping action.
It is a full-on Wangers situation down there.
I was going to go a different direction and decided not to. Right-hand side is Wayne Baker. Left-hand side, Jason Willis. Baker is your leader in the gasser category right now, and probably will remain so if he can keep his junk together.
And Baker has the Get Well Magneto message on the back window, of course. He and so many others thinking about Steve Mignante, who's been under the weather for some time now, sending his best and certainly sending ours to Steve. I think Willis just killed the rear end of that thing as Baker, with all the blower hanging out of the front of that car, goes 9,006 at 148.
An improvement from yesterday's 914 at 145.
So Jason Willis is going to be pushed back off the starting line. And we do have a racer we need to see. Bryant Goldstone. Please come to the tower. Bryant Goldstone, we have a UPS package for you. Once again, Bryant Goldstone. Please come to the second floor of the timing tower for your package. There are a few scenes that are less appealing or not more telling, maybe. A stick shift car, when the thing's on the chip and all of a sudden all you see is a bunch of dust come out of the bottom of it, nothing move, that's never good.
Willis, unfortunately, was number 2 in class. Street race small block naturally aspirated, and he was actually giving Jeff Sias a chase. So hopefully he'll get that thing fixed and come back into action.
So Bob Anders is coming up next. This is the 1977 Chevette running an Ultimate Iron. And he is taking the Ultimate Iron concept to the next level because on the front of this thing, bolted to the nose, are what appear to be a couple of, how heavy are these things? 10-pounders? 15. A pair of 15-pound weights bolted to the nose.
Welcome to yesterday's news, Brian. You clearly followed my live feed down to the spec.
Like most other people, it became a faint buzzing noise after the first 5 minutes. So this is the billboard in front of the racetrack promoting the fact that we're here today, and it is that kind of famed wheelie shot of that Chevette that he is obviously trying to counteract with the weight, and Jamie Jarvis in the 55 Chevy.
Yeah, Anders in the Chevette has also thrown an iron LS into the thing instead of an aluminum block engine, really trying to control the front end of it.
The fact that it works as well as it does says a lot about the entire kind of construction of the car. Great profile shot of that thing as it backs up to the starting line on our live streaming coverage here on MotorTrend.
And the great thing is he's just here kind of messing around for personal best. He's an ultimate iron. You know, he's in a class that is running in the, 6s and 7s. Yesterday his number was a 952. I'm guessing we'll see an improvement here today. The 55 Chevy number 2 in class actually giving good chase to Jamie Jarvis in the lead car. The black 55 yesterday went 10:09.
Things going sour for him a couple of 100 feet into that run. 10.703 at 135 for Jarvis.
Yeah, 7/10 off his potential from yesterday.
Alex Corella coming up right now. Corella running in the street race small block power adder category, and Dave Burke. Burke was actually the first car we saw go down the racetrack this morning in that right-hand lane. He is running in the street race big block power adder category. Pulling the car up, and when he left the starting line, did not go his way. 10.06 at 132 for Burke, and Corella a 15.53 at a highway-friendly 66.
I think that's the second time we've seen Burke today, and I can see why. He went 9.66 yesterday, and now he's slowed down into a 10.0.
2JZ action coming up right now. That's Damon Elf
with a stick, and he's running against Dale Gebhardt That family brought 4 different Mopars with them this year, as they are prone to do. This thing yesterday, it's pretty much a bone stock red eye, and I think he ran 11.0.
Really? Yeah. Once again, we need Brian Goldstone, second floor of the tower for a UPS package. Brian Goldstone, second floor of the tower. He got it. Package has been delivered. It's the kind of lingo we used to use when I worked in the CIA.
890 yesterday for the Supra.
Look at that thing skating around through the 8th mile as the Supra is still going to run 901 at 168 miles an hour, but a 180-60 foot time in a clutch that is likely the temperature of the surface of the sun. He really, really walked that thing out. Here's your boy.
Dale Gebhardt. Oh, you're talking about Tab Scott coming in behind him, which on the live feed you can see him in the water box behind the Hellcat. Gebhardt has already been working on the Gremlin that you've seen so many times. 1071, 128 miles an hour from an essentially stock Hellcat Red Eye. He's got like some rear end bushings in it, you know, to clear the wheel hop.
Yep.
He's got a drive shaft loop in it. The engine is
But
bone stock.
there's no pulley on it. There's no this, there's no that.
Nope, none of that.
All right, so Tab Scott. Well, this is actually, yes, so Tab Scott on the right side. Ran 875 yesterday, correct?
Correct. Naturally aspirated going down in that Capri.
Tab Scott's ahead of his own numbers from yesterday. 868 at 156 miles an hour. My goodness.
Right on target with what his best run was last year. And talking to the left-hand side, 989, 149. If you are on the live feed, you can see that we've got Tom Bailey on track. Tell your friends, spread the news. Our current leader, our quickest 6-second car of drag week. You know, Brian, he's doing this celebrating the 10th anniversary of his first win in that car. 6 seconds 1.0. Conventional headed big block Chevy. Steve Morris engine. You can see Steve lining him up there.
You know, we talk about cars that have had an impact on this style of racing, and this one certainly has to be very high to the top of the list. The sheer number of miles that this car has been driven, the amount of punishment it's been through over the years. Denny Terzic originally, right?
Correct. Yeah, Larry West on the left-hand side, he's got that 41 Willys. He's number 2 in the hot rod class, and he could move up if Fisher doesn't improve from his number earlier today. Larry West went 993 yesterday in the Willys.
Larry West trying to channel his inner Scotty Cannon here, right back in the day, North Carolina, Willys on the drag strip at Rockingham. He's going to try to get as much as he can now, you know, lacking that whole giant nitrous motor and stuff, but still cool.
Bailey's number yesterday, 675.
Ticket at 654 at 215. Wow.
That's a pack it up and leave number right there.
110 60-foot time, which is not overly conservative. They played that one right, and once they got the thing through 60 feet, they put their coals to it. 181 miles an hour in the 8th. That runs a 432 8th mile, and then out the back door it picks up only 9 miles an hour. 9 miles an hour from the 1,000 foot through the back end, but a 654 at 215 miles an hour, chef's kiss.
Goes to the 660 at 708. Now at the back, 1072 at 136 miles an hour. And we got not so good a performance on the left-hand side, 1322 at 78 miles an hour. Clayton Hartman is back on the left-hand side with the whale body Mustang. This thing really struggled yesterday. And I think he has in past drag weeks as well. Yeah, 1071 yesterday. Going to be way off target for a full tube chassis car. On the right-hand side, Jason Bergeson is back with the Monte Carlo, as we knew he would be.
Drivers, if you're in the staging lanes, you need to stay with your car. If your car is in the lanes, you need to be with it. We do not need anybody wandering off into the vapors here, and it causes a big traffic jam. So if your car is in the staging lanes, you must be with it. I love Hartman's car because it is a home-built enterprise. It is unique. It is, to me, really kind of a throwback to a day when the Unlimited class was full of a lot of wacko, kind of crazy ideas.
Like side pipes.
Side pipes made out of municipal, sewer piping. Yes.
All right, Bergeson making his second stab. He's been 794 yesterday, but not this morning. So here he goes again. And that's not going to be a 7-second time. That's not even going to be a 7-second 60-foot. Hartman also has trouble getting a hold of the track.
Yeah, very strange. Hartman's car actually moved to the right-hand side of the groove as a 11-17 at 180 miles an hour for Clayton Hartman. And you're going to see Jason Bergeson just kind of coast on through a 21-second, 69-mile-an-hour run. But
so, Brian, if you want to get a general impression of the live feed yesterday, that pair is pretty much how it looked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a nice window into the past. Once again, groups A and B, staging lanes are open for groups A and B. Lane 8 is the impound lane. It will be open all day long. Right now it is the lane where we collect the Chevy Novas, apparently. Even if you don't drive a Chevy Nova, if you're in impound, you can still go up there. You're just not going to be one of the cool kids. I was never one of the cool kids anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just do you. Just do you in the best way you know how. For people who want more power, more longevity, and winning performance from their vehicle's engine, Molly Motorsport makes the highest quality forged piston kits backed by decades of engineering knowledge and experience that consistently gives the greatest levels of proven performance. Power Pack. Build something great. Molly Motorsports is the official piston sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 2023, offering a complete line of forged Power Pack piston kits to take your engine to the next level. Proven to win. Find your Power Pack at mollymotorsports.com.
We have had multiple comments online and also here in person that you can't hear us when the cars are, in the first 8th mile. We are working on that. I think it's going to be solved here in a moment.
If you love Ford, Scott Miller's car is certainly one that you just have to admire. It's got the big FE motor in it, the tunnel ram, the carburetor's hanging out in the breeze, and he's got Brian Acton next to him. The Miller family, of course, his dad, Jack. Jack Miller was a central player back in the day of the pump gas drags when he had his twin Paxton supercharged car. So the Miller family is deep down the Ford rabbit hole, and they have stuck to it. Scott's run this particular Cougar for got to be at least a half dozen times on Drag Week.
And he is a past winner. Unfortunately, he's going to struggle against Kurt Johnson this year. Miller in the Cougar has run 9:39 yesterday, and it puts him actually 4th in class.
So Brian Acton, on his first attempt, did not run close enough to that 850 index. In fact, I believe it was an 860 and change that he put up. So we should be looking on that right side for the Nova to be trying to basically swing and hit a 8.5 at 00 is what he's looking for on the Hoosier side. We look at the 8th mile ET. He is tracking a little bit behind where he should be to get there. He goes 861.1 at 157. When we look at the 8th mile ETs on a car that's trying to go at 850, if we see a 550 flat of the 8th, you know he's going to be too slow. We want to see something in that 540, mid 540 range, which would typically put a guy right about 850.
And on the left-hand side, Miller improves by more than a 10th. That was that Cougar that just went down.
Here is a class leader up on the starting line right now. This is your all-motor big block class leader. Mike Remenas coming up. The 1989 Mustang went 856.3 yesterday. And Graham Hayes. Hayes is running an Ultimate Iron. And that is a stunning example of a Chevy Nova. Hayes, that 66 model year Nova, went 766.7 yesterday as the Corvette, which appeared to have chewed up and spit out some driveline parts, are getting dragged back into the pits. The Nova's off like a shot, 119 short time. That 66 Nova really clean, goes 7:48.8 at 180 miles an hour. An 8:608 at 156 for Mike means that he actually slowed down by a couple hundredths of a second. Hayes picked up nearly 2/10. So Graham Hayes just ran. Now we have Tony Hayes coming up right now. Hayes running in the Pro Street Power Adder category.
And, in fact, leading it with a 789 yesterday. We got Armentrout here on the right-hand side. He's not quite in the burnout box yet. You'll see him rolling up. It's that green 67 Nova. I was saying yesterday, the population density of 66 and 67 Novas is incredible at Dragway.
Oh, disproportionate.
And they're all tube chassis, all hanging out cars, it seems like.
It's like Irish guys in southeastern Massachusetts. They're just you can't swing a dead cat without hitting one.
Armentrout with the 540 twin turbo conventional cylinder head deal.
What's interesting about Hayes' car when we look at it, I mean, he's got a big set of radials on the back of it, but that car looks like it was built for like a big, giant set of slicks. I mean, there's a lot of room back there to put a larger tire on it, but clearly what he's doing is working for him.
So Hayes on the left-hand side, the leader in Pro Street Power Adder, 789 yesterday. The right-hand side is Armentrout, and he is number 2 in Unlimited with a 750. We often see that kind of situation where a guy in a higher class like Unlimited, you know, not that far ahead of a guy in Pro Street Power Adder. Although Pro Street, man, it has been quicker than 789 in the past.
Big naturally aspirated motor sounds like getting cleared out here before the burnout box as we get both of these cars now getting ready to stage. Man, really loaded up with fuel. Pedal job over there for Hayes. His car took a move to the center line. Meanwhile, David Armentrout is having no problems, goes 7:24.7.
At 195. So Armentrout improves. Hayes, negatory. Right-hand side. Chris McNeely, number 2 in Street Race Big Block, naturally aspirated. He ran a 9.0 yesterday. He's chasing Kurt Johnson with an 884. Rob Senker in the left-hand side. Senker currently 3rd in Super Street Big Block Power Adder with the Grand Prix. Yesterday, 879. So we need 8s out of the Chevelle on the right-hand side. We're expecting 8s out of Senker in the left-hand side.
Pontiac Rob over there. We'll see what he can do. He's actually got that car set up kind of offset left of the groove a little bit there. It's kind of interesting. Nothing doing initially for Chris McNeely, who had to pedal that race car, as Rob Senker, 131 through the 8th mile, goes 8:68.8, 169 miles an hour in the Grand Prix.
And the Chevelle slows down half a second.
Yeah, he will be back in the running here. That early tire spin just crushed any hopes he had of going any better. Good little DSM fun coming up now. This is Scott Glassbrook, the 1991 Eagle Talon.
917 yesterday. Remind me who is driving Vanderhoof's car?
Davis. Josh Davis. Let me clarify here. Survey says Josh Davis. Their earlier first attempt resulted in some tire spin, which resulted in them just cruising it down the racetrack and turning around. Glassbrook clearly still has the 4G63 motor in this thing, at least it sounds like it. He's got the upswept tractor puller style exhaust through the hood.
The hater pipe, as we call it at Roadkill.
The hater pipe.
The convertible in the right-hand lane went 702 yesterday. Can you imagine if this thing dips into the sixes here?
That'd be something else.
A 281050 radial on this thing.
Man, they softened it up early. Then they really started to put the power to it. He's going through the 8th mile of 469, 707, 201.16 miles an hour. A great run for that car, and they softened it up enough early to get it moving, then fed the power to it.
Plenty enough to stay ahead of Rosenstengel in class, I believe. What did Clark run earlier today? Do you recall? It wasn't as good as
was it a 20-something?
It was 29 yesterday. I don't think he did that earlier today. And, of course, they're going to scrape the Talon off the left side of the track here.
Yeah, he came off the starting line, immediately got himself out of the groove in a heads-up move. We've seen that happen a couple times today. We do appreciate that. The racers that are paying attention and doing the job out here, if you're driving down the racetrack and don't like how anything looks, sounds, or smells, get it stopped as quickly as possible and out of the groove. Thanks for those who have done it already. You've saved us some potential cleanup time. As mentioned earlier, our planned time to close the lanes is 1:45 p.m. That could float some, of course. So it looks like we're going to procure a strap and give the Eagle Talon a helping hand.
The live feed having a look at Michael Ward's Orange Nova. That thing has a really good color on it. Look at shine with some gold in the back there.
That was the car that made that really hard left-hand turn last time down the racetrack. Hopefully that's squared away.
I drove dirt track cars last week, which is...
I'm going to break down a scene here. So we were waiting on a tow strap. So the tow strap is headed to the car. It's going to be delivered by a guy on a mini bike. Now, I'm not sure what the next part of this plan is going to be, but I would assume the tow strap will then be hooked to something, or these guys will just grab it with their teeth and pull the car backwards as a feat of strength.
Who's the guy with the locomotive pulling the teeth with the locomotive? Remember from like the 20s?
Oh, the old, there was like, some old strongman guy. Yeah.
You mentioned go hard left. Last week I drove dirt track cars really for the first time. I have not done that much in my life. I couldn't believe how strong they go left. Like,
okay.
The car I was in had a switch on the dash where you could go between 3-wheel and 4-wheel braking.
Oh, really? Okay.
And when you hit the brakes on 3-wheel, I mean, that thing went 90 degrees left.
Jeez.
On track, really, at my low skill, all you really had to do is lift off the throttle, and the thing would set up sideways. It was a riot. It was a lot of fun.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
You'll see it coming up on Roadkill.
What were the modifieds? What type of cars were they? Or were they some type of
They're called classics. It's a small local class that you don't see anywhere, and they were fiberglass, like 32 and 33 Ford bodies atop a metric G body chassis, like the Malibu that you see sitting on the starting line right there.
Oh, that's great.
All right, we got news. We were trying to find out the quickest pass ever for Tom Bailey's SICK 1.0. He went, I think, a 54 earlier today. His best ever is 6:39.
In that particular car.
Yes, in that car. Thank you, Mike Galimi. Once again, for factual information, see hotrod.com for all of the coverage of Drag Week. Everyone knows that nitrous is the world's best, cheapest, most fun, and easy-to-use power adder. Everyone knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of nitrous systems for weekend warriors to all-out race cars. When you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week.
So Scott Glassbrook's car is about at 1,000 feet right now, headed past the quarter mile, being towed by the four-wheeler. And once that car is clear, we'll pick things right back up again. Lane 8, as a reminder, is the impound lane. So if you are an impound car, you want to get up there, lane 8 is open for business for you. Thanks for those of you tuned in right now on the MotorTrend YouTube page, I should say, from around the world or down the street. Always fun, the size of the international audience that this event brings. The comment section, as always, filled with some of the more genius minds that the world has to offer. You can go watch Oppenheim, or you can spend a day in the comment section of Drag Week and come away with the same appreciation for the brilliance of humanity. Ryan Malinsky asking, anyone know how many Ford-powered Fords are on the property? If anybody would, it would be Mike Galimi.
It's roughly 5.
Give or take.
Yeah.
Plus or minus 5.
5 out of 70.
Hey, cars are running again. Holden Kramer and Mike Ward. Firing lots of shots down here this morning. It's the way we like it. Keep the traffic rolling down the racetrack. Allow racers to get that opportunity to get a time slip that they can hand in early, or at least get a couple of shots. Again, one is Randy Stewart has come around the corner, and Frank Romano, my man.
Yesterday, the Nova ran 8.0. This morning, it took a hard right. Looks like they got that sorted out, but he is out of the groove to the right. He goes to the 8th mile, 490. And out the back, there you go, 754, 184, a half-second improvement on his performance yesterday. The Malibu wagon on the left-hand side, 964 at 140.
Randy Seward coming up on the left-hand side of the drag strip. Seward in his Mustang, of course, a turbocharged small block, and the stick-shifted, naturally aspirated, big block-powered 55 Chevy of New York's Frank Romano. It's been a little while since, so the statute of limitations is probably up on this. But Frank moved a few years ago, and he bought a house, obviously. But he moved into Jack Merkel's house.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Gasser legend Jack Merkel. As it turns out, I'm friendly with Jack's son, and they have a great relationship with Frank as well. So it's all kind of cool.
Merkel, that famous multicolor 33 Willis, right?
Yeah, gold.
Yeah, gold.
874 at 160. That is not what Stewart was looking for. He'll be back again. Romano goes a 962 at 140, which I think is right in the wheelhouse of that. And credit where it's due to Frank Romano, a 001 light, which is as rare as an Angel's visit. It just doesn't happen here at Drag Week.
Yeah, 961 yesterday. So he's right on target, 962 today. That is a stick car as well.
Jeff Oppenheim coming up next.
And Jeff Mall on the right-hand side.
The 67 Nova from Mall and the 86 El Camino for Jeff Oppenheim.
Turbo car left, Pro Charger right.
No sign of Matt Frost yet this morning. Hopefully he is able to join the festivities today.
They have, in fact, found a blower for that car. It is currently installed.
It was cool. Matt was at the Mile High Nationals with a group of the Race Weeker competitors, and just put on a great show up there too. Man, the steel wheels on the front of this Nova. Oh, it's a 4-door.
Yeah.
I did not realize it was a full-on quadrifolio.
Earlier this year,
Quadriporte.
I sold this guy my gold 4-door 66 Chevelle, and they're turning that into a Drag Week car as well. Oh, he's flickering that top bulb. That's not really the play at Drag Week. I think you want to go as shallow as you possibly can since you're in the hunt for ET, and side-by-side doesn't matter, so reaction time doesn't matter.
Oppenheim goes 876 at 155 miles an hour. Nice rip for the El Camino. A 956 at a $145 for Mall in the Nova.
I will remind both Brian and the racers that we do have the reaction time rule in place here. Any amount of reaction time above 1 second gets added to your ET. Yesterday we abandoned that because of reaction time reporting trouble. Today it is in play.
And so a tough note here. Glenn Hunter is out of competition. His 56 Chevrolet snapped a timing belt on the drive, and the pistons and valves made sweet, passionate mechanical contact.
Love to the pistons, yes. Yeah. Brutal. Brutal. 3-time winner in class, 3 in a row, and he's out.
Phil Tobin and Evan Urkowitz coming up again. Urkowitz And that tough-looking Malibu thing is set down in the weeds, has a kind of an automotive version of Michael Myers appearance to it. Phil Tobin in the Corvette.
Erkowitz number 3 in Pro Street Power Outer, having gone 8:26 yesterday. That's that white Malibu on the right-hand side.
I would name it Michael Myers if I owned it. Right? The horror movie guy?
Oh.
Man, look at him drive that thing. It is all over the place. Black tracking its way through the 8th mile. And by God, Evan Erkowitz paid to use the whole right lane. He decided to do just that. 8:52, one at 166. Tobin runs an 8:72 at 158.
That thing was way off to the right and doing the wiggle all the way through the lights.
It was actually shaking the tires. If you look early, too, I didn't realize this till we just look at it, but if you look from the starting line of the Christmas tree, you can see it actually had the tire all wadded up, and then it decided to go right and just start spinning them. But Erkowitz, the ZFG approach to that run, got him an 8:52.
And by the way, Tobin on the left-hand side, 8:72, 158.
Far less dramatic over there for Tobin. Jake Buckert and Jesse Harris.
Harris on the right-hand side, in case you hadn't guessed it by now, the Cummins diesel truck.
Oh, I decided it had a lot of carbon in the exhaust from the street drive. And Jake Buckert, the 86 Regal in gray. Buckert, another of our racers attempting to clip the 850 mark as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
The truck went 9:28 yesterday.
So we have not seen the blown S10 pickup truck yet.
No, we haven't. The Pro Stock truck-looking orange truck. Man, another right-hand turn out of the diesel. It's way over to the right-hand side.
And Jesse Harris smoking his way to a 9:14 at 146 miles an hour. Jake Buckert goes 8:55 at 165. Close but no cigar as far as the 50s go. And for the photographer in the straw hat standing to the right side of the racetrack, we apologize for the reduction in your life expectancy by 10 years for taking what was a full plume of diesel exhaust to the face. Our bad. Our bad on that one. Man, it's your bad. I don't know.
That might be Diassi down
Personal
there.
responsibility.
Yeah.
No, that's not Diassi. That guy's literally half the man Diassi is. Jason Nisheim coming up, and Dustin Trance.
Nisheim yesterday, 8:58. He's way down the program in Ultimate Iron. Dustin Trance, top of the program in Street Race Small Block Power Adder.
Man, picture perfect launch again for Trance. The car just leans back on those rear tires, hovers the nose. Let's see how quick he can go.
8.50 with an 8. That's
Yeah.
a go home. As Brian pointed out later, a 5.50 to the 8th doesn't cut it. In this case, a 5.42.9 to the 8th makes it perfect. 8.50 at 158. In the left-hand side, the 70 Mustang went 8.54, 157.
Yeah, you watch Trance's car come off the starting line, just so controlled and nice, just set itself down, and very, very well done. And Trance is going to make another strong case for himself to be the guy in the Street Race Small Block Power Adder category. Nicky Z, Dominic Zavacek leaving the starting line, ripping through the gears with Pete Hellwig next to him. That's not Pete Hellwig. That is the fuel-injected Nova.
Looks like Norris, Josh Norris
Yes.
on the left-hand side.
Norris goes 9:68, 137, and Zavacek goes a 10:13 at 134.
To back up his 10.09 yesterday.
So Taylor Hedrick coming up right now. Hedrick running in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category. And Mike Higgins. Higgins, the big 1969 Chevelle with his U-Haul trailer hitch on it. Hedrick's car looks like pretty serious business.
861, 175 yesterday.
He's got that TKM Performance logo on the rear quarter panels. That is Kevin Mullins, engine builder.
This thing is a 4.62 valve. He had this thing stripped down to the short block in the pits on the Test and Tune day. And if you know what a mod motor looks like, you know that that is like a feat in and of itself. And he goes 855, 174.
Sounds like he's got a 2-valve AK-47 in the thing, which is old school.
Yeah.
Old school, pulling a lot of timing and firing that exhaust in the pipe to get the turbo spun up. Mike Higgins went 1046 at 133 in that big bad Chevelle.
And Honk is back. He just saw Trance run that 850. He's got to come back here and do the same thing. What did Trance do? 508?
508 or 506, I believe, actually. Janice Robertson coming up, the GT 500, I believe. It's either GT 350 or 500 Mustang. That's a 350. Those are cool cars, man. Those are really, really neat cars. They drive so well.
1259, 110 yesterday out of the white Mustang.
They do have a drag race mode in them, much like we see the Hellcat up there. You can get in the performance pages and set that up. The GT 350 does have a drag race mode where it frees up the suspension in the front, allows the back to have a little bit more weight transfer than it normally would. Obviously, those cars are a little bit better suited for road course style action, but they will certainly fly. The flat plane crank Voodoo motor in those cars. Now, early pedal there for Rick Steinke means that he is not going to be where he needs to be. That being said, he goes 851.4 at 160. Interesting. It's almost like they pulled power out of it on purpose, then fed it back in because it runs the 8th mile in a mid-540.
But it looked to me like it either did lift the suspension or he lifted a little bit just after 60 feet.
He might have been on his way.
Or maybe before 60 feet.
Yeah, he might have been on his way to a breakout before that. At 12:58, 117 for the Shelby Mustang.
And here comes Gebhardt again in his Hellcat Red Eye. This thing went deep into the 10s earlier this morning.
Legit.
I think he's coming back just because he can.
Just because.
I mean, what could go wrong with that thing? It's a brand new car. You know, if he breaks it, he'll just drop it off at the Dodge dealership.
Jeff Gallagher's on a better run than he was on before. Gallagher's car did not leave anywhere near this well in that Ford Mustang or his last attempt. And Gallagher goes 10:09, 135.
And the Hellcat slows down to an 11:01, which is what it was running yesterday. Steve Winningham is back here on the left-hand side, or what was he looking for earlier?
Aeromotive
pump. Fuel pump, exactly. This car struggled yesterday. I think he finally got a number late in the day. The 41 Willys on the right-hand side, second in the hot rod class right now. It's got to be tough to be a drag racer when your name is Winningham.
Larry West. Maybe the first red light in the entire event of the year so far. Track week, as Winningham is going to be the quicker. The 2 goes 9:21 at 151. West and the Willys goes 9:77, 134.
More than a 0.3 improvement for Winningham.
Jack Brooks running an Ultimate Iron in the 1964 Nova, and Jamie Jarvis coming back up. Jarvis, the high-riding 55 Chevy. Jack Brooks has two guys fanning the smoke out of the cockpit for him.
Brooks yesterday having taken advantage of our 20-second rule, which is if you just break the beams with your broken car, you can remain in drag week competition. We give you an ET of 20 seconds. We had a couple cars yesterday who failed on that program and actually ran down track slower than 20 seconds. It would have been better if they'd only broken the beams. Oh, man, I love the 55. That might not be the fast way to go, but it's the fun way to go, as Brooks is actually making a pass, no longer making a pass in the left-hand lane. I thought he was.
Jarvis all crossed up at the launch, still goes 10:19, 135 miles an hour for Jack Brooks. 60-foot time, a little lazy, and it got no better from there. He was going 78 at the 8th and just kind of motored it through at 12:77.01. This, the street race big block naturally aspirated Chevelle of Merrick O'Grady, the all-motor big block car. And Jim Weiser coming back up again. Weiser trying to, as everybody else is, chase Mr. Trance. So Ms. O'Grady on the right side of the racetrack.
966 yesterday for her.
and has run the event multiple times, too, in this car.
Naturally aspirated big block in Merrick's Nova in the right-hand lane. $967, $140 for the Nova on the right. Left-hand side, the Monte Carlo goes $933 at $146.77.
Just looking at what Weiser ran yesterday.
Weiser yesterday a 960. So that's a
better.
3/10 improvement, almost 3/10.
Alex Carella coming up. Carella's first pass was a failure. He's going to see what he can do here. And it is Scott Miller back up with the Tunnel Ram equipped, FE-powered Cougar. Looking better for Carella. 8th mile at 132, and Carella 8:45.9, the speed of 164 miles an hour.
Street race small block power adder, too quick. This is wrong.
Andrew Slater right side. Beautiful little 72 Vega GT, and Cody Walker coming up in the Hellcat. Nice launch out of Slater's car. I mean, a minuscule tire on that thing. Still hooked hard, still pulled the nose. Pound for pound, it will be the Hellcat. 946.7, 145 getting there as Slater goes 901 at $150. So the Supra of Damon Elf. Elf had a very, very conservative clutch setup on this car to get it off the starting line during his last attempt, and it certainly cost him some ET. Now, the car did make a full pull, but the 60-foot time was like the bulldozer you drove the other day building a dirt track. Darren Ambro coming up. Ambro is a longtime drag week runner in his pumpkin orange 1980 Malibu. JZ, just a wicked, wicked platform, of course, and just the sound they make is nuts. So clearly they hit the clutch a little harder there.
Yeah, the sound they make is... Yeah, it's like a Dukes of Hazzard thing.
910 at 172 miles an hour for Elf as Ambro goes 889, 152.
Big improvement for the orange Malibu. 932 yesterday. Today, 889. Kind of a consistent theme that we're seeing here.
Yes, as Robert Anders and Bob Ruppel come up. Ruppel, the wintergreen colored 1970 Nova, winter mint 1972 Nova, and Anders, the 1977 Chevette.
It's so refreshing.
It is very refreshing, especially when it makes the turnoff at the top end.
Leaves you with fresh breath all day.
So trouble for Anders. His car is just motoring down the left side. Meanwhile, a 995.8 at 138 for Bob Ruppel.
He slows down half a second.
And Anders, a 1226 at just 86 miles an hour. They did not get it on the launch, and I think he decided not to beat on the equipment for a number he knew would not move the needle for him.
McNeely back for a second run on the left-hand side in the 64 Chevelle. I don't think he got a hold of the track the first time. Michael Good in the right-hand side in that Ultimate Iron.
We got Rick Trunkett down there getting ready to make a lap in lane 8. We got the big mountain motor Nova of Matt Sweet down there. We are getting a little short on customer count in the staging lanes. Another tire spinning launch for Chris McNeil as he is still going to recover and outrun Mike Good. McNeil finishes the job with a pedaling 937. McNeely, rather, a 937 at 148 is Good. Goes a 983 at 138.5 miles an hour. It is really interesting, and you know, we look at a guy like McNeely having his issues getting the car down the racetrack today, and we see on the other side of the spectrum, we got guys picking up half a second over what they ran yesterday. So much in that finite chassis tuning out here.
Andrew Starr, right-hand side. Is he actually banging gears in that? I think I heard him grab a gear. 56 Chevy Bel Air yesterday, 970. Today, 965 at 141. Left-hand side, the Malibu wagon went 962, also at 141.
Star, a legitimate guru on that stack-style fuel injection, whether it's EFI with a stack-style or a mechanical-style injection. That has been his life for a very long time. Nick Mancini, this is my first look at the flat black 85 Olds Cutlass as Rick Trunkett comes around the bend. And Jason Russo. Russo coming up in a silver Malibu that we have seen out here plenty of times on Drag Week.
Well, we got just a moment here as they stage. Thank you once again to Gear Vendors for supporting Drag Week for so long. Another car there that you just saw go deep, and he went ahead and backed out of it. KJ yesterday said, what happened to the rule where everything must be forward motion in staging?
Well,
that's not a thing.
It's the last motion in staging has to be forward. So, yeah, you can back out. You can back out, and then as long as you pull ahead to lock it in. So Russo and Mancini. Russo is going to get down to the finish line first, the quarter-mile stripe, 8.502. Nice run for Russo, almost dead perfect, as Mancini goes 9.058 at 155 miles an hour. But Russo, that is all-star level stuff.
865 yesterday, big improvement.
Hold on. He went 65 yesterday, he just went 50 with a 2?
Correct. However, mathematically, that still is difficult to put you up into the top players in the field.
He may not be able to climb the top of the mountain, but at least he knows he's got a car that can run the number. That's great. Jeremy Howell and Rick Trunkett coming up now.
Trunkett yesterday, a 790 at the last second. Literal last second. He was one of the last cars down track by, I don't know, 5 or 10.
My one full-time announcing experience with Dulcich. I spent a weekend with Dulcich doing the Mopar Nationals one year, and Trunkett was one of the stars of the show, and he's looking like the star of the show here. 8th mile at 149, and Trunkett goes 7.68 at 177 miles an hour.
Picking up 2.5 tenths from yesterday, and 8:20, which is slow for Howell, which is normally a 7-second car.
Hey, Lonnie. Lonnie, we have not received a message, Lonnie. If you're looking to attend to something, we got nothing. The C lanes are open. Not like the shipping C lanes, but the lanes for the Group C. Group C cars. Lanes are open for you. C is in Charlie. C is in Cat.
Seward is back. Another one putting laps on in that 850 class. Chichak on the left-hand side goes 857 in the Firebird, 157, and we saw an 851.00 from Randy.
Should mention, too, in that last pair with Trunkett, Jeremy Howell ran 820 at 187 miles an hour on the opposite side of the racetrack. So here comes Matt Sweet. This is the Disco Era Nova that is packing a former John Montecalvo, Sonny Leonard, next generation Hemi-style Chevy engine that measures out at some 800 cubic inches.
To me, this is one of my favorite stories of the week. He is going after Doc McIntyre, who has the record for the quickest naturally aspirated car in the history of Drag Week. That number is 789. This Nova ran 791 yesterday. If he can run quicker than 79 or quicker than 89 and complete the week, then he will actually have dominated that record.
If he does it here, it would be really cool because John Montecalvo, a legendary Mountain Motor Pro Stock racer, a 3-time world champion and multiple different sanctions, but with the IHRA where he made most of his bones and kind of built his name, that engine in that car has raced down this drag strip before, except it was in the nose of a tube-frame Chevrolet Mountain Motor Pro Stock car. They knocked a half-inch of lift off the camshaft. It was an inch and a half. These engines, the specs on them are insane, but the camshaft had an inch and a half of lift. They toned it down to a mere 1 inch of lift. Knocked a bunch of compression out of it as well.
Thought you were talking about your personal life there for a minute, but no. In fact, race car camshafts, the Sweet goes down 128 short time. He goes to the 8th mile at 560. Yeah, 872. We'll see him back, guaranteed. In the other lane, Winningham, 991 at 151.
Really strange. It was almost like I might have left in high gear or something like that. You know, it just did not hit the tire very hard. Of course, he makes a full pull with it, but 872 is not the numerals they are looking to see up on the scoreboard as Brian Acton is back with Steve Chichak on the left-hand side.
That still leaves Sweet clearly at the top of his class because the guy right behind him is, 2 seconds slower. But still, I think he's got somehow like a blood hunt for Doc McIntyre is what it seems.
C Group cars, the lanes are open. C Group cars, the lanes are open.
Another Chichak on the left-hand side. The other one had that red Firebird that went down just earlier. This one is a Colorado in red, and he's not really going to make it with the number that he wants. Brian Acton might actually do it. No, he was a little bit too quick. 84902, and it's got to be 850. The elephant in the room here is that we've got all of these cars that are limited to 850 by their cage, and what happens? They keep going 849.
Oh yeah, no, it's a neat thing. I mean, they're so close to hitting it square. It's just unbelievable. And we now see the Ford Ranger pulling in. This Ford Ranger pickup truck running in the modified power adder category. Aaron Gerke yesterday ran 982.7.
Modified is the class on a small tire with fairly liberal levels of suspension modification. The rules are similar to Pro Street, which is a back half big tire car, but these are open suspension small tire cars. That's not going to help him out here as he basically double steps the thing. Pedaled it a couple times, getting through the gears. He goes through 10:18.141. Carol Barhorst, Pontiac-powered Pontiac in the left-hand side. It's a 74 X-Body GTO.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yesterday, 1063 at 126. We've got her husband, Rob, in the right-hand side in the 23 Challenger.
Neat little side-by-side husband and wife set up here, and Carol is going to eat Rob for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, the light went to her, which is going to need to improve from that as she runs in Street Machine Eliminator in the bracket race at the end of the week. She goes 1060 this time at 128, just slightly quicker than yesterday. She's fairly consistent as a bracket racer. And then the Challenger goes 1229 at 110.
A brief interlude here for some track prep as we get ready for our Group C participants. Again, staging lanes are open for Group C. Group C staging lanes are open. So what a story coming in here from our embedded reporters is Mike Galimi letting us know. Ultimate Iron competitor, Graham Hayes. So Graham Hayes, who we actually saw on the racetrack a little earlier, broke a rocker arm. They needed a favor. Gene Fulton, the legendary Gene Fulton, got in his own Cessna airplane, flew it to a dirt airstrip, and gave them the parts.
Okay, that's one of the crazier
Yes.
rescue stories that we've heard at Drag Week. There's been some heroic stuff. There's been some legendary guys and drag racers involved. But, man, to fly your own Cessna at 80 years old onto a dirt airstrip to bring a guy a rocker arm, legend.
Insane. Absolutely phenomenally awesome. For you.
People online often ask, what happened to the audio when we go quiet? And it's because why would you want to hear anything but our dulcet tones that are happening here on the microphone? Actually, it's just that the levels are set for the cars going down the track and for us yelling into the mic. So when we go dark and the track is quiet, that's why you do not hear us.
Big thanks to the crew here at Rockingham Dragway. Racetrack's been on point. We've seen some really nice runs. Thanks to our tire crew up here who's been killing it on the data side of things. Video crew. Also great. Les Mayhew's out there. Warren Evans. The one and only Jay Hollinger is part of the triumvirate of goodness, bringing you the live streaming action.
Yeah, we sure appreciate all the work that they put in, because the highest stress level is not, in fact, the audience. It is those guys getting everything going. There's a lot of technology that brings you the live feed, so we very much appreciate those guys.
And, boy, that's changed over the years. In terms
The appreciation?
No, that part's never changed. Just remember, like, the satellite truck. I mean, there were things back in the day, like live streaming something was like it required an act of Congress to do, and these guys have it down to a very portable science now. KJ Jones has entered the chat. You're one of the guys out here bringing the informative coverage of the event to the world. So what's going on?
Hot Rod is covering the event wall to wall, start to finish, stem to stern, and
go on.
And there's plenty of what we're doing, man. We're out here, of course, checking out all the cars, all the racers, all the action, and thus far, after 1.25 days, it's been really impressive, man.
It's been good. In your travels around the pit area, what has caught your eye in terms of anybody thrashing, anybody you're still waiting to show up, anything we need to know as far as missing children
well,
that we should be expecting?
You have the intrepid Mike Galimi is in the pits. I've been actually down here on the tarmac watching cars go, and my beat, if you will, this week is 850.
It's got to be, man. It's a story, dude. Yeah.
That is the real street race category, and these guys are getting it, man. And you guys talked about it earlier. Running that 850 hard consistently is a task.
Yep.
It is a gargantuan task, and so far, Dustin Trace has been able to pull it off and pull it off quite well.
I like it for a bunch of different reasons, but one, a bunch of different styles of cars is great. But two, guys are making their power a little bit differently, right? You're obviously limited to a small block style engine, but that falls under a couple of different categories in drag week. So when we're watching these runs, depending on what power adder the guys are running, we're looking at 8th mile ETs going, is he close, is he not? But some of these cars back half a little bit harder than the others, so it's fun.
The second half is fury on a lot of these cars, and it's really cool to see that. You know what I mean? You think, as you said, down low, it's like, nope, that's not it.
Yeah,
and
no. Touche.
Yes. So it's really good, man. Of course, it's just cool to be out here. I love Drag Week, as you know.
Yeah, man.
Participated in it and just covering it. This is my first time actually covering it.
As just a straight-up journalist.
Yeah. And it's really neat to see it, from this side.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
Well, it's great. The unending coverage is landing on Hot Rod's social media pages, of course, the Instagram page, the Facebook page, but, of course, on HOTROD.com.
HOTROD.com. Definitely. Stay tuned. Of course, results. Everybody wants to know what happened at the end of the day. Results on HOTROD.com. Fantastic photography on HOTROD.com. The galleries that are being put together. We have Wes Allison out there. Renz is out there. John McGann's out there with a camera. So look for some really, really stunning images on the website as well.
I think, Mike Galimi here, of course, you mentioned Mike's been out on the pits. I think the only task that Mike has of any real importance to the rest of us is he needs to locate a decent Italian restaurant for us to dine at somewhere along the route.
Well, I brought up in this area Pinehurst Pizza, and he almost took my head off.
Come on, man. This guy, he is the ultimate pizza snob. I think we can get out right now. If the guy has a massive gaping character flaw, it's the pizza thing.
It is the pizza.
He's unwilling to accept anything.
He's uptight, and I said let it go because Pinehurst Pizza is plugged to Pinehurst Pizza. It's very, very good. For this region, it's outstanding.
Well, there you have it. But this is a great racetrack. I'm sure you've been down here a bunch of times for different
sir.
styles of events. It's been a minute since I've been here, but I love the fact that this place is still hooking so hard, and we're seeing a lot of great runs, and it is just a lot of neat personal history here and a lot of neat racing history here. All the stuff that's been done for, between the iTrade national events over the years, between the Winston Invitational back in the day, all the good stuff.
If you look closely, you see Ronnie Socks down there. Ronnie
If you
Socks.
squint hard enough. I used to joke when we came here, and the place would be wall to wall at these national events, and I used to call the residents the Rockahemians. Those are
Rockinghamians.
But I used to ask them, I said, is that fence to keep us in or keep you out?
Remember Rawhide?
Rawhide, yes.
Well, definitely cool to sit with you for a moment, Brian.
Yeah, man.
I have to actually go back to work.
Well, keep us posted on
You
all
guys
the
keep
news
it
that's
up.
fit to print.
Thank you for saving my guy right here. I appreciate it.
I mean, look, I am a human life preserver here. I feel like he came off the elevator this morning. He looked at me in a strange kind of way. Like, you remember the cartoons when a guy's like trapped on a desert island and the other guy's arm starts to look like a ham? That is the way he looked at me when he got out of the elevator this morning.
No.
And I called security. I did. I'll be honest with you. We
David,
settled it, though.
It was an awkward embrace.
Yeah, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah, it was like Dino attacking Fred Flintstone.
You guys keep it up. Everybody out there, just stay tuned to HOTROD.com. Stay on this live feed because there's a lot more action coming up, and just keep killing it, man. Drag Week, you can't beat this, man.
He's KJ Jones. He will be back with us in the booth throughout the week, and he will certainly be producing the words that are fit to print here about Drag Week.
You know, aside from all the fun we have, which is the reason I want to keep doing this
absolutely.
event, the thing that makes it way better having two guys is that you become the lead, I become the color, and I'm scrambling kind of finding data as we go. And the problem is when I do it alone, I'm also doing that.
It's impossible.
And yesterday, also looking up people's names by hand. And so that's a lot of the stiltedness that goes on, or the gaps between speaking. It's not just me swallowing my tongue, although that does happen. See, we want to say these things so the praise starts rolling in the live feed.
Yeah, Carlos Robledo really is digging it. We got the 2 heart emojis there.
2 full ones.
Yeah. How about that? Beats the eggplant, right? I'm going to take the heart every day.
Yeah, the eggplant and the splash. Kind of what you were talking about a moment ago.
And so the track is prepped. Got a thumbs up coming from our staging lanes, folks, and that means Group C action is about to kick off here. Roaring our way through day 2 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors here at Rockingham Dragway. For those of you just tuning in to the live streaming coverage, it may bear a bit of a description. If you're unfamiliar with what Drag Week is, maybe that's one of you out there. But if you're unfamiliar with what Drag Week is, it is a 5-day contest of man and machine where racers have to drive the same vehicles that they take down the drag strip on the public highways and byways. They follow a route that is handed to them. They have to meet certain checkpoints, and they have to every day make a single run at minimum or stage their car into power and turn in a time slip
in order to remain in competition. And the cars that have the quickest average ET over 5 races are the ones that win class, with the exception of one class called Street Machine Eliminator, which is working on getting onto a 32-car field for a bracket race the last day, which will come back to Darlington on Friday. It's interesting, Brian, actually, there are people in the chat who don't precisely know what's going on here. They're like MotorTrend followers, or they've seen you or I on Instagram, and they come in, and they're not fully clear. So going over the recap of what's happening here is not a bad deal.
So, another of the Fighting Cheechak boys out here. That's Josh and Janice Robertson coming back up in the 2016 Shelby GT350. Josh's car jumped up on the rear suspension. It's almost like it topped out the shocks. He's having all kinds of problems out there now. Looks like a fueling problem. A lot of black smoke out of the exhaust, and half a gravel yard came out of the thing when he stepped the gas on the gas pedals, too, as Robertson goes a 1241 and 111.
And Cheechak 1285.91. As Alan always says, what is it? For the record keepers or for posterity? For the people who need to know every single pass, even when it's a coaster?
Yeah, I don't hear those things anymore. I don't hear those phrases. White noise. Clark Lamb and Dave Morahan coming up right now. Morahan, late model, Gen 5 Camaro, and Clark Lamb, the Baccaruda 1968 model year car. He has run this on many, many different drag weeks.
Oh, and he pulls the wheels rather nicely. I dug it. He's normally 1055, 124 kind of car. He cuts a 142 short time. 8th mile is 657. And there you go. 1040 on that pass. 127. In the right-hand lane, Morahan went 12:19 at a big 125.
Wow. Groups A and B are closed. Groups A and B are closed. When we have the all-run session later on, you'll be welcome back in the lanes. But groups A and B, the staging lanes are closed to you. Eugene Holderfield and Corey Pant coming up. Pant, the 1974 Duster in green. Pant running what I believe is the all-motor small block category.
Correct. He is number 3rd in class, 10:41 yesterday. Rather far behind Tab Scott at 870s. Nonetheless, this is just a spectacular car. I love watching this thing go down. 146 to 60 feet, 8th, 660. He ran 660 in the 660, Brian. 1040 at 128 miles an hour in the left-hand lane. 1057 at 137.
So Holderfield takes that Mustang Mach 1 through as Pontiac Rob Senker going to be coming up next. The Jason Bergeson Monte Carlo will be next to Senker, I should say. Senker running in the Super Street Big Block Power Adder category, and it is the Super Street Small Block Power Adder category for Jason Bergeson.
Super Street is the class that has more liberal regulations than street race. They're similar stock suspension cars, but they're allowed to have a funny car cage.
Yes.
So these cars can run quicker than 850, which street race cannot. So these are all full-bodied steel cars. They're allowed a few more fiberglass parts than you can run in street race. And the suspension rules are just a little bit more freeing. In street race, it's got to be 100% bolt-on chassis stuff, whereas you can do things like move around pickup points and stuff like that in Super Street.
Just a small cleanup being done on the left-hand side of the racetrack. We'll be back at it. They're hitting it with a little traction compound now. VP Racing develops superior fuels, coolants, and oils for any drag racing application. More race winners worldwide rely on VP Racing fuel than any brand to deliver more power and consistent quality. Stay Frosty race-ready coolant is glycol-free improvement to reduce engine temps to keep your machine running at peak performance. VP engine and gear oils provide exceptional durability and deliver unmatched wear protection under extreme conditions when results matter. Trust VP.
Racers in the pits, here's the news. Our other supporter, Summit Racing, is here. If you ordered parts through Summit, they will be at the Summit truck, not at the tower. So if you're looking for a shipment from Summit, it is at the Summit truck or booth that they've got going on down there. Can't believe it took so long to get a parts supplier in here. I always thought that people would dive into that fast, getting parts that you can order right from the track, and Summit has done it.
Trouble again for Jason Bergeson as his car bumped through the beams. Pontiac Rob Senker leaves the starting line in his Grand Prix. Oh, man, all kinds of smoke down there. A massive cloud, and it looks like that. I mean, it looks like transmission to me, but we'll find out when we get down there.
Yeah, the smoke has got a darker tinge to it than when you chuck
almost
a
looks
piston
like it blew
out
up
of
a
it.
torque converter or something like that. That was instantaneous shuttle launch style smoke as our camera position from up on the top of the stands captured him being able to roll down the racetrack. The car didn't crash or anything, but
he may have lubricated the track.
That thing has still got. Look at where it is at the end of the racetrack. There is still a lot of smoke coming off of it.
Yep.
We can see that Senker has come to a stop a decent distance past the quarter-mile finish line, and the next question is going to be what's out there and how much there is. So we're going to set the whole fleet of sail here and head down there with our trucks and tractors. And
we really appreciate the crew here at Rockingham. They've been working pretty hard up here in the booth and down on the track.
Not shockingly, we do have cleanup work to do over there on that VP Racing Fuels left-hand side of the drag strip.
So Brian was late, wasn't here yesterday to save me because there was a rain out towards the end of the NHRA Nationals up at Reading on Sunday, and so you had to continue that race into Monday.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be just a radical set of semifinals and finals for the pro classes.
Yeah, it was actually really cool. And the Monday, whenever we finish one of these races on Monday, it does have a super unique kind of feel to it. You typically have very few people there, obviously, and it's all just kind of, it feels a little bit more informal, but we had really fast conditions all weekend long. Yesterday was about 62 degrees, and it was cloudy out when we ran the second half of the Top Fuel semifinal, which was Steve Torrance racing his way into the final against Doug Coletta, and then it ended up being Matt Hartford and Kyle Koretsky in a Pro Stock final. Pro Stock motorcycle, Matt Smith had to race his own bike, the bike that he owns. So Chip Ellis went 672.
How did that? What happened, Brian?
Hey, listen,
that's such a nail biter.
Right, the one, and everybody knew it was going to happen. Right, he brought Chip Ellis in to be a blocking rider to stop other people from gaining points. Ellis did the job perfectly. And
I got to interrupt you just a second because I'm looking at what they're showing on the live feed right now. Look at the amount of nitrous on this thing. There's at least 3 kits going on.
This is the car that Gene Fulton flew parts in.
Oh,
for.
Is this the one?
This is the one. This is Graham Hayes. Graham Hayes.
Yeah, 66 Nova Graham Hayes. You can see, it says Fulton on the valve cover. It's a Fulton motor. 3 stages at minimum. Yeah, none of those are purge solenoids, by the way.
And those are not girlish sized solenoids either.
No.
Those are.
Yeah, those look like your Red Bull can.
Those are solenoids that grew a mustache in the 6th grade.
So, question about running the Monday Nationals. So, you got semifinals and finals, 4 classes. How do they deal with the turnaround time on the fuel cars? Is there actually a long enough program, or do you have to wait for them to turn the car around?
You run them and then you stop and wait.
You do?
Oh,
okay. That's what I thought.
That's what makes it so weird. It's like there's nothing going on. You're just like, all right, we're just going to, we ran those 8 pair or whatever, and they said we need the bikes back at 11:35. And so we sat there and chit-chatted for 45 minutes. The bikes came back up, and we were off to the races.
That is kind of weird.
I was out of there by like 12:30.
The big news out of there for me was Doug Coletta taking the thing overall, his 50th win. I think he has more top fuel starts than anybody currently in competition.
That is accurate. It was the 5th time he had made a final at 49 wins, so it took him 5 shots to actually get it. Did it in really great fashion, ran low ET of the race and top speed of the race in that last run, almost 337 miles an hour. So moved him way up into points, too.
That after having turned a tire into confetti at the top end at
332.
He went 332.
When the tire exploded, it went through the lights, it blew up, but the tire failed just past the lights, and his speed was 332 in the beams, and the tire blew at the exact moment the parachutes blossomed. It was actually incredible timing, and he got the car stopped, and their backup car was the one that they just leveled everybody with on Sunday.
It was interesting. He got out of the car after that tire shred, and by the way, he kept the car perfectly straight. He gets out, sort of like brushing his sleeves off. He's like, and just walks away. Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, Doug Coletta is a guy I always want to be on an airplane with, because no matter what's going wrong, that guy's not panicking, clearly.
And by be on an airplane with, he means Doug's actually a pilot.
Yeah, he owns so Connie, of course, owns Coletta Air, the massive freight business. Doug has his own private airline business, if you will, but he is a certified pilot, but he owns and operates that. And one would certainly assume when Connie decides to hand over the keys to somebody, Doug's going to be getting the keys to the big show as well.
Yeah, he and Bruce Dickinson, like twins separated at birth. The singer for Iron Maiden flies their jet.
Really?
Yeah. He's also like a 2-time PhD.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
brilliant guy.
History guy. Brilliant guy. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You don't think of a rock star at that level as being a, commercial, not even commercial, a passenger jet pilot, but he is.
So work is ongoing. You can see the haze down there from the oil dry that's being spread out to clean up behind Rob Senker's car, and we certainly hope Rob's going to be able to get that thing fixed, but it looked like a very catastrophic transmission failure out there.
Now's a good time to throw us some questions if you're in the chat room on the live feed, which you should be on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. And by the way, the replays also post. In fact, yesterday's was surprisingly quickly posted back on YouTube so that if you're a racer, you can go see some of your most shameful moments. Once again, you can hear how you were criticized for them on the PA. It's great. I actually shouldn't advise them about that because that's when I get hate letters or punched in the face next year. But yeah, you should check it out.
You did attack the audience, my understanding yesterday. It became very aggressive, angry to the viewership, which is a unique stance to take.
Well, we've got 4,800 people watching right now. There were 6,000 yesterday, so I'm estimating 1,200 people were radically offended by my statements.
Is Matt Frost in line?
They're working on getting it fixed. They have a larger frame Pro Charger on the thing. They actually had to slice and dice the car a little bit, and they're working on the discharge side. Why do the rules prohibit motorcycles, guys? Hot Rod Magazine does not tend to cover motorcycles. However, Bob Green, who was the editor way back in the 60s, did come from Peterson's Motorcycle Magazine, and they, for a very long time, had a column called Up on Two Wheels that was all about motorcycles. But these days, not so much. We've already got plenty of cars on our hands. We don't need to bring bikes into the program.
Oh, the Danish of choice. So it was, and David did like a moth to a bug light. We stopped at a gas station this morning, and it was as if there was a beacon shining from the ceiling. He ran toward the quote unquote pastry counter at the gas station. So what was the pick this morning? Which quote-unquote pastry did you
always
choose?
Go for the Berry Danish.
Oh, Berry Danish.
Yeah, you always got to. I hate it when they only have the off-brand units in there, like the Suzy Q or something. There is this one brand, I don't even know what it is, but you can get them nationwide.
It's called Joe's Basement brand pastries.
They are fantastic, actually. And the lard count is actually higher than when you find in the Loans household. So... They were delicious. You know what I do with those things, by the way?
You used to be a cheese guy. The cheese was a go-to for a while. It was,
but now there's the berry with cheese. You can smash those things flat and squeeze the lard out of them. It's really tasty.
Wring it out like a dish
Meanwhile, Brian always goes and buys the Super Tanker energy drink.
It's the baton can.
This morning I informed him it was EKG in a can. That's what he was doing. Oh, yeah, somebody's pointing out it is the drag racing is dead guy that triggered me yesterday. I was on the rant about, come on, man, you can't on one hand complain about 12-second cars at Drag Week and then complain about tracks closing and then tell me that drag racing is dead. That was yesterday's rant. Oh, and NHRA is dead also. How did Maple Grove go this weekend,
it's
Brian?
Cool. That guy's there's a part of that guy's anatomy that's dead. Which is also his brain. I guess there's two parts.
What's the difference between a tight and loose converter? That has to do with stall speed. Stall speed of a torque converter is the RPM at which, the stator and the turbine are running a similar of a speed as they're ever going to. They don't lock up 100% unless it's a lockup converter, but a wide open throttle, even a lockup converter, tends to not be locked up in a typical OE type application. So stall speed can typically be found by ramming the brake pedal all the way to the floor and going wide open throttle. Now, typically your brakes won't hold it and it'll spin the rear tires, but you can get an idea of what that RPM is. So a low RPM would be like a stock unit, about 1,800, 2,200 RPM. Like in the Crusher Camaro or in my F-Rod, I've got 5,500 to 6,000 RPM converters, which would be for a race engine that makes power at a higher RPM. Now, on the live feed right now, we are looking at the thrash for Matt Frost, who, by the way, is the operator of Rocky Mountain Race Week. And you can see he's got his new and larger and absurd Pro Charger on there, circumference greater than Loans' head.
Impossible. Impossible, I say. Well, Big John's Engine and Engineering has their own theory about how torque converters work, but that's cool.
Let's just run through this again. Cletus is not here. Alex Taylor is not here. Finnegan is not here. Derek from Vice Grip Garage is not here. Street Outlaws is not here. So we don't need to be asking those questions roughly every 13 milliseconds in the chat room. Oh, here's a touchstone question. Rawcraft says, Brian and David, any history of Jeeps that you used to run at a high level in NHRA? Yes, there are. There was a number of Jeep funny cars. They also competed in the era like circa 1964 where the funny cars were just getting started. One of the Jeep funny cars was Destroyer. What were the other Jeep funny cars? There was Holy Toledo that was run by
Ciambella that had the assassin. Or
Right.
the assassination one.
Assassination, and then there was
Secret
Destroyer,
Weapon.
Secret Weapon, then
Holy
Secret
Toledo.
Destroyer, Holy Toledo, which was Brian Chichua, who owned a
the off-road
Jeep
thing, right?
dealership in California, and they also ran a CJ6 gasser that they swapped a Jeep Tornado motor into, which is an overhead cam inline 6 Jeep motor. So yeah, back in the day, there was some Jeep drag racing.
Merrick O'Grady, the red 1968 Kraken Nova, is looking for a TRZ suspension components upper control arm link bar. So a TRZ upper control arm link bar that would fit a 68 Nova. And as the old saw goes, beggars are not choosers. If you have something that would work, it is not TRZ brand, I'm sure she would take that too. TRZ upper control arm link bar, that is for Merrick O'Grady, the red 1968 Kraken Nova. And they can come up here to the tower. We'll get you hooked up via phone.
Guy just Googled Jeep funny car. Yeah, that's what you want to
Yeah.
do if you want to find neat photos.
The Secret Destroyer was actually came out of Georgia. That was kind of the weird one. So the guy's name was like Scotty Scotterson or something like that.
Well-
he had like kind of a funny name.
It was a combination of parts and cars
Yeah.
from Secret Weapon and Destroyer became Secret Destroyer.
They match raced a lot of them. The problem was that they were banned in NHRA, but that didn't stop them, obviously, from racing in a bunch of other places. And the ban was basically because Wally was not concerned about having people sell Jeeps.
Right.
If Chevrolet Camaros were getting thumped by Jeeps, that was not a good look for it. That was not going to help the corporate side of the drag racing world.
Also, suspiciously, why aircraft engines were all of a sudden outlawed in drag racing
Yeah, whoops. Let's go to Detroit and show off drag racing to the manufacturers.
with an
also.
Allison motor. Hey,
And-
GM made those things,
Yeah,
right?
Right.
So Brian Loans does post a biannual podcast called Dorkomotive.
Biannual. I got 6 episodes this year alone, you fool.
So tell us a
Come
story.
on, man.
Yeah, tell us a story about what you're doing with that. Somebody asked.
Okay, so
specifically.
basically, I make the shows as I can make them, and during race season, my production slows down just because I spend typically, weeks and weeks and months on end doing the research for these things, so they tend to be long, and they tend, in my opinion, they're pretty definitive on whatever subject I choose. So the last one I just posted about 2 weeks ago was the history of the very first stock car race that was ever held. This is 1934 in Los Angeles at a place called Mines Field, which is now LAX Airport. And it tells the story of this race, but it really tells the story of the people in the race, because if you can imagine, they were racing basically a lot of 34 Ford Roadsters, and they were stock. But of the 27 people that started, they represent 171 Indy 500 starts. They represent about 12.5 Indy 500 victories in the 1920s and 30s. And by the end of the 1940s, about 3/4 of them had been killed in racing accidents. So it's a really kind of an interesting look back in racing history. I also did one about the history of the Ferris wheel, which is way more fascinating than you could imagine.
I'm sure that it is.
Yes.
Actually, they are very, very interesting podcast. It's called Dorkomotive. You can find them wherever you listen to podcasts. Another guy said, you guys keep bringing up Doc McIntyre. Who is this guy? All right, he's not actually here. Doc McIntyre is the holder of the record for the quickest naturally aspirated vehicle in the history of Drag Week. It is his C-Red 68 Camaro that he owns since high school. It's a pro street car. It's got really big meats on the back. It's been here many times. It's not here this time. And that is the car that is being chased by this guy, Matthew Sweet, who is running the multicolored Disco Nova here this year with the 800 cubic inch engine.
He didn't say they've never run drag week. He said they're not here this year. Small town.
I did
94
say
people.
Street Outlaw guys had never run drag week, but at the time that Lutz and Larson and Pierce were there, maybe Pierce, she might have been on it, but those others
I thought Sean Ellenson showed up one year too.
once, yeah.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say was those folks were not part of Street Outlaws at the time that they ran drag week.
Yeah.
It happened later.
Later, right.
Because
yeah, over
of,
Sean,
I'm
yeah.
going to say in Lutz's case, probably even in Larson's case, because they made their names at Drag Week, I think they ended up being part of that show. They may contradict that, but that is my impression.
So the cleanup is continuing down there at the top end, and it's moved onto the racetrack. You can see that it starts effectively at the 8th mile, and the tractor has been working the grease sweep in there, the speedy dry, if you will, and been dragging it. So we're not too far off, but it is going to be a few more minutes. Once again, thanks for the work being done here by the folks at Rockingham Dragway. Always stinks when somebody has that type of a mechanical failure for the racer, and just hoping Sinker can get his car fixed, and we'll be back at it as soon as possible.
Brian, it'll shock you to know that Jeff McConnell is actually like trolling in the comments right here and monitoring, and he does say, and by the way, he's the partner of Doc McIntyre on the road, we will be back soon with C-Red, that NA winning Camaro. Currently, that car holds the record at 8.0 for the quickest average naturally aspirated car, and it has been 7.89 on a single pass.
When it comes to handling horsepower and doing it reliably, Gear Vendor's Overdrive is your best option. It lets you run the best 2- and 3-speed automatic transmissions in the world, or the best 4- and 5-speed manuals, while adding the Overdrive component. These units are not a boat anchor. They're 35 pounds. They're right where you'd want it, that weight low in the center of the race car. Better 60-foot times because the weight is low and rearward, and a shorter, safer drive shaft allows for higher drive shaft speeds without needing to go to exotic materials. The Overdrive takes 777 RPM off of 3,500 or 888 off of 4,000 RPM, which means that the RPM takes you 55 mile an hour will now take you to 71. Or, expressed another way, with your 410 differential, it's now like putting a 319 gear in the back of the car. 6- and 7-second cars are desperate for overdrive on the highway but don't actually need more gears on the track. 8- to 12-second cars can use it both on the strip and the street, gear splitting as the car goes down the racetrack or goes down the city streets. The 778 ratio means that you can use any torque converter with no need for lockup. Gear Vendor's Overdrive is a long time and massive supporter of the drag and drive world, specifically here at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Rick Johnson and crew, thank you so much for your continued support. And if you're in the market for an overdrive, give Gear Vendors a look because their solution is both reliable, unique, and proven. So apparently somebody's asking why we're not running the cars down the open lane of the racetrack. And that is because we value human life. Nobody does that. You don't clean up one lane and have folks on one side of the racetrack and then send cars down the other side of the racetrack. I'm going to assume that you've never been to a drag strip before. I'm going to be kind and assume that, because otherwise I'm going to assume you ate a lot of paste in kindergarten.
Remember when Fast Jack Beckman ran his funny car down the lanes with height parked at about 660?
Yeah, not in the car. Height had been removed from the race car. That was at the NHRA Finals in 2019. Robert did that humongous burnout, and then for I'm not sure what the official reason was, but the car did not make it back to the starting line, and it was way out there, so he jumped ship. He had won the championship at that point, And Beckman ended up winning the race, which I believe was the last pass he ever made in competition. And funny car. Yeah, so tomorrow's stop is Bristol Dragway. I think for a lot of our competitors, if they've never been there, it's in my top 3 of all time. It is nothing like it. Visually, the most stunning place outside of maybe Alaska Raceway or that new track in West Virginia built on all the mine tailings. I mean, it is an absolute gorgeous facility. Can't wait to get over there tomorrow. And
Thunder Valley.
Yeah, Thunder Valley. Bit of an elevation track. It sneaks up on people. You know, it is the air there can be tricky. Now, we're there at a good time of the year. It's going to be relatively temperate, but it's not uncommon to see density altitudes at that place, 4,500, 5,000 feet sometimes.
Will these cars be affected by the whoop-de-doo?
I mean, listen, any racer that has a problem with that lane is going to be affected by the whoop-de-doo, whether they were or they weren't. And if it's not that, it's the, Ichabod Crane's ghost slowed them down somehow or something. But
that's the way it works.
Cars with full suspension and stuff underneath them. I mean, pro stock cars go down over it fine without any sort of weirdness. What was the slowest ever average on drag week? So the slowest ever average of somebody that was trying was the 1921 Franklin. The guy that came out with that 1921 or 1918 Franklin automobile, that thing ran consistent, full throttle, 20 to 22 second passes. So you can have a slower average, I suppose, but for somebody that was actually competing and actually kind of running their stuff as hard as it would go, the Franklin, the slowest car of all time. All right, so we got I can't scroll up. There was a guy that was berating me for being mean because it's on YouTube. Falcon X E302, likely viewer from Australia. Falcons are cool. We're just having some fun. Don't get any flies in your Vegemite. We'll be fine.
Brian Hunk brought you your shirt.
Oh, thank you. Huh. We've changed colors. It's a little bit more vibrant than I remember.
He got pink for you and light blue for me. Because of our babyface good looks, I guess.
It's tough for me to pull off, I'll be honest with you, man. This is going to be a tough one. Tough one to explain at the boys down in the precinct.
That's awesome.
So Brent Baker definitely listened to the show. So a commenter, Brent Baker, said what he learned from the last episode of Dorkomotive was not to let your kids play on the racetrack. He's referencing the fact that 2 different guys that raced in this event over the course of their racing careers lost their lives in racing accidents at different times and places, swerving to avoid children that were actually on the racetrack.
Rough times back then. The photos from that Mines Field race are just hairy. Unbelievable what those guys did.
So we do have an impound area in Drag Week that was introduced years ago, and it's changed and evolved a little bit over the course of time. But if you are an 849 car or quicker, if you're a top 3 car in your individual category, you are placed in impound. And there is a special lane for cars that can be accessed, those cars that are in impound. So Brian Goldstone has utilized lane 8, which is the impound lane. The idea of impound when it first started was, okay, you're going to come out here with the ultra-fast car. You're probably the person most likely to have a little bit more help than you should probably have, which is supposed to be none. So the impound was an area to isolate people, basically, and prevent that from happening.
Right. You're supposed to only have the driver and passenger working on the car, but the program is that the drag week officials, namely Keith Turk, can allow somebody else to help you out. The whole deal is it's got to be an impromptu situation, meaning you can't have planned to have people coming with you to work on your car. So if there's another racer who can come in and help you fix whatever, they will allow you to do that. That's a whole topic that has sort of fallen by the wayside at Drag Week. Remember when the whole support vehicle thing was just a huge drama and people were talking about it all the time? I don't think that it's as much of a topic as it used to be.
Why do you have to use slicks? Does a radial hurt the track? So you can run a radial. You have to run a drag racing tire, whether it's a slick, whether it's a bias ply wrinkle wall slick or radial construction tire, you get to pick that, but it has to be a drag racing style tire.
And the reason for that is that a treaded street tire, first of all, we didn't want people just to rent cars and show up and run or run their literal daily driver, Suburban or whatever. So we figured that if you at least have to have a pair of slicks in order to show up here. You at least have to put that effort in. The other reason is that the treaded street tires tear up the rubber off the track. We wanted to avoid that situation.
Dirt 88, there are no types of cars that are banned at Drag Week. In fact, we have had guys like Brian Coleman show up and actually run their cars on nitromethane.
Yeah, the unlimited class, anything goes. Although the new rule does say you have to at least have an 849 chassis cert in the thing, quicker than 850s in order to enter the class. Or maybe it is an 850 rule. And the reason is we had people entering unlimited with just regular old 12-second cars, and that's not the spirit of the event.
All right, so we're right back at it. Thank you to our Rockingham Dragway crew for remediating that VP Racing Fuel side of the racetrack. And it is now going to be Jason Bergeson on a solo. Remember, Bergeson's car kind of rolled the beams earlier, and he has been anxiously waiting again. Thing just bumps in really, really hard. He gets up there and hits the bump button, and it takes a big, big bite up at the starting line. Ended up deep staged. Pedals his way down through at 1025 at 149.
People at home who don't fully understand the staging situation, there's two bulbs, there's two beams across the track, and you want to go shallow, which means you want the tire to just barely break the second beam and light the second bulb. Because if you go really shallow like that, you get a run at the racetrack, and your ET will be a little bit quicker. If you go deep, like you turn off the top bulb, you roll further down the racetrack, and you get no head start, and the ET tends to be slower.
You'll have a better reaction time, but as David said, you ankle the performance of the thing. So here comes the man of the hour, Graham Hayes, the 1966 Chevy Nova. The big Gene Fulton engine. I have to imagine it's at least 700 inches, maybe bigger than that. Now we're talking. Graham Hayes, a very conservative 122.60 foot time, and manages a 7.62.2 at 177 miles an hour, and his buddies are out there throwing some air jabs, which I think is a good sign. So nice run for Graham Hayes, and somewhere up there, wait, there he goes, Gene Fulton waving as he flies home. And look, for the record, a lot of people in drag racing have met small planes at dirt airfields over the years, but they typically weren't picking up rocker arms. It was usually other substances that were in tightly packed bricks. Rick Dorn and Steve Calloway coming up now. Calloway running in Street Machine Eliminator.
Ricky Dorn, 1051 at 132.
So right now the bump spot is 1087. What's going to be kind of fun to watch some of these cars that come up that are real close to that bump spot to see if they can improve their performance enough to get in. It's effectively a quick 32. Run in a bracket format on Friday. Steve Calloway woke up and chose violence this morning. Man, that thing was on the chip.
Last night's dinner chose violence for me this morning, just so you know. 1079 at 128 on the right-hand side. 1051, 133 on the left. Here comes Bryant Goldstone. Goldstone, yesterday's run, 6.838 at 210 miles an hour, which was in fact a disappointment to him. He wants to go quicker than that. He has to run quicker than 675 to oust Tom Bailey. Well, no, Bailey ran 654 earlier
54.
today.
So he moved the ball a little bit further down the field with that one for sure. All right, so Bryant Goldstone, one of the more iconic Drag Week photos ever taken is him rolling down the road with no door on this car. When it went so fast, it actually ripped the door skin right off the thing.
And the Street Machine Eliminator on the left-hand side is Mike Turner with the 70 Dart Swinger. He is outside the field right now with an 11:28. So weird at Drag Week to see a car like that Dart staging next to a car like that Javelin.
Yes. We could bolt the rear tires of the Dart together and still get about 3/4 across of one of Goldstone's. Goldstone has to be in the 40s to get around
Bailey. Remember, the red light doesn't matter at all. He's way off to the left side of the track. He's still driving the thing quite a bit. He goes to the 8th mile, 467, and he's only 8:11 at the top as he finally gets out of it. The Swinger on the left-hand side, he improves a ton. He was an 11-second car yesterday. Today, 1090, 121.
We have a racer that needs to borrow a set of wheels to make one run. It's a red 1970 Ford F100, number 291Q. It is parked behind the stands by the bathrooms. They need to borrow a set of front wheels to make a run in the D group. It's a set of front wheels. Small Ford 5-lug pattern, 17-inch, 5x4.5 is what they're looking for. 17-inch wheel, 5x4.5, small Ford 5-lug pattern for the 1970 F100 behind the stands by the bathrooms. These are front wheels. Hook them up.
Mike Reimers here on the left-hand side is your last year's Street Machine Eliminator winner. And he ran a 10:05 yesterday, but he's still right behind Michael Kalbfeld, who has a 66 Chevelle. And so you're going to see Reimers here in the orange GT500 looking to go better than 10:05, but not quicker than 10:0.
And Rajveer Ahua coming up on the right side. This Oldsmobile is awesome. 67 Olds. Big honkin' hood scoop on this monster. 993 at 138 for Reimers as Ahua goes 10:17.9 with a speed of 135.
Which is about what he did yesterday in Street Race Big Block Power Adder.
Jeff Lingenfelter coming up now. Lingenfelter, that's a big name to live up to. The 70 Duster and Ken Senko. Senko running the Trackhawk Jeep.
The Duster's a naturally aspirated 440, and I think it's not going to run as quick as this Jeep if the Jeep is on par from yesterday. Or they're roughly the same. 1079 for the 440 Duster, 1071 for the Jeep, 128 miles an hour for the Jeep, and a slower 119 for the Duster. Doug Kistler, left-hand side's got the 72 Nova. Yesterday he ran 1066. He is in the Street Machine Eliminator field, so he's looking to either improve or hold his position. Timothy Bradshaw, on the left-hand side, is running in the same class. And he ran 1031 yesterday. So this is a pair that you're going to see in the field at the end of the day if they can keep up the performance they just had, which was 1048 on the left-hand side and 1022 on the right-hand side. Kevin Wells on the left, Steve Lemieux on the right with the Pontiac.
Lemieux's car banging its way up the starting line. Actually popped the front end up, and as he grabs gears down the right-hand side. What a cool 70 GTO that is. And Wells in the Chevelle goes 1093 at 122, but Lemieux banging gears to a 1024 at 137. Neat car.
And Lemieux had his family member Sean here yesterday running Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Unfortunately, one of the cars that fell out, that's that 89 Pontiac Safari wagon with a stick in it. And yesterday went down the left-hand lane and let a piston out of the thing. I think that's what happens. What it looked like from 1,330 feet through the frosted glass. Yesterday's tower glass was so frosted over that I wouldn't be too repulsed to have Loans actually take a shower on the other side. That's how bad the glass was in the tower. I couldn't see what's going on. Drew Glick going down on the left-hand side is pretty awesome. It's a Mazda RX-8 with a 440 cubic inch LS in it. Unfortunately, it only went at 1114. The right-hand side, 1065 at 128.
That's Tommy Dupree of Summit Racing Equipment in that Pontiac Trans Am. And Tommy, you're on a hot streak of not pitching your T-tops out like you did your first drag week. Congrats. Brian Kelly and Paul Banal coming up right now. Bunal, rather, left-hand side in the Camaro, and Kelly in the C4 style Corvette.
Bunal's got to run a 10 because he's very close to the bump spot for the 32-car field, and he does it. 1065, an improvement from yesterday. That'll probably leave him in class unless some other people really make big moves. And the right-hand side, 1150 at 113. Frank Veneziano is on the bump spot in Street Machine Eliminator. He probably got bumped. I think there are some people who have been improving radically. But you got to do the math on the averages. If you have a bad day, it's actually surprising how good of a day you need to have to overcome that if you start to do the averages.
Paul Llewellyn and Dennis Rayleigh coming up right now. Rayleigh, the 1995 Mustang, running in what appears to be Category Q, which is Street Machine Eliminator. Paul Llewellyn the same. Llewellyn, 10.088, 130 miles an hour, near the top of the charts there. 10.32 at 130 for Rayleigh. Both cars comfortably in the program. This Malibu wagon is great. I mean, look how clean that thing is.
Well, yeah, and it's also got a blown big block in it. That
also makes it great.
The thing that's always held me up on those wagons is that the rear windows don't roll down. I got to be able to hang my tongue out like a dog with the, slobber in the wind, and you just can't do that in that.
Super weird that GM did that. It made no sense. My friends had a Pontiac Le Mans like that. We get in the thing, and he couldn't put the windows down. It was bizarre. And I believe Travis ran this thing last year as well. 960 at 137 miles an hour as Scott Thompson goes 1127 at 141.
You are correct. Travis is a repeat offender at Drag Week.
Jay Grabiak. Right-hand side, John Powell. S10 truck, very clean and white. Steel wheels. Yeah, I believe it is the same Jay Grabiak we used to see as 55 Chevy.
Well, wait to see the other Grabiak that's going to be coming up pretty soon. I think you're going to dig it.
10-11, 131 for that very, very clean little Chevy of Jay Grabiak. 1164, 119 for John Powell. All Gen 3 Hemi all the time now as Brian Eaton and Rick Callahan come up.
Eaton with the Charger, judging by yesterday's performance, he should be back in the 1070s with that black Charger.
Darren Keck is looking for a 225/60 R15 street tire. 225/60 R15 or narrower street tire. For Darren Keck, if you have one, please come to the timing tower, please. So the two Gen 3 Hemis go piling down to the top end, 1026. A speed of 134 for Callahan. Brian Eaton goes 1072 and 127.99. Phil Greatorex left side and Chris Nelson right side. Nelson, 2011 Corvette. Phil in the beautiful hockey stick stripe equipped Cuda.
The Cuda 1104 yesterday.
I don't think he's getting there now. It's a very strange 2-second, nearly 60-foot time. Chris Nelson goes 11:45 and 124, a 12:66 for Greatorex in the Baccaruda.
Here comes Betty White. That is the Malibu there in the right-hand side. Dan Deenan. That Malibu solidly in the field with a 1054 yesterday. Oh, Marianne Young. Uh, 1067 yesterday.
Betty White pops off the starting line and will pop to the finish line without any sort of trouble, it appears. 10:32.1, 131.35 for Marianne Young at 10:47 at 131 miles an hour. As the hits just keep on coming. Big tire Monte Carlo rolling in. That is Lynette Jankowski out of Wisconsin, a 1978 Monte Carlo.
She is Jankowski, in fact.
How about Frank then? What's he?
Venanziano.
Sure. Have it your way.
You know, the lineage of this Street Machine Eliminator class goes way back to the very first drag week when we had indexes, right? Isn't that what we started with? There was like closest to 12-0,
almost like a
11-0,
True Street type
and
thing,
things like that. And later on, it became the bracket race, but it had a different cutoff. Was it 1050 before?
I think it was.
Yeah, and we moved it down to 10-0 because of the NHRA roll bar rule. You can go all the way to 10-0 with a roll bar as opposed to a full roll cage.
Lynette Jankowski goes 10:03.8, 133 miles an hour. Frank goes 10:62.9, 132.55.
The thing is, when we moved it to 10-0, it really made the class more interesting because all of a sudden we had a bunch of cars, and I think it was maybe 3 years ago that we eclipsed the so that every car was in the 10s in the 32-car field.
Lonnie Andazola in the Camaro left side, and Chris Vanderwalker, 2021 model year Hellcat on the right-hand side. The Hellcat goes 10.95.6, 10.95.7 rather, 125. Andazola, left before the tree was activated, will record no elapsed time.
Here's actually the news about that. 2005, the first drag week, it was just all run because there were so few cars. Everybody got into the bracket race. 2006, we ran the indexes. And then the bump spot was in the 12s all the way through 2011. It was 13 in 2012. It only got into the 11s 10 years ago. And our first 10-second bump spot was in 2018.
Well, here comes Evan Urkowitz again. Urkowitz, because he is part of the impound crew, is able to come up lane 8 in this Pro Street Wicked Malibu. Tony Hayes will be across the racetrack from Urkowitz.
Hayes leading the class, and Urkowitz third in class.
Line it up is the license plate on the back of Hayes' car. Very cool.
Urkowitz is very tight to James Voiles for second and third in class, 825 to 826. So improving an 826 right now can really help him out.
Man, lots of smoke starting to emanate from the back of Hayes' Nova as he goes 845 at only 127 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Urkowitz goes 814.8 at 169 in the Malibu.
So he did improve by a little more than a tenth. Jody Koyman on the left-hand side in the 65 Falcon. A 1064 yesterday, solidly in the field. And Monique in the right-hand side, also in the field with a 1079 in the 77 Corvette.
Nice and clean little Falcon. It goes 10.607 at 124.93. And for Monique Allen, a 10.62 at 123.49.
So they both improve a little bit and hold on to their positions on that 32 car field.
Randy Hammonds and Gary Dufek coming up right now. Gary, another the Shelby Mustang contingent. This is a 2021 model year car. It's a 15 Corvette for Randy Hammonds,
who is just outside the field with a 1096 yesterday. He's going to have to probably run in the 1060s in order to bump out the slower guys who are in the 32 car field. And that's not going to happen.
Hammond's car just really bogged hard coming off the starting line. A lot of available traction out here today. Goes 1095.1, 133.89. Gary Dufek goes 11.10 at 125.91.
4 tenths quicker than he ran yesterday. We're seeing a lot of improvement here at the Rock.
I'm guessing we're going to see Hammonds back up again. He can get a little more aggressive with the launch RPM and maybe get that car cut down pretty hard from what it just ran. Herb White and Rick Cruz. Herb White is the second most famous Herb White in drag racing history. Who is the first, David?
Herb White.
Who is the why? Why is the Herb White famous?
Do tell, Brian.
This is next level drag racing dorkery. Herb White is the guy that owned the house across the street at the end of the shutdown area in Columbus.
Columbus.
So
yeah.
Herb White is the guy who had a funny car end up in his front yard on fire, and Herb White is who NHRA bought the piece of property from to build the sand trap across the back of Refugee Road. And now you know.
Obscure.
How dare you? Kanan Hall and Zach Moji coming up right now. Moji in the Corvette and Hall in the In Rust We Trust 77 C10 truck. 1057 or 53.7, 136 for the C10. A 1096 at 124 for Zach Moji.
One of my favorite moments was Herb White is one of two. Who was the other one?
Herb White.
Herb White.
Yeah, no, you nailed that. Next level, man. That was next level comedy. Scott White and Tracy Holtzclaw coming up right now. Holtzclaw, 2016 model year Caprice. Scott White in the Durango RT.
People asking if Matt Frost has run yet. No, he has not. 1083 on the left-hand side, 130 miles an hour, and 1201 at 113 in the right for Scott White with the Durango.
John Sharp and Tim Baptista. Baptista from up my neck of the woods, Massachusetts guy. Baptista in that 1967 Chevelle. They made the drag week adventure several times in that car now, continuing to improve its performance. 1060 at 129.76 for the Chevelle. John Sharp goes 1160 at 129 miles an hour.
The Chevelle improves just a little bit. Here is Riley Grabiak on the right-hand side. This is the car that I promised you, Brian. It's a 37 Chevy Coupe. You've seen it show up here before in beater condition, and now look at the thing. Beautiful greens, got a fresh 383 in the thing. I believe it's going to be good for about a 10, well, it's run 1060. They ran 1093 yesterday.
And the Helger boys coming up from Rhode Island in their 55 two-lane blacktop style Chevy. Thing got a little loose early, it looked like, was skating around out there as Grabiak goes 1074.5 at 123, and Helger runs 1118 at 133. Plenty more where that came from. We'll see the Helger boys back.
So Riley improved by 0.2. Let's see what's happening right there.
Bobby Admire was a racer in the Southeast Street and Yeet drag and drive event this year. He did the dial your own class, so he had to pick a dial in to start the week. Bobby Admire chose 6.0 as an 8th mile event. Bobby Admire raced his car for days on end and averaged a perfect 6.0.
Really?
At the end of the event.
Like 6.00.
6.00.
Radical.
Admire takes it to the house here, 10.06, 135 miles an hour. Jason Stanford going 10.20 at 134.
Admire having run 6.40 in the 8th that time, 0.4 off his pace from what you were just telling me about.
Sorry, dialed 660, average 660.
There you go. That makes more sense.
Kerry Nisheim and Dave Workman coming up right now. Workman, the 57 Ford F100 truck, and Kerry driving the Grabber Blue 13 model year Mustang. Workman was first on the leave, and he is going to handle his business in that diesel-powered 57 F100, bludgeoning his way down the racetrack, 11.12 at 115 miles an hour. And Nisheim goes a 12.29 at 112.78 miles an hour. A truck that has back again, one of the coolest rigs out here. I love this thing, the Melting Pistons Dodge. It is a four-wheel drive. Last year it had slicks in all four corners. This year they actually got treaded tires on the front of it.
This is the vehicular embodiment of Brian Loans.
Dominic Liberschi. It is all of that. It is awkward and wide, curvaceous. Cliff Olson in the Corvette.
The difference is it moves quickly and is more entertaining.
Two things that I continue to struggle with.
The rearview mirrors are an added flair this year.
They are.
Speaking of which, I think he did literally add flair. Did it have those wide, like, dually fenders last time?
I think it did, just to cover the giant tires on it. But that thing, something going on there, that almost like they staged it just to get an elapsed time here, but they are definitely not making a bunch of power. 12.28, 114 for Olson. Liberschi goes 17.24 at just 69, so hopefully they have time to wrench on it and get it back up here and lean into the thing. Brad Berry. Mike Norkovich coming up right now. Norkovich, the 2000 GMC Sierra truck. Barry, the 1991 Mustang. No major craziness to report out there. 11.23 at 123 for the truck. Barry runs at 11.46 also at 120 miles an hour. Man, that is an open rear end in that car, at least if unintentionally it is now. The burnout done by Jim Wade in the 1963 Pontiac Le Mans. The left rear tire spun, but the right rear was just kind of along for the ride.
I remember when this showed up as, I think, a beater in 2019. Yeah. They had just thrown it together. It does have actual Pontiac power in it. It's claiming 428 on the hood.
Yeah, really, really cool car. Of course, the Super Duty versions of these were legendary. They made a handful of them with the 421 engines. Mike Kalbfeld.
I believe Mickey Thompson put together the very first one.
Probably did.
Yeah, Mickey Thompson and Fritz Voigt.
Mike Caulfield will take his car down to 997, and the Pontiac goes 1177 at 115.68 as Ray Hageman and Carl Copia come up right now. Copia driving his 1962 Marina Blue Nova. The 1969 Mustang Coupe. No fastbacks allowed for Hageman.
What just happened, Brian?
I don't know. Maybe he needs an explanation about how a torque converter works, because that one sounds like it ain't cutting the mustard out there for Copia. Goes 1128 at 100 miles an hour, and the RPM flare on that was bizarre. Like, it was just kind of, the RPM was just wandering up and down as Hageman went through it at 1249 at 109. Sandra Phillips and the beautiful clean Monte Carlo left-hand side. So the Monte starting to simply run straight out of the life of Sandra Phillips here. Monte goes 10.16.2 at 139. Phillips goes 12.99.9 at 115.24. Derek Motley and Mark White.
Mark White gets the 8th, 6:62 in the quarter mile, 10:32 at 132. In the left-hand side, 12:25 at 124.41. This Fox looks like something I'd own. Total beater and a stick car. Love it. I also like the notch. And is it a 4i?
It is. With that angle front end, it's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Robert Filger, the 1962 Nova, left-hand side.
Filger, all-motor small block car, having run 1092 yesterday.
And Travis Clark shifting his own gears, goes 1077.2 at 132 miles an hour. Filger, a 1088 at 125.
So a little bit better run for Filger and a little bit worse run for the Mustang.
Interesting truck over here. This is a V10 powered 2004 Ram of Andy Savakinas. Now, these V10 trucks, my understanding was you could only ever get them in the crew cab style. You could never get a single cab short bed Viper truck.
Yeah, you could.
You could?
Yeah.
I thought they only had them in the crew cab variety. And David Gallimore, the 1971 Chevelle, next to him.
So it's a V10 motor. It is a stick. This is the guy who walked up into the tower at Byron and paid me $100 to try and pronounce his last name correctly. Savakinas, by the way.
Sounds like a mix between
neutral is a gear, right?
Yeah. 1102 at 123 miles an hour, and Savakinas on the hunt for fifth gear out there will be back again at 1501 at 96 miles an hour. I don't know if Fulton can get a T56 in that Cessna, so he's more of a rocker arm delivery operative than a full transmission. So David Wicks.
You know, if you do need transmission help, you can see Rick Johnson over at Gear Vendors. He knows a lot of transmission shops everywhere. He knows what's going on with the technology, so if you've got any difficulties, go see our major sponsor, Gear Vendors.
And 1165.5 at 119.81 miles an hour for Wicks.
We have a treat coming up for you on the live feed. Make sure to tell your friends they're going to want to see the milk truck. This thing was doing big wheelies at Drag Week a few years ago, and then they tamed it down at some other events, and the wheelies, as of yesterday, were back. So I hope he doesn't fail me here. Nick Cryer with the Divco.
So they blew the door off this thing. They came out to an NHRA event this year with the truck, and they did some stuff like exhibition stuff, and all of a sudden it's going down the racetrack, and it's like, what was that? And they had to, like, the windshield came in, like, it was all kinds of crazy, but it was a function of the fact that it is the aerodynamic properties of the structure we're standing in right now. But pulls wheelies and goes fast. It is certainly Just a really eye-catching, cool thing. Steve McNair, the Cadillac ATS-V, opposite Pryor. There's the wheel stand.
I kept it down a little bit. Yesterday was a lot better as the Detroit Industrial Vehicle Company truck goes down track with a 663 to the 8th. The quarter mile, 1046, 127. The ATS-V CAD on the other side, 1185, 122.
Cadillac guys thinking, if only I had a milk truck. You can see the novice driver sticker, or we can see the novice driver sticker on the back of the Mustang VP side, and Rob Barhorst on the right side of the racetrack will be coming up in the late model Challenger. So Barhorst on the right side takes the late model Challenger down to the finish line, 12:18 at 110. The Mustang, unassuming looking as it is, goes 1071 at 128.83.
Chad Garrett's being pushed back here on the left-hand side. Interestingly, that 67 Mustang, he built a 438 cubic inch Windsor for it just so that he could exceed the 430 cubic inch limit and move himself into the big block class, because big block is slower than small block. So that's why he put himself there. As Eric goes down, not having a fantastic launch at a 159 short time, the 8th mile 689. The Nova runs 1077 at 126.
All right, we have a racer that is lost an item. So a racer left the Milwaukee tire inflator in the staging lanes, and I'm not sure what their name is. Oh, wait, it's a tool. I thought it was a person from Milwaukee. My bad. If you found a Milwaukee tire inflator in the staging lanes, please bring it to Tanya in time slips. Lonnie is holding his phone up.
Delta Group, D Group to lanes. The Delta Group, come to lanes.
And once again, if you found a Milwaukee Tools tire inflator in the staging lanes, please bring it to see Tanya. We can use it to stuff in Keith's mouth. Carl Barhorst and Charlie Krause coming up, and is Krause in the big Monte Carlo in that 1974 Pontiac GTO. Carol Barhorst, of course, in 74 would have had a Pontiac 350 in it. Has proper Pontiac power still, goes 1106, 126. And Krause in the Monte Carlo goes 1035, 5 at 130.
And racers, do not fail to hand in your time slip before you leave. Time slip booth is here in the tower. There are directions. If you are facing the back of the tower and look over on the left-hand side, there's a door and there are arrows that lead you up to hand in your time slip. Do not forget, it is not our responsibility to keep track of your times. That is on you. Alan Whitaker here on the right-hand side in the 72 Monte Carlo. He's running in... Isn't that Ultimate Iron? Sorry for the delay there. Number in the information was different than the number in reality. Alan Whitaker in the Monte Carlo is running in Pro Street Power Adder. Yesterday he had a bad day, had to take that 22nd ET. That sort of knocks him out of contention for any kind of win, but he's sticking with it.
These are such cool cars. We've had a great number of big, fast Monte Carlos over the years at Drag Week. This is another one to add to the list.
Not that fast on this particular pass as he doesn't get a hold of the track. Kyle Buntley goes down in the left-hand lane, and he's going to get passed by that big old tank of a car as he blasts 192 miles an hour and an 890 out of the Monte Carlo after that very poor leave, 2 second 60-foot time.
That's a high horsepower super comp dragster.
Yeah.
That's what that run looks like. 10:02 140 for Buntley. So Rovick coming up right now. It is Rovick in his Oldsmobile, and Bill Heath. Heath, the 1971 Plymouth in purple, and Rovick Ahua driving that 1967 Olds. And the big motor Nova has come around the bend again. Man, that thing a much more aggressive launch for Rovick in the Oldsmobile.
Will it get in the nines? Nope. 10-14, 135.
Making enough steam, though. 135 miles an hour for sure.
Left-hand lane, 11:58, 119 out of the Pro Street Purple Duster.
Group D, the lanes are open. The lanes are open for Group D,
which are significantly slower cars than we've got on the line right now. Matt Sweet in the right-hand side is the story we've been following so closely. He's trying to outrun Doc McIntyre for the quickest naturally aspirated car of all time. If he does that on this pass, he'll have to go quicker than 789. Mike Reimers on the left-hand side is trying to work his way up to the quickest car in Street Machine Eliminator. Currently, he's number 2. He's going to have to run a low 10.0.
The last run that Sweet made, the car was just too lazy down low. It ran in the high 8-second bracket, if I remember correctly, but it did not really have any sort of guts coming out of the hole. We'll see how hard it hits the tire here. That's more like it. Made a little wheel speed coming off the starting line. 118 short time. 140 in the 8th mile, and Sweet goes 784.5, 171.89 miles an hour. That is the quickest single naturally aspirated pass in the history of the event.
However, he has not completed the event yet, so that will not be official unless he makes it all the way to the end. The thing is, he could play some strategy there. Let's say the car is hurt. He could limp it home. I mean, he could run 14s at every track, but if he makes it to the end and completes drag week, that becomes the new record. Doc's old record for a single pass was 789.
Mike Reimers goes 10 flat at 138 in his Shelby on that run. It's Chad Garrote.
Exactly what he needed to do is the 10.00 for Reimers. Chad Garrote in the left-hand side's going down with that 67 Mustang I told you about, who ran a 438 small block in order to kick himself into the big block class. The cutoff is 430 inches. He goes 1031 at 135. The right-hand lane, the Grand National, 1086, 128. As we see a pair coming up that happens to include Bryant Goldstone in the Javelin.
Somewhere in the ether, Sonny Leonard's like, finally someone did this, right? I've been waiting for someone to do this, but no, what a great approach, and we'll find out how it works for him for the rest of the week. But so far, so good for the Sweet family. Pat Bunel and Bryant Goldstone, the tires heated as 1973 AMC Javelin. This car's story, I think, is cool for many reasons, but it's been upside down, it's been blown up, it's been broken, and he keeps repairing it. He is stuck with it.
Way back in the day, it was white,
yes,
I think, and ran in the NMCA. And remember, he inverted the colors after it went upside down. He changed it from red with black flames to vice versa.
And Paul Bunel is going to try to cut a light on Bryant Goldstone.
That's all he's got.
After the first 6 inches, that's he can claim victory there, and then after that, it's going to be the Goldstone
He needs to tree him by about 3 seconds. And that was generous, actually.
There was
very generous of me.
Goldstone's out of the groove. That car is loose again. It drove itself to the right. And by the time he got out there, the power started coming in, and it started wagging its tail. He'll be back again, 817, 128. But, David, you saw it. It looked okay until the boost really started to ramp in, then it was over with.
Yeah, and he needs to run a 640 today to eclipse Tom Bailey's average. Unofficially, you never know if it's official until you log into HOTROD.com and look at results tomorrow morning. Unofficially, Tom Bailey is currently leading with an average of 664. Which means Goldstone there needs to run 640 to average up to get in that neighborhood.
Paul Llewellyn and Travis Foddy coming up right now. Travis on that right side in that billet case blown Malibu. Llewellyn in the sedate-looking 01 Corvette, but it's one of these great cars on drag week that is way quicker than it appears. 10.06.8 at 135 miles an hour as Travis goes 10.11.4 at 134.
People are asking, what's Goldstone doing running in the D group? Well, the deal is he was in an impound, and he actually came out in the C group. D group, they're not supposed to be running cars that are quicker. They're not running impound cars during D group. Many people also asking if Matt Frost is back there working on that car in the pits. Jay Grabiak is working on a 1030 at 131 miles an hour as John Powell on the right-hand lane in the S10, 1188, 118.
Frank Veneziano coming up on the right side as Kimball Hodge. Motor pulled down. The car did not seem to want to do a burnout. Clean-looking 1969 Camaro, but does not appear to be the most fire-breathing one on the property. Nice work, Michael Winslow.
That was obscure. That really was.
Hey, listen, if you get the pull, you get it. These jokes aren't for everybody. Might not be for anybody. I bet people in the chat got that one. I mean, it pulled the front end up.
It did. It snapped the front end up, I'll say.
Frank in the Shelby Mustang goes 1070 at 128. Kimball, Detective John Kimball, goes 1161.5 at 136.45. D Group, we are looking for you.
Okay, Veneziano that just went down was on the bump spot for Street Machine Eliminator at the 1087, and he just went 1070.
That helps his cause.
Yeah.
Christopher Vanderwalker and Marianne Young. Young, the 19 model year Mustang GT. Vanderwalker, the 21 model year Hellcat. And Young goes 1047, 134 miles an hour with Vanderwalker running 11 flat at 125.66. Brian Eaton, aggressive burnout over here in the late model Gen 3 heavy powered Charger. And Lonnie Andazola. Brian Eaton's car got loose early. It's going to cost him some. He is going to run out of racetrack before he catches Andazola. 1034 at 130 for Lonnie in the Camaro as Eaton goes 1097 at 122. Got a message to Mom. Jody Koyman's in his Falcon saying, hey, Mom, what's happening? Could be her mom, could be his mom. It's somebody's mom. Hi, Mom. Right side, it is Monique Allen.
Maybe he meant you. Do you have a kid you don't know about?
Look, this isn't the time or the place to have this discussion, David. Koyman goes 1058 at 124 miles an hour. Allen goes 1079 at 123. Fifth and sixth gen Camaros rolling up now. Rick Cruz and Herb White. Now, Rick Cruz's car spun. Cruz was out of the throttle and decided to get back into it. Herb White, 11:26 at 124 for Cruz. 16:046 at 77 miles an hour. Kanan Hall and Scott White. Kanan Hall got pretty aggressive with it early, spun, pedaled, and recovered. Still plenty of guts enough to get down ahead of the 21 model year Durango, as Kanan Hall goes 1077, 135, and White goes 1257 at 112.
The Mazda is back with 440 cubic inches of LS power. Way off pace earlier today. They just got this thing put together. It had an LSA in it last week, and I guess that thing fragged, and so they had this LS sitting around, and they made it happen with a Pro Charger on it. Big ol' hankin' intercooler. Their prior run gave the illusion of having no blower belt.
Just because it ran like it, or
Yeah,
like you couldn't see it?
Exactly.
Decorative boost, I believe, as we've called it
I did
before.
say that at one point, yeah. The thing is, it's just ripping the tire. That was a 1.8 60-foot. That's not going to get him there. Dufik in the left-hand side goes to the 8th mile at 7:31. 7:76 for the Mazda at the big end. 10:27 in the left-hand lane and 11:97 in the right-hand lane. Brian, do not miss the 57 Ford truck right here that has Cummins in it. Do you remember he was here before with the more basic Cummins, and that is a common rail Cummins, and he's got an all-new setup.
And I remember when he ran about 15 minutes ago as well.
Did he?
Yes.
I missed that
No,
part.
I remember that clearly more vividly than you.
Yeah, I might have been researching information to correct all your mistakes.
Right. Well, get back to it.
Little porpoise action coming out of the hole for the 57.
Nice clean setup there for the F100. 10-11 at 139 for Mike Kalfeld, getting to the finish line first into Chevelle. Dave Workman goes 10:54 at 126 in the truck.
The deal with Kalbfeld is that he was low ET in Street Machine Eliminator with a 10:02 yesterday, and he might just get passed up by Reimars in that orange GT350. It is a battle.
Always
to the
a
top
risk.
of the list.
Ray Hageman, right-hand side. Cliff Olson on the left. The Mustang of Hageman gets off the starting line first. Olson, the brake lights illuminated going down the racetrack. That's an interesting look. Hageman goes 12:30 with an 8 at 109. Olson goes 12:66 at a buck 981.
As our camera swings back to the starting line, you can see that Helger is back there in the right-hand side with his Gasser 55 Chevy. I think he didn't get down before.
Yeah, it was a mess before.
Yeah, he's looking to get back into the 1032 neighborhood.
Cody Helger out of Rhode Island. He and his family have been involved in drag racing. They've done a lot of stuff. Raced nostalgia cars. They owned the King and Marshall front-engine top-fuel dragster. They owned the Ohio George alcohol cammer funny car, not the twin-turbo car, the
double B
supercharged
car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, supercharged?
Yes.
Not the turbo car.
Not the turbo
right.
car. They had the supercharged one.
Ohio George, who unfortunately passed away roughly a month ago.
Yeah. This is looking a lot better for Cody Helger. Good power shifting action down there, too. That little wow on the RPM. 10:17, 134 for Helger. Clean as a whistle. And the 55 is Phillips. Goes 11:98 at 116.
We're speaking of Ohio George Montgomery, an absolute dominant guy in the early days of the Gasser Wars. Yeah. I mean, just brutal. He took that one car, 33 or 34 Willys.
Yep, started out with a Cadillac engine in it. Killed everybody with a Cadillac engine for years.
Yes, small block Chevy blown car after that. Ohio George wrote me one time because I had written in Hot Rod magazine that Speedy Bill at Speedway Motors in Lincoln, Nebraska had the oldest still in business speed shop. And so Ohio George sent me an invoice from something he had bought at his speed shop that predated that by like 3 years.
Crazy.
Yeah, and the guy was still alive and kicking. He was totally cool and everything, but he was like So you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The neat thing about him, and I can't speak to the Willies per se, but most of his cars survived. He won a world championship in a turbocharged Pinto in the late 70s, and like complimentary, that's still around. The twin turbocharged Mustang Gasser, the Boss 429 car, that's still around. The twin turbocharged funny car is still around. The camera with the blower, that flip-top funny car is still around. So to me, that's pretty cool. And again, it ties back to, I brought up the name Jack Merkel. It was Jack Merkel that stopped Ohio Georgia's winning streak for basically 1 year at the U.S. Nationals. Merkel beat him, and Jack was a very early adopter of the big block Chevy style of engine in the mid-'60s when that thing first came out. So pretty neat.
Circa 61 or 2, Ohio George won a brand new Ford Falcon at an NHRA event. I want to say it was the Winters, but it might have been the Nationals.
It was probably the Nationals.
It was probably the Nationals back when they gave cars away. And he had that thing maybe up until 10 years ago. I mean, he had it for a long time and ultimately sold the thing.
Yeah, and, we talk about his drag racing exploits, but the guy was a brilliant engine builder. He provided all the engines for the Indy Light series for years. Like, that was his function, was to make sure all those cars, which used a spec engine, had them. And he was the guy that built them all and did all the maintenance and stuff to them. And, you don't fall into a job like that without having a heck of a reputation. A little between group track prep here.
5,700 people watching worldwide right now. Not bad. We were tickling somewhere between that and 6,200 all day long yesterday, so we really appreciate all of you in the live stream, even if I'm going to occasionally berate you.
T.C. Lemons was the guy that jokingly told his mother he was in prison rather than that he told her that he went drag racing. That T.C. Lemons worked with Don Garlitz for many, many years.
Maybe it felt like prison.
His right-hand man. But the joke was that rather than tell his mom he went drag racing, he told her he was in prison. Very, very funny guy. He was part of the original crew that got Don Garlitz set down the right path with that rear-engine dragster back at Sunshine Drag Strip in Florida, where they would go testing, and him and Connie Swingle and Garlitz getting it done.
Passed away 4 years ago?
Somewhere around there.
Ish.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago. Big thanks to everybody who's come out to the racetrack today to hang out with us on a gorgeous Tuesday, especially those of you blowing off work or being unproductive by watching the live streaming coverage here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. If you're on the property, of course, make sure you tell your friends where it's happening and how they can watch so they can see your exploits on the racetrack. See, this guy got the Michael Winslow reference, so it was not a total swing and a miss.
Someone else here is bringing up Floyd Lippincott Jr., the guy who came up with a different persona so that his dad wouldn't know that he was racing.
He didn't come. Steve Gibbs named him that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he was.
Was Gibbs announcing at San Fernando?
It was like, no, he wasn't even announcing. He was like working the race, and they were kind of joking around about what this guy was doing and everything. And the Floyd Lippincott thing, it was like from like The Usual Suspects. He like looked around, the movie The Usual Suspects. The guy looks at the wall and figures out. He like saw like an oil can. It was like Floyd's oil.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It was like Lippincott's or whatever. But
the guy's actual name, Bob Moravez.
Yep.
Out of Burbank, and the deal was his parents would not let him drag race, and he did it anyway. So he went by Floyd Lippincott Jr. just in order to, have his dad not flip through the drag news and go, "What's going on here, kid?"
And, look, and ultimately, his dad did find out and basically disowned the guy. And his dad was they had a successful business and everything, and Bob was Bob was going to do what he did, and Bob went on. Still around, great guy. He and his wife are fantastic people, and he had an incredibly long career as a Maytag man.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
He was in the appliance business for many, many, many years. Yeah.
So Moravez and TV Tommy Ivo and I share a doctor. So if you just think about the turning cough, the sort of link that happens there, it's actually pretty good. You can see on the live stream they are showing Matt Frost down there thrashing to get the car back together. Actually, I don't see much thrash happening. There's one guy fiddling
they're
with
working
it.
on the charge tube now.
Yeah, it sure looks like they are. So we hope to get that car back on track. 7 O's yesterday, clearly a 6-second capable car. We'll find out what happens with an even bigger. That is Matt himself working on it. We'll see what happens with an even bigger Pro Charger on the car.
All right, so it is time for D Group action coming around the corner right now. Jeff Dugopolsky on the left side and Steve McNair coming up right now. I did not believe that is the NFL former quarterback Steve McNair, but maybe it is. If it is, maybe we should go meet him.
Why don't you just go with it?
Maybe I should. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NFL legend Steve McNair in his Cadillac. I've been told. I've been given some horrible news. Not this Steve McNair, clearly, but the other one from the NFL is not coming down for breakfast, and he hasn't for 10 years, apparently. So Jeff Dugopolsky is a guy who has been a drag week runner in several different cars, but this 66 Chevelle has been his calling card for many years. Dugopolsky goes 10-13-7 at 132. Steve McNair goes 1190 at 114 miles an hour. Mike Cavallaro and Mark White. Cavallaro coming up in his Fox Mustang and Mark White in the 6th Gen Camaro. Man, White's car, you can still hear it clawing for traction down there at the top end. 1048 at 131 miles an hour for Mark, as Mike Cavallaro goes 1087 at 128.50. Rovic hot lap in the Oldsmobile here as Carl Copia on the left-hand side. We heard Copia's car leave last time with that hunting RPM, the engine kind of surging up and down. We'll see if he has a little bit better luck here. And the Divcos come back around again. Okay, so Copia's car is a stick. That would explain. He was probably riding the clutch off the starting line last time. That was why the RPM was doing what it was doing. A 1037 at 129 miles an hour for Copia. Much better run. And there's the 9-second blast out of the Oldsmobile. 996.6 at 135.50 for Rovic.
Brian, I sensed you were not the least bit impressed when I casually threw out Detroit Industrial Vehicle Company.
I was not.
No, not a bit. Divco.
Others might have been,
that's
but not
what
me.
Perhaps.
Cool. The plot continues to thicken for the not this McNair, the other McNair. This McNair, great guy. Other McNair, apparently not so much.
Here's breaking news for me. Jim Forbes is who's driving that Corvette right there. I didn't realize that as the Divco goes down 1052, 125. I expected Jim to be in his normal altered wheelbase Chevy 2, but no, he's in that early Corvette that just went 1476 at 96 miles an hour.
And in typical Forbesian fashion, he and his son drove it all the way out from Arizona. 1964 Galaxy of Craig Carlo. Love that. That car is cool. Jim Fowler here on the right side of the 1968 Camaro. 63, 64 Galaxies are great-looking cars.
Well, test your knowledge here. So was a Galaxy ever available in a sedan, or was the Galaxy only the sort of fastback hardtop? Because I had one of these, and it was a custom, and I'm not educated enough to know if that is, in fact, a Galaxy. It probably is. The guy knows what his car is.
Yeah. I think your roofline deal is the Galaxy's as we see it here. The custom was what, a post car basically.
That's what this is. It's a whole different roof line. Ford people are educated, so this guy will come smack me in the back of the head.
Yeah, because the custom was squared off at the back, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Craig Carlo, the 1964 Ford of unknown specific origin, goes 12:15 at 111. Jim Fowler, 13:10 at 102.
I'll be referring to the live feed to see if anybody can give me their expert tutelage about the full-size Ford lineage in 1964.
John Sally and Kevin Dunn coming up right now. Dunn, the 1968 Chevelle in white. Really super nice, clean car there. And John Sally, 17 model year SRT Hellcat Charger. And Sally goes 11:46 at 123, with Dunn going 11:98.8, 115 miles an hour. Get the little Ford-powered coupe of Kevin Jackson.
So this guy has schooled me. I have a 64 Galaxy 500 that's a two-door sedan with the same roof line.
Interesting.
This guy claims all full-size Fords were Galaxies in 64.
So the custom was released. The custom was later?
Yeah, the custom was clearly not a Galaxy.
Kevin Jackson ripping gears in the 5-window Ford coupe. Cody's in the OBS Chevy truck, goes 11:87.8, 115. Jackson 12:69 at 108. C Group is closed. Lonnie has said C Group is closed.
We will be going to an all-run group later, but not now. C Group, just hang in the pits there for a while. Do not come to lanes.
Really neat truck here for Tony McDonald, 1937 model year Dodge truck. Was it still Dodge Brothers trucks at that point, or was it just Dodge? I'm guessing just Dodge, because the brothers had long since passed by then. And Jeff Pagano in his purple 1972 El Camino. They both got tailgates on them, and they both get to the finish line pretty quick. 11:31 at 119 for Pagano. McDonald goes 11:87 at 104.
And if you want to know the intriguing story of the Dodge brothers' relationship with Henry Ford, listen to the Brian Loans Dorkomotive Podcast.
Yeah, they had a great and wild, well, it was a great relationship for a couple minutes. Then they hated each other, but they all got really rich. So it's a very interesting thing.
Everyone digs on the roof rack on this Corvette. Looks like it's a roof rack with like rally lights on the front of it.
Yeah, there's a whole kind of bug-out look to this roof rack.
It's an overlanding Corvette.
Mike Bogardus, the 1977 AMC Hornet, but ready to pull off the Astro spiral jump in this thing. Wesley Kawaja goes down the racetrack. Wesley goes 12:56 at 99. Bogardus goes 12:71 at 106.
And if you want to know more about the Astro spiral jump,
follow me on Instagram for more life hacks. Jody Ames and Jim Dressler coming up. Ames, the 2014 Jaguar XKRS.
As Drag Week degenerates into the Brian Loans PR program.
No, you're degenerating it. I am not doing no such thing. The 99 Camaro of Jim Dressler on the right side. Yeah, Ames and the Jag. There's a guy named Robert Clifford that used to run a top sportsman car that was a Jag XJ or XKR. 1181, 117 for Jody Ames in the XKR. Dressler goes 1165 at 116. And so he would come up at the starting line. It was actually at this race that I would joke around and like announce his run with like a horrible British accent until someone actually came in and asked what I was doing. Kevin Douglas and Brian Wibbenmeyer. 80 Malibu and a 78 Malibu. The Wibbenmeyer Douglas connection here to the finish line stripe. 12:14 with a 9 at 111 for Clark Hunter. Brother Douglas goes 12:02 at 114.
Speaking gibberish reminds me of all of the different places where you can watch MotorTrend Fast TV. Brian, imagine all of these words being spoken in 1955. You can watch MotorTrend Fast TV on Samsung TV Plus, Samsung Xumo, Vizio, Amazon, Plex, Roku, and Google.
Nice. Those are, yes, that sounds very Eisenhower speech.
Right.
Brian Clark and Ben Hunter. Hunter, the Pontiac G8 with LS power, goes 12:22 at 1:13. Brian Clark goes 12:89 at 1:14.
I cannot read the message on the back window of the Camaro from here. Can you?
I cannot. Adam Lowhorn coming up. Lowhorn, his take on a way to tribute the famed Grumpy Jenkins Chevrolet Camaro, late 1960s. Adam Green, 1979, late second-gen Camaro. And Lowhorn ripping his own gears out there with his Grumpy's Toy lettered 69 Camaro.
And that is the guy who drives in the Southeast Gassers. Is his Falcon called Rod Slinger? Is that what
That's
it is?
his.
Yeah.
Adam Green, 10605 at 109 miles an hour. It's got a couple of years on it now, but if you're a MotorTrend Plus subscriber, you can check out the episode of Put Up or Shut Up we made with the Southeast Gasser guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look up that show. Hosted by Brian Loans. There's a number of episodes called Put Up or Shut Up. You can also see Brian and I on one of the Holiday Hoopty Championship shows. Or did we do that twice?
We did that twice.
Yeah.
Then I was fired. And here we are. Anyway, Dan Miller and Steve Tilley. Tilley, the 1970 C10. The two of us, lunkheads, are also on the new and I believe discontinued Super Turbo Storytime as well.
There's a commenter on here. His name is Thomas Wisnant. I wonder if he's related to Reed. You'll have to let us know. You're related to Reed Wisnant? Dan Miller goes down 12:28, 112 on the left-hand side. It was 15:89 at 85 miles an hour.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Drew Smitherman in a 1977 Ford Thunderbird.
This is the Blunderbird.
The blunderbuss, and a 96 Impala SS for Robert Schmidt. So we have the two largest by land volume cars here on the property next to each other.
Oh, just you watch the Thunderbird. Look at the beauty. He's tuning in the 8-track right now. It's like, oh, man.
Everything that 460 can give, it's happening. Barry White playing.
Yeah, Tom Jones.
The velour.
Yeah.
The gentle breeze through the whistling dried. Weather stripping. 1903 at 72 miles an hour. Drew Smitherman, here's to you, guy balling on a budget. 1249 at 109. Ken Walter, and Hunter Hayes coming up right now. Hayes, how about a 57 Chevy sedan delivery? And Walter, the 1970 Chevelle. 1373-2 with a speed of 102. And Hunter Hayes, 1452 at 97. Randy Giuliani, who is in a whole lot less legal trouble than some other guy that shares the same last name, and Ryan Majkrowski on the right side, that 1969 GTO Judge, 1213 at 116 miles an hour. Randy in the 1968 Super B goes 1149 at 111 miles an hour. The high-riding gasser style Chevy 2 here, Bob Levens and Andy Holloman, the 1971 Nova.
Gasser style, yet running in Street Machine Eliminator. That's a guy who probably could have done better in the final placement had he entered the Gasser class.
Yes, that's a fact. That's a fact, Jack. 1203, 112 for Levens. Holloman goes 1220 to 114 miles an hour. Great little car here. The Trevor Hawkins driven Dodge rolling up. Or I should say Plymouth rolling up. Gen 3 Hemi power in that car, and Brian Decker, the 1979 C10 Chevy. Oh, man, the Electra's back. And Hawkins goes 1191, 114, with Decker finishing his run 1555 at 85. Once again, D Group. Lanes are open for D Group. It's got a Mercedes SL back there.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
How are we not matching him up with a Thunderbird guy?
We would throw it in the trunk of the Thunderbird and have it just go down. George Wright is in the left-hand side. Yesterday, they told us it was a 70 Duster. Today, they have corrected that to 73 Duster. I believe the difference between the 73 and 4 is how much of that plastic rubber bump strip is between the body and the bumper for the impact bumpers.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Frank Broco goes 1299, 107, and Wright 15 flat at 94 after having a significant bog on the starting line.
It may not have a slant 6, but it runs like one.
So the Buick Electra 455, Electra 225 of Ken Wimmer, or Kyle Wimmer, just completed a burnout past the starting line for reasons known only to Kyle Wimmer.
This one's in the mobile home class. It is like 6,000 pounds. It does have a 455 in it and a 4L85. They run a little nitrous shot on the thing, and it's going to be surprisingly quick for what it is.
And Bree Brewer, 17 model year Mustang.
Also the Bass Boat glitter on the roof of the Buick. You're going to have a long time to get a nice long gander at that.
I think that thing's got a stick in it.
What, the Buick?
Yeah, because when he had the door open, it looked like it looked like it had a stick shift, and unless it's maybe using a quarter stick shifter or something like that.
Your opinion is wrong. 1429 at 97 miles an hour.
Bree Brewer goes 1507 at 88 miles an hour.
See, the 4L85E is no longer a manual transmission, Brian.
I know you said it had in it, but I also know what I saw when the door was open. He was driving by, and I watched
said
the thing
what I
kinda
said.
heave itself down a racetrack. Ben Brown and Bobby Rip coming up right now.
All right, Brian, check out the 450 SL in the first 5 feet. It looks like it's going to accelerate.
Listen, this car is driven by a guy whose name fits the automobile. His name isn't Bill Smith. His name is Dallas Paul Falcon, and he's driving a 1974 Mercedes-Benz 450 SL. Wow.
5 feet.
It does look like for that first, just enough for my first brain synapse to go, wow, and then go, oh.
Oh.
And Jay Kretschmar is next to the SL, and Kretschmar has a Camaro that goes 1228 at 113. Falcon, I think it goes 1360,
yeah,
so 101
pretty good.
miles an hour. It's got to have an LS motor in it, right?
No way.
I mean, I would have to guess.
Why would you do that?
I know, when you could put something more,
slow.
you know, like a Coyote in it, something really easy to manage in the front of a Mercedes.
Yeah, I think that would slip in much easier.
Colin Andrews and Billy Gebhardt. Gebhardt family, long a constant here at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors. Great to see their names out here for yet another year. 1214 at 112 as Andrews goes a 1256 at 107.
Okay, the truck unloading a pound of dirt onto the starting line as he goes down to a ripping 2060 foot. You know, the G-force is just going to tear that dirt out of the quarter panel every single time. He actually goes 1294 at 107 in the truck. On the left-hand side, the Gen 3 Hemi-powered Dart goes 1210 at 115.
I'm just glad the bed cap stayed on the back of the truck under the brutal forces of 107 miles per hour.
You know, the danger is that, you know, Chris here in the Vista Cruiser is not going to be able to get a hold of the track with that dirt on there. These guys are going to have to get out the resin for that car.
Oh,
because it's got a fresh motor in it. Yesterday they were dying for the 15s, and he ends up running bottom 15s. Today, as Window says, come on, 14s on the wagon.
I like it. Forward progress as Charlie Dale will be on the other side of the racetrack. It's a 79 Camaro.
If you got a pickup truck running today, do us a favor and unload the manure out of the bed before you actually launch.
Yeah, if you got some buffalo chips back there, we do not need them on our starting line. Breaking news, Nick Mancini needs a dowel pin. A big block Chevy dowel pin. Or just a Chevy dowel pin, because it must be the same size. So
as in like a cylinder head pin?
I'm guessing so.
Wow. Strange thing to break at Drag Week, but hey.
A Chevy dowel pin for Nick Mancini. He has the black Cutlass. And we have his number up here. Once again, if you have a spare dowel pin, help a brother out.
You know, it's the dowel pin that actually locates the cylinder head. I've seen people run without them with just the bolts, and it's not the right thing to do. All right, will we see a 14 out of the wagon as he watches Charlie Dale go down in his Camaro?
Absolutely not with a 220.
220 60 foot? Yeah, no. 968 from the Camaro.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
1491 with a 6. He charged on the top end, Brian.
That's what it was. I did not see that coming. The 83-mile-an-hour speed at the 1,000-foot mark gave me hope, and then he kicked it another 7 up from there in the last 300 feet. Charlie Dale goes 968 at 139. Kevin Adams and Corey Rusak.
Chris Hosner in that wagon actually designs T-shirts for Mike Finnegan and has done one for me as well.
Adams goes 11:57.5 at 116. Corey goes 12:48.9 at 112. Oh, man, a Tempest wagon. How cool is that? S10 truck on one side, C10 truck on the other here. Steve Corson and Matt Helms. If you squint your eyes, you'll be at LS Fest South.
Yeah. Or if you squint your ears.
Squint your soul. That's Matt Helms. Quarter-mile ET in his OBS truck, 1182 at 112. Corson, 1302 at 108 miles an hour. The 1964 Tempest wagon.
They had a plan. There was 2 Tempest wagons out here, and they had a plan to run them both side by side all week. Clearly, the other one's fallen off the itinerary somewhere. The guy in the right-hand lane has got a Firebird, but disappointingly for you Pontiac guys, it's got a 327 Chevy in it. More disappointingly for Snyder, it seems like he's lost fire. The 4-speed 327 powered F-body goes 1454 at 97.8 miles an hour.
And Snyder is kind of adrift out there at about 300 feet. We'll find out if he can get it refired or not.
Adrift would suggest some movement.
It is moving.
Is it?
Yeah. Thank you.
I see that.
Thank you. Not only was I right, you got dogpiled on by
the
clock operator. Everybody spun around and said it is moving, man.
And it's moving more now.
With greater alacrity now.
Thank you.
the Volvo wagon, as we compare educational resumes here. We've begun at one guy that fell out of 6th grade. David was part of a very successful prison work release program, which garnered him a GED at age 35.
And you beat me to that one. We're of one mind. Yours is just significantly quicker.
Nate Bender and Spencer Moorfield coming up. Moorfield has the 1990 Volvo. Got to be packing LS power, of course.
No way.
Rumbly V8 noises. emitting from its boxy frame.
Yes, can confirm. LS Power.
Oh, the Escape is back.
The Escape.
The Escape is returned.
Yep.
And so Spencer Moorfield goes 1172 at 119. Bender goes 1361. And this guy in the truck came back. Did this thing finish, or did he frag the drive shaft last year?
The truck?
Yeah, I thought he broke something last year.
That sounds familiar.
It does the whole
Your
thing.
heart?
It does the whole thing where the chassis tries to bend in half and the bed tries to fall off and the axle hates its life.
It did wheel hop brutally
Yeah.
on the 1-2 shift yesterday.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, look at it go. Yeah, there.
See Warren Evans backing me up on that.
Still has a drive shaft, still has axle wrap problems. You know, it may break parts, but at least it goes 15s, right? So
Exactly.
1335 out of the right-hand lane, and sure enough, as promised, 15-15 at 90 miles an hour for the 4x4.
It may come as a shock to some of you, but the lift blocks are not the best addition to make to a drag racing vehicle. You just saw the nitrous being purged out of the Escape. So this Escape, this is Ralph Rugg in the Escape and Tyrus Cobb in the Escape, Ralph Rugg in the 86 Dodge. This thing, he and his dad came out last year. They stripped the guts out of it. It ran 14s. Now they're spraying it.
Yeah, it was the bolt-off Escape.
Yeah.
They unbolted a bunch of parts to make it light.
1390. What else do you need? What else do you need in your life beyond that? 1390 at 101 for Tyrus Cobb, who sounds like he is a mariner from the 1800s. That's a great name.
I think he should sign up for Uber with the Escape. That'd be perfect.
1194.2 at 113 miles an hour for Ralph Rugg, but Tyrus Cobb cracking off 13s in the Escape.
And the 63 Studebaker pickup, Brian, based upon the...
Well, it's got a Ford Ranger bed on it.
It does, but it's based on the Lark passenger car.
Yes. Yeah. They took the best part of the Lark. Oh, wait a second. No, there was no best part of that. But they basically like cut they cut a Lark in half. I mean, the front of the nose of the thing is identical, right?
Yep.
I wonder where the actual cab came from. If they sourced that from somebody else, or do they manufacture the cabs?
You know what it almost looks like is, it slipped my mind. What's the pickup truck that was made in Compton, just slab-sided, little tiny pickup? Oh, come on.
Not the King Midget.
No. Okay, I'm going to have to find this now.
It's Matt 6th in the 85 S10 and Jeff 6th in the 63 Rudebaker. And it will be Jeff, or rather Matt, having more horsepower than Jeff.
Brian, it was the Powell pickup truck. Have you seen them? Here's a Powell.
I mean, that makes a swept line look
Swept.
artistic.
Yeah, it does. Very slab-sided.
Wow.
Did you not actually know of the Powell?
And they were made in Compton, California?
That's right. I'm thinking you will hear about the Powell on an upcoming episode of the Dorkomotive Podcast
Unless
with Brian
somebody
Lones.
died in their creation or had some horribly mangled life because of it, I tend to skip those stories. But yeah, if it ruins someone's life,
I think
I'd
it
be
did,
on
as a matter of fact. I think it bankrupted the guy horribly. Neil Torbett in the right-hand side. Stephen Hurlbut on the left.
And so Hurlbut goes 1370. Torbett in the truck, 1355. That thing was having issues in the middle of the course. More Volvo wagon action. Ed Davalos right side, 68 Camaro. Mike Hennessy in the 93 Volvo 940 wagon. So Davalos is going to have no issue maintaining the forward position here ahead of the Volvo, 1177, 116. Hennessy goes 1349, 3 at 104. The Powell pickup truck. I'm glad I've learned of this today.
Brian, our tragically entertaining commentary has paid off. We have crested 6,000 people watching today.
We like well, maybe you can't make jokes about viruses anymore, so I won't. I'll stop doing that. I was going to say a thing that probably, no.
I may catch one Thursday night.
George Hill, the 2002 BMW station wagon, and Hill goes 1348 forward, 104.92 miles an hour. feel a certain something coming on.
This guy advises that the Powell is horrific. Yeah, you're going to want to just go ahead and open another window and Google the Powell pickup truck.
And then clean your eyes with bleach. Chris Gilbert and John Chamora, don't clean your eyes with bleach, guys. Don't eat the Tide Pods. Don't clean your eyes with bleach. We have to say that now. Chris Gilbert, 64 Nova wagon, and John Chamora. Remember this thing? Is this the same Beretta that was like he sprays it and it went quicker and quicker last year? Like I think it was running 12s or something like that.
I have the memory of a gnat, Brian, so
but it's a Beretta, man. How do you not remember? You remember a Powell, but not a Beretta?
I remember the Escape.
The Escape. Man, look at that thing torque steer. That thing was hunting all over the place.
754 to the 8th mile, and the Beretta goes 1177 at 113. You can, in fact, hot rod anything. Left-hand side, 1429 at 105 out of the Nova wagon.
Nitrous for the win as Gilbert. Yeah, just over 105 miles an hour. Adam Buntley and Sarah Johnston. Buntley, another of the racers that competed at the Southeast Street and Yeet drag and drive event. Buntley did not finish. Car runs at low sixes to the 8th mile. See how quick he goes here. Sarah Johnston, 11 model year Camaro. Buntley handling his business out there. Actually, 7:01 to the 8th here. Car had gone 6:03 at the other event. 10:92 at 124 miles an hour as Johnston goes 11:12 at 58. Or the 12:87 at 112.58.
Brian, the guy here on the left-hand side with the beautiful green 55 speaks your lingo.
Yeah, he's got New England Dragway kill stickers on the rear quarter glass of that car. I saw it when they came by, so that's pretty awesome stuff. Matt Backus and Marcus Clark side by side.
Banging gears with a small block in that green car. He's running B gas, which is for non-supercharged cars. It's a lower-end gas class. The right-hand side, the Nova, runs 1136 115, and we saw 1288 at only 76 miles an hour. Something going wrong
There
up
was
there.
a little emission of smoke down there, and I don't know if he maybe missed a gear or something like that, but yeah, it definitely kind of nosed over at the end of the run, performance-wise. Darren Keck and Rick Charters coming up. Charters, the 86 Camaro in white. 84 Ford LTD wagon for Darren Keck. So Darren Keck goes 13:43.1 at 95 miles an hour. Rick Charters 15:46 at 86.97 miles an hour. Happy to report here of some stuff flinging back and forth on text that our NHRA drag race beat the F1 race in the ratings on Sunday.
That's fantastic for you.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really
it's
great.
good for the sport. Hey,
Drag racing's dead, Brian.
That's aimed at Captain Cheeto on the couch out there
Right.
with his yellow stained hands talking about drag racing being dead. Pete Hellwig, Jen Reynolds leaving the starting line. Hellwig's got you covered, 12:76.5 at 110. Jen Reynolds goes 13:85 at 94.
Hey, let's thank our sponsors, Gear Vendors Overdrive, clearly the leading sponsor that we've got here. But then we have a lot of support as well from Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Holly NOS, responsible for that fantastic Beretta, VP Racing Fuels, and Edelbrock.
Austin Mathias and John Kazil going down the racetrack. Mathias had a massive 1.5-second head start on the starting line. Mathias goes 12:72.4 at 106 with Kazil going 11:68 at 132.
And here's your other 64 Tempest wagon, breaking the promise of running side-by-side with the other one all week long. This one, as you can tell by the hole in the hood, is loaded with a bone stock 6-liter. He said it has 200,000 miles on it. They blew up their good 6-liter, threw this one in because they wanted to make it to drag week. The Camaro on the right-hand side is exceeding the acceleration capabilities of that 200,000 miles 6.0 and went 12:07. The Tempest 14:01.
Rye Klemp and Travis Beach coming up next. Couple of neat pickup trucks here. The 86 C10. Travis Beach, the 1970 Ford F100. You know, I think we've talked about this before, but what internally these trucks were referred to. We used to call them the square body trucks, these GM trucks. What were they called internally?
The round line.
Why?
Because they had rounded edges along the top where they didn't have drip rails, which they then added the second year after the rain poured on everybody's shoulder.
Yeah, the round lines of the roof and of the doors. So, yeah, we would call them the square bodies, but internally they were the round line trucks. Now you know. 70 F100, really nice example of an F100 there. You've recently picked up a 59 or 60 F250?
A 60.
Yeah.
The Fridge. The Fridge is good. There's a Fridge racing here with that common rail diesel.
Yes.
57 to 60 is the Fridge. Then 61 to 66 is the Slick.
So Travis Beach, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Travis Beach just taking the tree here. He's going to basically accept a 20-second elapsed time. They were looking for wheels for this truck, and I'm not sure what's going on with it, that they don't want to take it down the racetrack, but they were looking for a set of front wheels. They wanted to get the thing clearly, at least in the beams. You get credit for the day, and maybe they can find themselves a set of rollers and actually make a full power pass. So really, those trucks are referred to as the Fridge trucks? I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
57 to 60.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Oh, that truck is missing a right front fender.
Okay, so we're hearing that the wheels were delivered, but they cannot be located specifically. So if you have wheels that aren't yours, or you said, hey, look, I found some wheels, those are for the guys in the truck.
And I happened to catch as he rounded the corner over here, the right front fender was gone. I'm guessing he blew a wheel, chucked a wheel, killed the fender, something like that. What we need is a burnout out of Kevin Kovich here in his 90. Oh, wait, that's the wrong guy. That's not a Mustang. I happen to know that that's a third-gen Camaro.
Oh, really?
Yes.
By sight?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I did. That is that guy's first car. It's pretty cool. Very, very clean third-gen. It's got a 355 small block and a stick in it. It's a 5-speed. As you can tell by the bogging launch. And banging gears, blowing smoke in between them. Benjamin Dubbett in the right-hand side in the 86 old Cutlass. 1060 or 1167, 97 miles an hour on the left-hand side, 1327 at 107.
Here comes Brian Gebhardt now.
440 powered third-gen Charger.
Fuselage era styling of Chrysler and the Trevor Sussler driving
the crew cab Chevelle.
Yeah, the crew cab Chevelle.
That thing sort of putted off the line, but it looks like it's getting after it.
Yeah, almost 108th mile all of a sudden, and he goes 11:74.8. Brian Gebhardt goes 11:48.3.
Dallas Shelton, the right-hand side, a 446-pack version of the 71, I believe, Super B. It might be an RT.
So it's interesting. We're both pals with Herb McCandless. I got to see Herb at the U.S. Nationals. His newest additions to his big letter car collection is VIN number 002, the very second 300C ever built.
Charger 1154, and the pickup truck 1527.
He also has a complete and is being restored 57 fuel-injected car, of which they made 7, and apparently all were brought back in, and he has the last one that is a complete system that now functions again and will be drivable.
Did he convert it to EFI?
No.
No?
It is the actual factory parts.
Because he would be prone to do such a thing.
He would. No, this one is going back the way it was.
Straight
it's basically
legit?
the only one on Earth.
Yep. The Nomad went 1415, and the Monza 1280. Herb McCandless, great dude. Jeff Straska on the right-hand side, 14:22 at 102. And Joey Nicole on the left-hand side, 14:04 at 95 miles an hour in the S10.
A battle of the late model Chargers coming up here, 19 model year, 17 model year cars. Looks like one is an RT, and one may have the larger motor in it. We'll find out pretty quick.
All run groups. Lanes are now open for all run groups. This is when you're going to start to see some of the quicker cars come back, try and make better runs than they did earlier in the day. John Sally going down on the right-hand side. I like the sassy grass color, only available briefly in 2017. It's 1182 at 123 on the left-hand side, 1347 at 106. Obscure Mopar trivia reminds me that we should send well wishes to Steve Magnante,
Yes.
who is still struggling with a brain infection. And that's basically all I know. There's a lot of folks who are asking about him, and I just don't have more details. It's not that I'm concealing it. It's been kept a little bit quiet by the family. They just ask to send well wishes.
Apparently there's been an update published to his YouTube channel.
Really?
So you can visit Steve Magnante's YouTube channel for information, and apparently it is a good update from what we understand.
Fantastic. That is news to me. Glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear Goldstone's Javelin is back.
So the problem Brian has had on both of the runs he made is that the car has left the starting line and pushed itself to the right. And it's done so at a point where the power starts to come in, and he has not been able to get it centered back up to the groove and down the racetrack. So I'm not sure what's going on now other than they backing him out. Did it burn out? They shut him off, and they're pushing it backward.
This is rough. He does have time to get the thing back in lanes. Right now it is 12:11. Earlier in the day, I think they called 1:45 as the potential cutoff time, but we will update that as we go, as we get news from Lonnie Grimm.
Ryan Majkrowski going down the racetrack right now in that 1969 GTO Judge, 12:16 at 115 miles an hour for Majkrowski.
And once again, all lanes are open, or all run groups
Yes.
are open to come to lanes.
Free skate. Yeah, people are asking how Brett Kepper's doing. He's doing well. Brett's doing well. Talk to him very frequently. Might be able to check out some abandoned and/or lost tracks on the course of our Drag Week adventures here over the next couple of days because of his ability to point those out to me. Send him the route. He said, hey, you got anything on here? And he sent me back a list.
Many people commenting on the feed that they have seen the video that's on Magnante's channel. I'll have to check that out later, but apparently it is news moving in the correct direction.
So we can see that the Goldstone team, for those of you watching on our live streaming coverage, they've got the hood of the car off. They're looking to see, apparently looking for a leak of some sort. All good there, so they're going to Zeus the hood back down. We'll have Randy Giuliani and Frank Proco coming up right now. Giuliani, that 1968 Super B. 68 is a good-looking model year for those cars. I like the front end in 68, very clean. And so Randy Giuliani in the B goes 11:73 at 103 miles an hour. Proco goes 13:06 at 105 as the USS Buick has pulled back up again. Would these have been on, did they use the same chassis as like a Fleetwood Cadillac? Or was it totally separate?
Do not know.
Yeah. You'd almost think they'd have to, but maybe not. Maybe it's a different wheelbase. Maybe someone knows in the chat. So Bree Brewer is running for her life down there in the Mustang, but big Buick power here for Kyle Wimmer at the quarter-mile finish line. A 14:10 for the Buford at 97 miles an hour as Brewer goes 14:68 at 88.95. And once again, we see Brian Goldstone. And once again, we see 4 or 5 guys on their hands and knees. Clearly, they're trying to figure out a leak situation. The VP Racing Fuels truck rolling on down the dusty trail. Thank you very much to VP Racing Fuel and Oils for their support. Time slip hand in. First floor of the timing tower. You got to go in the door by the Lattice and the Burger Bros. Not to be confused with the door that's not near the Lattice or the Burger Bros, but that's where you got to be. Mickey Thompson never stops innovating, and new for 2023, the Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire. The Limited Traction Tire is a brand new product designed in 3 different sizes. You can see the Mickey Thompson tires displayed to see the new Limited Traction Tire that can perform on a variety of variable track conditions. And if you're looking for extreme off-road action, you can check out Mickey Thompson tires for the Baja Boss, Baja Legend, and Baja Pro line of light truck and off-road racing tires, available only at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson. Take a hatchet to your fenders at the Bonneville Salt Flats with Mickey Thompson.
True story. 1958. 1958 was that story.
Charlie Dale and Jake Kretschmer coming up right now. Kretschmer, the 1967 Camaro in gold with the black rally stripes.
Oh, here's a great comment. The Buick is looking for the Bismarck, and it's going to cut her down.
That's a big Johnny Horton fan right there. That is a Johnny Horton musical pull. Wow. Charlie Dale, 11:55 at 126 miles an hour. Jake Kretschmer, 12:307 at 112 miles an hour. So Johnny Horton, a singer for the 1950s, like made his mark by singing these history songs. So we got to sing the Bismarck's one of the songs, which is the one we referenced here. North to Alaska is another one about the gold rush. But the best one is the Battle of New Orleans.
Yep, in 1814 we took a little trip on down the
Along with Colonel
Mississippi
Jackson,
to the
down
mighty Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans and we fought the bloody British at the town of New Orleans.
We fired our guns
And the British kept a-coming.
Yeah, we could go the whole way with
might
this
have
one.
many as there was a while ago. We fired once more and they began to running on down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. And we ran through the briars and we ran through the bushes and we ran through the brambles where a rabbit wouldn't go. We ran so fast that the hounds wouldn't catch him on down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
Yep. Well, we fired our cannon until the barrel melted down, so we grabbed an alligator and we pulled another round. We filled his head with cannonballs and powdered his behind, and when we let the pater off, the gator lost his mind.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. Man. Sarah Johnston and George Hill are coming up as a very, very clear look into the psychosis we both suffer from has happened right before your very ears. There is the BMW wagon and the Camaro of Sarah Johnston leaving the starting line. Johnston's got the quicker car. Johnston, 12:49 at 114 miles an hour. George Hill goes 13:51 at 106. Did you know the North to Alaska song?
North
Let's
to
go
Alaska.
North.
Yeah.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yep. And the Bismarck one's good, too.
We've been advised not to quit our day jobs. This is Brian's day
We
job.
gotta sink the Bismarck because the world depends on us. Matthew
All
Backus.
right. Yeah, rock and roll. I love the stick shift 55.
Backus went through at 87 miles an hour last time, but he's going to complete the trip under power here. Goes 11:65 at 116. Marcus Clark goes 11:71.1 at 94.46 miles an hour. So it appears that Goldstone's going to fire it up and give it another shot here. That was Pete Hellwig perfecting the Chips Patrol low-speed car chase noise burnout. Jen Reynolds in the Camaro. Oof. And Jen Reynolds is going to get down there first, 1362 at 86 miles an hour as Hellwig had some issues in terms of making the gear changes clean. Goes 1438.5.
Drag Week the musical now showing way off
Way
Broadway.
up Broadway. Yeah. Yeah. Wait till we get into the big number at the end. Columbia record and tapes. Nick Kurzik and Trevor Slusser coming up now. Kurzik in the Fairmont, 1980 Fairmont. And she's a runner, Clark. 92 in the 8th mile. The Fairmont goes 11:68 at 111. Trevor Slusser goes 11:85 at 125. All right. Third time the charm? Or the 50th time the charm?
Let's hope.
So Brian Goldstone, seeking that 6-second time slip today, has not gone his way yet. First 60 feet is going to tell us everything we need to know for this run. The last 2 times the car has driven itself immediate right as soon as he hit the throttle. They have stayed on the right side of the drag strip.
He wants to know when the LP comes out.
Yeah, the LP, absolutely. There will be an LP, all right. Now we're talking. Now we are cooking with gas out there. 8th mile at 178, 699.8 at 200.27 miles an hour with multiple pedals in there.
Yeah, I definitely heard that. And as a matter of fact, I thought he was off it just a hair through the lights.
Well, they got it to the finish line. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to satisfy his wants and desires here, so I would assume we're going to see that car maybe one more time.
Hey, Drag Week drivers and co-pilots, don't forget that you're eligible to win a $500 Summit Racing prize pack. Just drop off your entry at the Summit Racing trailer, and don't wait, because the entries have got to be submitted by 10 a.m. on Friday. Stick around and shop for the performance parts you need and help Summit Racing celebrate its 55th anniversary while thanking them for being part of Drag Week.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Every Molly Motorsports piston is backed by 95-plus years of racing heritage and technology innovation. Molly employs the most advanced piston design and machining being used today. When it comes to piston purchase, why choose anything but Molly Motorsports?
Classic car owners, make your headlights over twice as bright with Holley Retro Bright LED headlights. A plug-in replacement for those dim halogen seal beams, Retro Bright maintains that classic look and lasts 6 times longer. Stay safe and click the link below to learn more. Holley's 5-inch digital dash for Sniper EFI is now available at a lower price of $399. It's a direct upgrade for the standard Sniper touchscreen and packs all the same great tuning and data logging capabilities with expanded gauge screens and a GPS antenna. Get one while they're in stock at Holley.com.
Get your V8 back with Range Technology's AFM/DFM disabler. Simply plug the Range Technology module into your OBD2 port, instantly giving you full V8 power. Learn more at rangetechnology.com.
Even now, 10 years of racing later, I still get nervous before every single race. Being able to work with a legacy brand like Mickey Thompson is really special and important to me. Created by a man that was a drag racer for drag racers that have developed and continue to develop over the years. Traction is everything, or the right amount of traction is everything when you're drag racing.
Our live coverage continuing at Rockingham Dragway. Those of you watching the live feed can see that the Viper is in the staging lanes. You can see the Matt Frost car is in the staging lanes. We got some real heavy iron out there trying to make, in some cases, a first, in some cases, a last run of the day so they can get their stuff together and get moving to Bristol. As David Freiberger continues to plow down a bag of potato chips like a hyena, we'll bring you into the broadcast booth here at Rockingham Dragway. If I seem disturbed, it's because I've seen some things in my life, but never maybe anything as horrendous as what I've watched here with him consuming these potato chips. Now, he's either completely ignoring me or is absolutely hard of hearing. And the answer is both. So we got a little while left to run this afternoon. Thanks for everybody for tuning in to our live streaming coverage here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. It is Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2023. I am joined now by the one and only Richard Simmons, health guru, and David Freiberger. Yeah. Let me reach into the bag that you just had halfway down your throat. I would love that. Great.
Wouldn't be the first time.
So, no, we're having a great day here. We hope you're having fun watching at home, listening from your work or your shop. We are going to Bristol Dragway tomorrow, so if you're in the Bristol, Tennessee area, you should come out and see us. It is a fantastic collection of hot rods that are out here running Drag Week. And, of course, the idea here is you want to get in early because a lot of the fast stuff will take that opportunity to make a single hit and go down the road.
Thunder Valley. We've had some good stuff. We're here at the Rock. We're going to have Thunder Valley. Tomorrow it's House of Hook, right? Or after that.
After
Bristol's
Dragway,
House of Hook.
Yep. And that is where.
And then Darlington.
And then back to the legendary Darlington Dragway, built by
Harold Brasington.
Yes, same guy that built the Speedway, built the drag strip, and for many, many years that was back in the day when they built it. That was like one of the first, kind of considered a bit of a super track, believe it or not, by that standards of the day, but still a historic place. PDRA ran there. Drag Week came in right behind PDRA, and we're going to wind back up there at the end of the week.
And the home of the first 5-second door slammer run.
Yes.
Mitch Stott.
Mitch Stott did it. It was in testing, and it was a car that they had stripped of every ounce of weight. I'm not taking anything away from him, but the actual first in competition came down in Australia. And
McKenna advised me that it was also the first 200-mile-an-hour door slammer. Coleman.
Yeah, Bill Coleman ran the first 200 there. Yeah. Coleman had run, I believe he had run that 200-mile-an-hour pass down there and had a very high-performing car, but at that point in his life had never actually won a Pro Mod event. Now, it was still very early in the life of Pro Mod, but it's kind of funny that he would be that good and had not ripped off a national event win yet.
A lot of people have asked about the Viper, the SMX-powered Viper, and it is back here in lanes. My understanding from Lonnie Grimm is that there was a licensing deal going on yesterday, which might be why this didn't run up to potential, and they will continue to progress as they go on. I got that potato chip stuck right here between the tooth and gum. It's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
I'm using that as
it's
reasons
weird.
why
Well,
I can't
that happens when you eat all of them at once.
I see.
Yeah.
One mouthful.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great shot there. Head-on look of the Dodge Viper.
Yep. We appreciate our crew doing the roaming coverage, looking through the staging lanes.
So as this continues, the last couple of passes being made here by the flat drag, which means it will be ready to really kind of let it rip, in my estimation, for the rest of the afternoon. I'm not sure they'd kind of break it down after this. We're into that portion of the day where it is do or die time for our competitors.
It is the all-run group. Once again, it's all-run right now. If you are in the pits trying to make a run, you want to get in lanes. I can see a bunch of heavy hitters lined up over there in impound.
And I can also look out in the parking lot and see a lot of racers that have their trailers hitched up and are hitting the road to Bristol Dragway. Once again, because we love to say it so much and because you need to know it, you need to turn your time slips in. At the back of the timing tower, there is a door by some lattice work that is also near the Smash Bros. Cheeseburger truck.
We have a request from a high school auto shop teacher.
Oh, cool.
Who would like us to once again explain what Drag Week is all about so the students can understand what they're watching here for the next, I don't know, fifth period or whatever they're doing.
So Drag Week's a really cool deal. So for those of you that maybe drive your car to the drag strip every once in a while and hit a test and tune night, consider 5 of those in a row, but with race cars, some of which make thousands of horsepower. So we race at 4 different tracks over the span of 5 days. It's a circle. So this particular week, we started at Darlington Dragway. On day 2, we'll be here at Rockingham. On day 3, we'll be in Bristol. Day 4, we'll go to Carolina Dragway. And day 5, we'll go back to Darlington. The catch here is that you have to drive your car, the same one on the racetrack, you have to drive it on the public road. So it has to be insured, it has to be registered, it has to meet our basic rules criteria for functionality. And then we'll put you in a different class, and you will race amongst others in your class.
There are 16 different classes. You can race almost any car here. We go from 4,000 horsepower unlimited cars all the way down to people running their very affordable, very typical 14-second cars that they could easily drive every day. There's something for everyone here. And the way you win your class is by handing in your quickest time slip every single day, and we average them. So 5 tracks, 5 races, we take all 5 ETs and average them, and the person with the lowest ET wins. And the great thing about Drag Week is partially the personal accomplishments, but also the thrashing that goes on to fix these cars after they've broken. And that's the stuff that you can probably begin to learn in high school auto shop, is the struggle to keep an old car on the road, and there's nothing here that we can't break. We've seen transmissions fall out of cars. We've seen short blocks out of cars, people putting crankshafts in them literally on day 1.
And look, as much as it is keeping an old car on the road, there's plenty of late model stuff out here too.
Yeah, we're breaking that too. People often, they have bad sensors. They need to be able to troubleshoot that. There's a lot of really advanced EFI and whole car control kind of tuning that's going on here. So you've got very high tech next to extremely low tech. Yeah.
Everything from the beam axle style gassers to vehicles like this Viper we're going to see, which is cutting edge everything, beautiful chassis, everything carbon fiber nose, all the cool stuff. So Drag Week is really the best adventure you can have with your hot rod, and it doesn't have to be a 6-second car. We have guys out here running 14s, as you said, 15s. We've had guys show up with cars that legitimately could barely crack, if they could at all, 20 seconds at full throttle. So, and it's a road trip. So you get the benefit of going drag racing every day with your friends in the middle of the week, and it's a cool road trip where we take you through the highways and byways of America.
And if you happen to be nearby any of the tracks that we named, you can come watch in person. $20 gets you in the gate. You can walk around the pits. You can watch the racing, and you can stare longingly at the glass of the tower at Brian Loans.
Yeah. I mean, that does happen more often than you think, the longingness of it. Mostly animals do that for some reason. It's like they want to attack me. They're longing to attack me, but no. It's good. It's nice. Nice to be stared at.
And we had a car literally called Garbage That Barfed. Yeah, that's the other thing about listening to the live feed, especially if you're one of the racers. We will poke fun. We will attack.
We kid because we love.
Yeah.
We attack because we love.
Except for when we go after each other.
Right, that's a different story.
More questions would give us more to talk about, which is exactly what you need out of the live feed here. As we thank gear vendors once again. You know, here's how much I love gear vendors. I have one in the original Roadkill muscle truck. I have one in my Super Bee. I have one in the Crusher Camaro. There might be more. I've had them in a number of vehicles, and they're really handy because you just put them on the back of the transmission that already exists in your vehicle, and you gain an overdrive gear. There's a bunch of advantages to that. Let's say you already have a full race Turbo 400 that you spent a bunch of money on, and you want to go on drag week and you need overdrive. You just slap that gear vendors on the back, and boom, you are down the highway. Sweet.
My buddy John has a kind of a fabrication chassis shop at home, and he was doing a lot of very unique work, and he actually became a dealer working with Rick Johnson and the team over at Gear Vendors because a lot of stuff was coming in. Guys were buying these vintage cars that they actually wanted to drive, and so it wasn't for horsepower they needed it, but it was actually to be able to get the thing up to a road-going speed, and they make remote mount versions of that thing, and it's a really cool deal. It's very, very, very diversified in how they can and are used. And here comes the Viper. So don't be fooled necessarily by the zoomies, because yes, it does have a zoomy style outlet, but it is a twin turbocharged engine in this thing. Just to me, this is a really killer piece.
I may have issued a mild critique about the zoomy thing on a turbo yesterday, but the rest of the car, absolutely spectacular if you look at the construction of it. We saw some news from early testing on this car. It ran 4s in the 8th. It is twin turbo SMX powered. And one of the cars that was a big threat walking into drag week. Now, he didn't run a number yesterday, but I think they're doing a smart thing and shaking the car down here on drag week and probably coming back later set on kill.
Yep. Yeah, the only way you can sort the car out is to drive it and race it, so you might as well come out here and do it amongst some of the biggest brains in this style of competition as well. All right, so the wheelie bar has been adjusted. Crew guy's now going to just bring him to the edge of the pre-stage beam. Reason to be consistent on this part of the process, especially with the turbo car that you're going to be using a bump button with, is that thing is going to be programmed to take up kind of a bite of distance every time you hit it. So you want the guy to put you in the same spot every time, so you kind of actuate that button the same way and stage the car consistently. Man alive, that thing is nasty. He still goes 669 at 216 miles an hour. My goodness. It was 448 at 182 in the 8th, and he was on and out the gas pedal like a pogo stick. Holy cow.
That is going to be hardcore.
Yeah.
I mean, that puts him quicker than Goldstone so far and just a hair, just a tenth slower than Bailey. Here we've got Tony Hayes, who is our leader in Pro Street Power Adder, having run 789 yesterday. He is gapping the field by a big margin, so he just needs to lay down a similar number today.
Ned Dunphy. Consider this, before we move on, and I'm not trying to take any time away from Tony Hayes or Jason Bergeson, but that thing, on and off the gas, it picked up 44 miles an hour, right? 34 miles an hour in the back half. That's probably going to be 50-some miles an hour.
If it was all hooked up.
Insane.
And he, like, dirt tracked the thing right through the middle there.
Yeah, it was.
Right through the 330. Hayes is going to do it again. No, he's a little bit off. 806, 159. Meanwhile, the Monte Carlo goes 795 at 156 in the other lane. Bergeson in the Monte Carlo.
And Brian Acton coming up in his Chevrolet Nova. Phil Gradero in his Mopar having some issues, it sounded like, coming out of the burnout box. 2,000 feet of density altitude, which is basically where we're going to peak at here at Rockingham Dragway today. 2,000 feet, maybe half of what we see tomorrow. We'll be interested to check a forecast for the density altitude in Bristol. So top end, we're just getting a quick check of the racetrack down there. A little piece of debris we had to scoop up before we sent Acton and Greater X down. So pretty interesting. If we look at the projection tomorrow at Bristol Dragway, we're going to end up about 1,000 feet worse than today, which isn't totally horrible. That place, 3,200 feet at Bristol, is actually, pretty smoke and air. We'll start the day, if all things are correct, at about 1,500 feet. So still plenty of opportunity to make very fast runs all day long tomorrow.
Yeah, you want to run right early if you possibly can. There's a lot of punishment that goes on with having to run in this final session, as far as just spending more time on the road later in the day, less opportunity for stores open to help you with parts, and of course the DA gets worse later in the day, so your opportunity for a lower ET is hampered. Acton once again looking for 8500 if he can do it, and it's on a mission to do it. 85485, unfortunately. 159 miles an hour. And
Speed's down. He lifted. I think he felt like he was ahead of it. 15:54 at 88 over there for Phil Gradero in the CUDA. Graham Hayes and Aaron Gerke. Gerke and the Ranger.
Hayes on the right-hand side came in the day number 3 in Ultimate Iron. Yesterday, it went 766 with a 7 at 170 miles an hour.
KJ Jones reporting that Brian Acton told him that he is going to circle track this car until the lanes close or until he hits a 50. .754, 184 for Graham Hayes. Nice run there and quicker than he went yesterday. I'm not even sure that's the quickest he went today, but it's quicker than he went yesterday. So here comes the Chevette of Anders and the Ranger of Gerke. And the Nova of Matt Frost, the Hulk, has come around the corner. Man, that truck is awesome. Every time he grabs a gear, it tries to twist the chassis in half. It kept pulling the left front tire up off the ground. Goes 984, 140, ripping his own gears.
Many loads of nitrous on that truck, as here comes Matt Frost in the Hulk. As a refresher course, yesterday he popped the blower real bad on this thing. You can see video from yesterday's replay of a lot of fire coming out of the front end of the car in just a quick puff. They ended up hurting their Pro Charger. They did find another one today, although it's a bigger frame than what they normally run. They had to do some fabrication on the discharge tube. They had to cut their way to fit the thing in the front of the car. It is like a crank snout drive on this thing. And he ran 7.0 yesterday and obviously hunting for a 6 right now.
Here's hoping whatever caused the backfire condition is cleared up. Matt's going to throw the hammers at it here. Let's see what happens. Scott Thompson waits in pre-stage. So Frost is going to go down the racetrack, 807 at 123 miles an hour. Now, it was 111 to 60 feet. It did look like he was checking the tire a little bit. To me, from this vantage point, it's tough for me to discern what of that might have been tire spin and what of it might have been a motor that was not exactly the happiest. I'm not sure.
It seemed to me like he was driving it a little bit, wasn't he?
Paul Bunel and John Powell leave the starting line. The Camaro and the S10 truck. Bunel goes 1072 at 126. Powell goes 1209 at 117 miles an hour.
Here's our happy camper on the right-hand side, Paul Mangelsdorf. We saw him camping with his 40 Chevy Coupe right in front of the track as we rolled in this morning. We see that every once in a while on Drag Week. Really appreciate people doing this on the low buck.
It's electric.
I did not know that. That's pretty awesome.
Those look like, what are they, forklift motors? Those look like could be a pair of forklift motors or something. Got the big kill switch on the side and everything.
You know, when it goes down track next to another car, I didn't notice yesterday because I'm, like, inept. But, yeah, you can't hear it.
Rovick goes down at 10:02 at 133 miles an hour, and Paul Mangelsdorf
experiencing issues, I think. Lost charge, Brian.
His electrons ain't electroning too hard. 2272 at 36 miles an hour, but he completed the run. Also, if anybody has an extension cord, we can need some help getting it back to the pits. Bob Ruppel and Kimball Hodge. That's a neat plot twist on that thing. Hodge, the 69 Camaro, and Bob Ruppel, the Winter Mint 1972 Nova. And Bob Ruppel goes 971 4 at 140 with Hodge going 1014 4 at 136. The pure and simple racing 55 Chevy coming around the front of the tower. But first, watch the Little Vega of Jeff Butlin on the left-hand side of your racetrack. Butlin's a guy from the New England area, longtime bracket racer, New England Dragway, has run Drag Week several times now. Canaan Hall, the 77 C10. But Butlin's Little Vega leaves perfectly, except when it does that.
That was fantastic, Brian.
I thought it was the other one. We got another
Yeah,
Vega
thanks
that
for the heads
cranks
up.
over and does the whole thing, and then it does that. Butlin was not aiming to come up here and run a 13:26. I can promise you that much, as Hall goes 10:04.
Butlin went 9-0 yesterday, which interestingly enough puts him in third in Unlimited. I don't know what classifies that car as Unlimited. Maybe we'll have a look at that. But yeah, he could take a third place podium with a 9-0 car in Unlimited.
So Jamie Jarvis and John Manchia coming up right now. John is driving the 1971 Camaro. And Jarvis the high-riding 55 Chevrolet.
Might as well just stay in it.
I mean, yeah. Whatevs, man. That thing was all the sideways. 1074, 135, as Manchia goes 1033, 1 at 130.
Yeah, that 55 is our leader in B gas. He had run 991 yesterday.
Mike Bogardus, a 77 AMC Hornet, which made awesome-looking Pro Stock cars back in the day. 1286, 405 for Bogardus as Kawaja goes a 1245, 4 at 112. Chris Engel and Alex Corella.
Engel in Ultimate Iron, having run 883 yesterday.
Street race small block power adder for Corella.
Yeah, Corella's running 852, and he's fifth down the line.
Jeez.
Street race small block power adder is almost like the Pro Stock of drag.
It really is. It really is.
I mean, it comes down to hundreds, sometimes thousands, actually.
And sometimes it comes down to minutes to stage. Or tens of minutes. Corella looks to be on his best. Whoa, there goes
he
the
flies
hood.
the hood.
Corella's going to go 848.2, just missed the 50s too quick. Meanwhile, Chris Engel goes 852 with a 4 and becomes the second driver of a Nova to shed his hood today.
Fiberglass is what it's called.
Now, so the hood is sitting turtle on the center of the racetrack right now. We'll retrieve that. That was a more graceful exit, though, than the first hood we saw. The first hood we saw was just out of control. This one just kind of slid off and just landed.
The first one had altitude, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead and chuck that over the wall. Let's move on. And, poof. Probably couldn't hurt it much more than it already was.
I was going to say, at least he threw it over there and did a power bomb on top of it or something. Atomic elbow drop onto the cowl. I think it is what it is.
See, as a roadkill fan, it was overheating.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
So a reminder regarding the staging lanes, if you are somebody who has designs on making runs this afternoon, don't wait around. The staging lanes are not a by invitation process. If you're going to get the car down the racetrack again, it would behoove you to get this way sooner rather than later.
The lanes may close sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Yeah, we may adjust the closing time because we are running out of cars. We got about 20 minutes worth of cars right now. So if you want to run, you better get to lanes.
Chris Murray testing the valve springs of his engine while completing a burnout here. Right-hand side of the racetrack. In our all-class session, as you note on the live streaming coverage, you see all classes. It means we are in the open part of the day where anybody from any classification come up make a run.
I like this guy. I have a faster reaction time on my microwave. I went 002 on an egg sandwich this morning.
Yeah.
I think we've got McNeely back in the Chevelle here on the left-hand side. He's been struggling earlier today.
Red Ennis VFN Fiberglass is going to have a great fiscal quarter.
That's exactly right.
The hood retrieval team has completed their work. The hood has made it back to the staging lanes. Nice.
Chris Murray.
.851.5, 161 miles an hour. Nothing wrong with that run from Murray. Car left perfect. Wasn't wandering. It was nice. Murray trying to break into the top 5 in his category. Dominic coming up in the 55 4-speed Chevrolet, and Chris McNeely, the 64 Chevelle. Doug Garrison down there with McNeely, a multi-time competitor himself, is Doug Garrison. .9015 at 148 for McNeely. Dominic goes 10:03 at 136 in the shoebox. Randy Seward and Paul Nichols coming up again. Seward trying to run 850 out here. He's clean off the starting line. He's 5:47 to the 8th. He's got to be close. He goes 8:51.3 at 160 miles an hour. So for Randy Stewart, a nice run there. For Paul Nichols, a 13:71 at 95 on the right-hand side.
Joey Nicola in the S10. Chris Thompson in the more entertaining vehicle. That 68 Dart is a twin-turbo small block Mopar out of California.
Oh, small block Mopar. Very cool.
What's the aftermarket block? Is it Ritter? Ritter.
I think it's Ritter.
Ritter block. Pretty sure that's what he's got in that thing. Siamese bore, big bore, small block Mopar.
Very good looking piece, too.
It really is.
Yeah,
and
it's just nice.
Mostly home built. He runs it a lot around California. He's been at Drag Week before with it. Had a big wheel stand problem one year. He seems to have that calmed down.
It sits like a super stocker.
Yeah.
It does. It's nice.
And it should run bottom eights. He hasn't been there quite yet.
And Joey Nicola, the 86 S10 Sport, complete with the cap on it.
Little bit of wheel stand out of Thompson as he goes out with a 1.3 60-foot, 566 to the 8th mile. And an 881.
81, 155, as he was quicker to the quarter than Nicola was to the 8th, because he took 9:02.2 to get to the 8th mile and then runs 14:11 at 96. But a nice run for Nicola as well. Fourth gen Pontiac Firebird. Not that many fourth gens out here this year. Like, see a lot of third gens, fifth, sixth gen cars, but not many fourth gen F bodies out here.
I haven't been running a tally, Brian.
Well, clearly, on anything except potato chips, which there's 0 left. 14:24 at 82 miles an hour for Steve Hurlbut, and Bart Seswick goes 11:63.3 at 119. Fred Sermon and Jeff Kurzak. Sermon with the fuel tank mounted midships in the bed. It kind of looks like a propane tank, but I think it's just a big steel barrel that he is riding around with in the hopes nobody rear ends him. And if they do, we'll be able to see it from 3 states over. Kurzak goes 13.96 at 101.
And confirming that that truck seems to have a regular carburetor on it.
Underneath the mailbox?
Yeah.
Yeah. 14.23, 101 for the mailbox steel barrel gasket tank equipped pickup. Pete Hellwig and George Hill running down. It is Hellwig and the Corvette going at 12:33 110. Hill going 12:96 at 1:07. We are down to very small single-digit numbers in the staging lanes. Once again, if you plan on making a run again this afternoon, do not sit around and wait, because the door may be slammed in your face. You need to get to the staging lanes now if you'd like to run.
Yeah, Bergeson having already run a 7 in this white Monte Carlo that's backing up right now. And interestingly enough, he's coming back for a second stab because he is second in class in Super Street small block power adder. He's trying to chase Ryan Hargett. Hargett 744 yesterday. This car 794. He ran to 790 something earlier today. Obviously looking to improve.
So Jeff Dugopolsky and Bergeson.
Dugopolsky, a past Street Machine winner.
And Jason is hammering through there. 8:08.1 at 159 miles an hour. A nice run, but about a tenth off what he ran earlier. And Jeff goes 10:08 with a 1. Matt Frost has made his way back into the staging lanes. We always bring it up. It's like your grandfather telling you stories at Thanksgiving, the same one, but the stories you want to hear. And, you know, it bears mentioning that the most high-tension last pass moment of a single day of drag week ever was Larry Larson in the truck at Noble, Oklahoma.
And
last guy down the racetrack.
Fizzle, yeah.
Barely got the thing there. Whole place is like holding our breath. Spools the thing up, and then boom. Nothing.
And a silence
It was
falls
crazy.
over the whole track.
Kurzik and Josh. Josh goes 11:34, 110. Nick goes 11:62 at 110.97.
Yeah, the track fell quieter than this 40 Chevy. I actually thought on the big moment you were going to go to the very first 5 at Virginia Motorsports Park with Bailey.
That was a biggie. I wasn't there.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm well aware. I was hoping they'd give the 40 Chevy a buy just so that I can not hear it.
I mean, I could grab my shaver out of my suitcase if you want to just get the same effect. No, this is a creative project. I'm not busting on Paul Megelsdorf's chops here. It's a neat car. He was the dude that was camping outside. It's got a couple of big electric motors. We can see him down beneath, kind of hanging where the axle would be, I guess. Depending on how much battery is in it, I wonder how much it weighs. Right? I mean, those things are pretty much a tin can of a car without a drivetrain or anything in them.
You know, I am known as being the gasoline forever guy, but that doesn't mean that I discourage this behavior. I mean, that's actually really cool.
Especially because it's home built.
Exactly.
Acton's car, first time we've seen that car do that all day long, just whiff the tire, and you got to wonder that as the amount of runs they've made, you know, as stuff gets warmed up, is the car going to react and do the same things it's done all day? 13:47 at 108, silently for Paul Mangelsdorf.
Not quite deadly, but it is silent.
It is silent. I mean, on the highways and byways, that thing being a 13.5-second car, like, if you're just sitting there at a traffic light or something, and you know, it's going to move out a lot faster than most people expect it would. That's pretty fun.
Although the 2.6 second 60 foot doesn't indicate that.
He was just rolling into it, baby.
Yeah,
rolling
you think
into
it smokes
power.
tires? Instant torque.
He has a dimmer switch in there that he rolls into. That's a traction control device.
Jamie Jarvis just keeps getting after this 55 Chevy like he does not care. 161 short time, 6:57 to the 8th, 10:19 out the back, 135 miles an hour. The Hornet in the right-hand lane just keeps making laps, 12:79, 106.
I don't know what that car ever did to Jamie Jarvis, but I like the way that he's treating it for some unknown reason. He is just beating the daylights out of that thing. Bart Seswick back up again.
You know, we say that we have a class for every car, but if somebody showed up with an 8-second electric car, the only place they could run is unlimited.
Which is a class.
Yeah, it is a class. I suppose you can run. You would not be competitive. But that happens with guys with weird chassis mods anyway. Here comes Matt Frost with the Hulk.
Like your calf implants, weird chassis mods? Car kind of dry hopped its way out of the burnout there. Shot himself down 150 feet or so. He's backing his way up. Well, Lonnie has sent us a text message. Lonnie says if we run out of cars in the lanes, we'll have no choice but to close and call it a day. So as I look out my handy-dandy window, we have 2 automobiles in the staging lanes. Once again, Lonnie says when we run out of cars,
we run out of time.
He runs out of patience. And people get hurt. Oh, he just closed the staging lane. Sorry. I made it more dramatic.
Yeah, if you don't get to the lanes, it's too late.
Is it mowing through the converter?
I am guessing that they're struggling with the tune-up with the new blower.
But it's making wheel speed. You can see it out there where it's turning the tire early, but it's like it seems like when he's rolling it out of the throttle, it's like it doesn't seem like the motor's getting loaded down. Again, we're just guessing up here, but it wanted to go there at 122 short time, which is better than it was the last time, but it's still not where they want it. And when it left, it was spinning the tire because it did the same thing Goldstone's car did earlier, where it drove itself, to the point where it was one wheel almost out of the groove.
But massive credit for the effort that it took to get that thing here and back on track. So we appreciate that very much. We hope to see him tomorrow at Bristol.
Everyone knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everyone knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of nitrous systems for weekend warriors to all-out race cars. When you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week.
Attention in the pits. If you want to race, you need to be in the lanes right now.
I bet John Lundberg might actually be watching right now. You made dropping the old attention in the pits there. That was one of his signature lines. But John's super active in the Facebook world. He's, of course, one of the great drag racing announcers of all time and has been following along quite closely in the world of NHRA and stuff. And I'm guessing somebody posted the link, and he's probably on here right now.
Let's hope so. It's very cool. He's often commenting on your social media, being very complimentary. Once in a while, he's very complimentary of you on my social media.
He's a good guy. Good friend to have for sure. And Jeff Butlin, motor wavering a little, goes 10.001 at 127.59 miles an hour in Zavega. In Zavega Meister. And so now our nation turns its lonely eyes to Lonnie Grimm.
We are moments away from the classic statement, your event
has ended.
Has ended.
Lonnie's signature line, never delivered in a good moment. That's
generally not. Well, we got one more car rolling up.
Will Drag Week ever come back to the Midwest, like Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana? I'm going to say no. I say we're never going back to those places.
Now, why would you do that? I mean, the population density of cars there is huge. I mean, why would you want to be there?
I think they're out. I think we had that meeting that time, and we picked off those 17 states we'd never return to,
right.
And those are the first 3 on the list.
Yeah.
Of course we'll be back in that area. Come on, what are you, crazy? Yeah, of course we'll be back. There's loads of cars and racetracks.
Where's the convertible VW Bug? We're answering questions here on the live feed.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the convertible Bug out of the UK ran 950s yesterday, and he is out today. Broke a rocker arm. $6,200 people still watching. We appreciate all of you. Don't forget to come back tomorrow as we run from Bristol.
I think somebody, Brian Carpenter, is trying to send a message to our competitors. It sounds like it looks like it says unmarked law on Monroe bypass. So, as always, mind your P's and Q's and behave yourselves on the highways and byways. What's the allure of Pontiac-powered Pontiacs? I don't know. What's the allure about things that are good or people you like or fun things that you enjoy?
Or trying something that's a little bit more difficult than an LS swap these days?
What's the allure of asking a dumb question?
We get to answer
You
it
go
and entertain
first.
everybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rock Falls Raceway is great. Jim Greenack has done an amazing job with that facility. Very, very cool.
Guy asking, do you have to shorten your drive shaft when installing a gear vendors for a Turbo 350? Yes, you do for for any transmission. The gear vendors does take up some real estate. You do have to shorten your drive shaft.
Go wild. There are no professional drivers with sponsors at Drag Week, but I will say this. We've had loads of professional drag racers come through this event, whether it was Larry Dixon or Richie Crampton, Johnny Lindbergh. Bada bing, bada boom. We can run down the list. Did any Swedes or Aussies make it for Drag Week this year? I don't specifically think so. I mean, I'm not 100% sure on that. Swedes or Aussies?
I'm not aware of any. That doesn't mean that they're not here. Although they're generally pretty loud when they are.
What did the white convertible Mustang run today? He ran very low in the 7s.
He did, but not a 7.0.
Didn't go 7.0, but he was in that ballpark.
Where's the list of checkpoints for the road trips? You want to see that at HOTROD.com. They do post the route every single day, so look at that. Oh, as a matter of fact, producer Michelle just pinned it to the top of the chat so that you can click that link and go there. If we're asking dumb questions, what song are you two singing next? Well, we've had Reunited earlier today, and then we had Battle of New Orleans.
Oh, we went through the whole Johnny Horton playlist.
I celebrate the catalog.
As all cool guys know, you don't know Johnny Horton songs?
Yeah, come on.
I mean, do girls even talk to you?
Perhaps some Eastbound and Down.
Jerry Reed.
Jerry Reed, or you could go for some Amos Moses, or you could go to Good Lord, Mr.
From 45
Ford.
minutes southeast of Thibodaux, Louisiana.
Yes, you could.
Yeah, baby. Serious question here. What is the on-the-road disgusting food choice? So that's it. So AB, this remains to be seen, because today will be the first meal that I can, other than the horrendous consumption of the potato chips earlier. David will make a bad food choice. We'll all suffer for it. It'll be weird. He'll feel as though he's doing something good for his health, which he's not, but he thinks that he is. It's like when he would go and get the BLT sandwiches with no bacon on them, and they would destroy your innards, and I would suffer for it.
Only if you got all the horseradish on them. That's the key. Arby's puts too much bacon on a BLT. What can I say?
Listen, America, you just hear what he said, right? He backing at the back the tape up, and you can hear him say too much bacon. This Brad Furman, the Kurt Johnson racing at Drag Week, is his own man. He is not the track specialist Kurt Johnson, nor the former pro stock racer Kurt Johnson. He is 10-time Drag Week winner Kurt Johnson.
Any Ford-powered 6-second passes in Drag Week history? Let's think about that for a moment. No, there are not.
Give a rundown of the quickest times of the day. Well, we know that the 6:54 of Tom Bailey is the overall quickest time of the day. We know that the
6:99. What did we see from Goldstone?
We saw the 99, but the Viper was quicker than Goldstone.
The Viper was hardcore.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
Here's the thing that we were discussing amongst ourselves. Is the thing that the quickest Drag Week run of all time, quickest single run, is Tom Bailey 6-second 2.0, a 5.998 at 250 miles an hour. We think it is not beyond the realm of possibility that that Viper could achieve that kind of number. And if he did, it would be a record only if he finished the week. So he could continue. And the other thing, Matt Sweet with the Nova. Remember, he ran the 784 today.
Yeah.
If he finishes the week, even if he does it with 14 or 15 seconds every single day, he will hold that as a record for having completed the week.
We don't care about professionals trying to take from amateurs.
So
the Winehouse guy is a real bang-up dude to hang out with at parties, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Everybody had a blast when everybody was here. Nobody looked at anybody like they were professional or different. Nobody's trying to take anything away.
Oh, this is one that we haven't hit hard enough today. You got to turn in your time slips, and Tanya and her team will leave the track 30 minutes after the last run. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in line. After the last one has run, it is Ixnay on the Ipslay. So you need to hand in your time slip up to 30 minutes after the last run, or you will be out of luck.
Moan's Garage asked if I ever drove a third-gen Nova at New England Dragway, and the answer is yes, for about a half decade when I went bracket racing with my dad. Drove it so well that I became an announcer.
Someone asked, can that Viper come back and win? No, the math won't add up on that. There's no way yesterday's number. Well, I guess a bunch of people would have to break. You can never say never, but a bunch of people would have to break.
It would require, a large number of misfortune for a lot of other people, beyond the one I'm suffering now being with David.
See the hood scoop on this truck, Brian? You know what that's for?
Tell me.
Hauling the mail.
Leave. Leave now. Leave. Just leave. Just leave. And the the BMW wagon. Speaking Japanese to the Ford pickup truck. 1336 at 108. Truck runs 14. You just hauling the mail and I say Japanese and I'm the bad guy here? How do you live with yourself? 85 miles an hour for the truck. Now we're talking. Little street race small block power at our side by side.
Now remember, Acton came up here and spun the tires last time. Now he's picking the different lane. Perhaps he's made a tune-up change, looking for 8500.
Jason Burgessson, your phone is with Tanya, and she has looked at your photos. You better come get it. Jason Burgessson, your phone is with Tanya, and all of our opinions have changed about you. Hurry. She has it. Last time Acton tried to go down the racetrack, absolutely just blazed the tires at the mere thought of stepping on the gas pedal, so we'll see what happens here.
Yesterday, somebody lost a phone. It was up here, and we figured it was finally our opportunity to look up those photos of you. Fortunately, you appeared to have them removed from the web.
Altered. Clean on both sides. This should look very different at the stripe than it's going to. 859 and 851. So Corella's about a tenth off, but Acton, 851 with a 0. It's about the best run he's made all day.
I'm just thinking about how many 850 cars have made how many laps and are now going to drive all the way on drag week.
Yeah.
It's just kind of crazy. I mean, I realize 8s are like the new 10s, but still, it's an impressive feat. It's a lot of power
8s
to
are the
manage.
new 10s in this little bubble, right? But not in real life.
Yeah.
Like that car at any cruise night in America outside of a scant, very small handful is the baddest SOB in town.
As you would be if you were Neil Torbett with his 427
Yes.
small block Ford twin turbo truck. We have a racer in need. We are looking for a solid state relay, like a regular Hella, like 30 amp relay. We need one, but it's got to be solid state. If you have one, run it up to the tower and we will hand it off, and this guy can get his trans brake working again. Looking for a solid state relay. The lanes will close in 7 minutes at 1:30 sharp. If there are no cars, we will call it a day and head to Bristol. Lanes will close in what is now 6 minutes. Yeah, lanes close right at 1:30. So if you want to make a run, you better get your poop in a group and get up here.
All right, so we have two items that were left, a tire cover and a New York nitrous bottle heater, which is a blowtorch. Mike Alimi was he was beaming when he came in here. He said, someone left a nitrous bottle heater over there. You mean a torch? Yeah, Mike. Yeah. So your torch and your tire cover are in the staging lanes.
You don't know what they were using that torch for.
That's true. Yeah. That was one of the great moments of when I worked at Lebanon Valley as a kid. We had this big event. There was all these young guys there, and there was some guys from New York. They were heating up a nitrous bottle, and the guy that ran the place, a guy named Glenn Grow, I said, hey, Glenn, there's a guy heating a nitrous bottle with a torch down there. So Glenn was as wide as he was tall. He goes waddling down the stairs and gets his face and his finger into this guy, and I look down, and all of a sudden there's about 25 guys that circle around behind Glenn. I thought I just killed a guy. He's dead now.
Yeah.
He's dead now.
Yep. By the way, that is in fact not a smart thing to do.
No.
It is in fact bad. All right, cue the Jeopardy music. We are in the countdown to lane closure. You've got 3 minutes if you wish to race.
All right, 3 minutes to fire questions at us before we
shut down. Send us out with a song. Tiny bubbles in the wine.
Yeah, tiny bubbles in the wine house, which is the bubbles in the guy's inside. History of tractor pulls at drag strips like they do at Dragway 42. I mean, it's like there's been a million of them at a million different drag strips. Go down to Galat. Galat has like one of the best pulling stadiums in the country. It's 2 lanes wide, basically right next to the drag strip.
Are you guys riding together to the next stop? The public needs to be notified. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we will do that.
Yes, we will. What do you guys, the commentators, drive to the next Dragway? A Jeep Wagoneer.
rental car. Not a good Wagoneer, a new Wagoneer.
A new Wagoneer.
Yeah. How fast are the top 3 quick stick shift cars? That's a great question that we don't have an answer to, but we will have the stick shift shootout on the last day, and we do have 2 more cars in lanes who made it by 1 minute. Or no, is he turning them around? What's the official Lonnie clock? Lonnie gives them the thumbs up and heads them out.
The guy with the curtains in his pickup truck cap got rejected, but not Bob Ruppel.
That's because Ruppel's been waiting at the back of the lanes, and he finally waved him up. So this is going to be your final car of Day 2 of Drag Week 2023, presented by Gear Vendors. We have a lot of companies who help us out here. We also want to thank Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Holly NOS, VP Racing Fuels, and Edelbrock.
And there goes Ruppel. Bit of a miss out there, it sounds like. And the motor kind of fluttering as far as the RPM goes. Ruppel is going to take it across the finish line, coasting at 98 miles an hour.
And we do, in fact, have 2 more cars in lanes. We're waiting for the thumbs up or thumbs down from Lonnie, whether these 2 are going to run or not. He gives it the thumbs up. It is actually 1-3-0 right now, so we got another pair coming up. Maybe it's 2 buys. You know, our new Wagoneer is actually really good. That thing's comfortable and cruises, and it's pretty quick.
I had one for the whole week. I was at the U.S. Nationals, and I did not hate it. And that inline 6, the twin turbo inline 6 engine, makes pretty ridiculous power.
It does.
Attached to that 10-speed automatic. For a giant SUV, it does move along pretty good.
The Hurricane.
Lanes are closed. Lanes are closed. Lock them down. No more customers in the staging lanes. No more room at the inn.
We do have 2 cars that I think he's going to run out.
We're going to run those 2, and that's it. But we're not letting any more cars in the lanes.
Andy Savakinis. I'm just kidding. Savakinis. Andy Savakinis is looking for a T56 slave cylinder shim. That is the red Ram truck with the V6, or sorry, the V10 and the 6-speed. So look for that red Ram truck with the V10. He is looking for a T56 slave cylinder shim.
Yes. Andy Savakinis providing us some more fodder for the unending debate of Reese's or Reese's. This is Dave Deal. So Dave Deal is on the right side. Randy Seward is on the left side. Deal overstaged the car. And Seward is left and will get no information. So Dave Deal is going to restage his car. This is unlike a normal national event where you have qualifying and stuff. You can restage and take another swing at it. Oh, man, that thing broke traction early. Tried to shift hard left. He got off of it and will take it slowly to the finish line, leaving Jeff Butland as the final car to run on this second day of Drag Week. That's more like it, Jeff Butland. That thing left with the front end up, hit the tree for a 007 green light, and finishes the run at 972, 4 at 124. So we'll have one more run being made, and that is because Randy Seward, when he went down, got no time. So Seward will come back around. He will be the very final car to finish this second day of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors.
However, Seward is allowed to come back because he got no time on that run, so they are calling him back to lanes.
That was when I described the fact that he got no time, and that's when he was allowed to be run. That was what I meant.
Right, but you were closing up the show, and I wanted to let him run. You weren't? Okay.
No, I was not. I was telling him that was going to be the last run.
Let's not fight on camera, Brian.
So this guy barely made it in. This was the last guy that showed up just moments ago from Darlington.
He just made it. Yeah. Jablonski. So they pulled this thing out of the junkyard. They stuffed a 347 in the thing. I'm going to have to look what he ran yesterday because this is going to be a battle of preservation. What is this guy's name? Jablonski. I'm looking it up. All right, yesterday it ran 1596 at 97 miles an hour. We're going to have to hear the story of what took him so long to get here because it was probably a bloodbath, but he stuck with it in order to get here to run at the bottom of his B gas category and to make maybe another 15-second pass in his Falcon. This is the type of spirit we love to see at Drag Week.
It is Falcon inspiring is what it is.
It's a very calming way to end the day at Drag Week. And he cuts a 14:04 at 103, way quicker than he went yesterday. So whatever they did right. We'll catch up with him tomorrow and get his story.
That leaves us Mr. Seward.
Yep. Randy Seward is coming on back. And as a reminder, they took a massive road trip with this thing a couple years ago. And by they, I mean him. Wasn't he alone or was he with his dog? I thought...
I'm not sure. I think it was like a one-man deal.
Yeah, he circumnavigated the globe in this car.
Fitting, the final pass of the day will be made by one of our street race small block power adder entrants. The very frequent runs made by those guys that are just trying to chip their way down to a effectively near perfect 8.500 run. Another important, urgent reminder to get a time slip handed in and get it handed in now. You have 30 minutes after Seward runs for your time slip to be handed in before you're effectively disqualified from the event. So that is the back door of the building, by the lattice work, weave your way around there, by the Smash Burger trailer. Get in there, get your slips turned in to reduce any possibility of failure.
And by the way, the results will be on HOTROD.com sometime later tonight. They get them up speedier than ever, which we really appreciate. So check that out at HOTROD.com.
And Randy Seward is making a U-turn. And Randy Seward is done. And so
your event
has
ended.
So that is a nice day here at Rockingham Dragway. As a couple of guys that have seen a lot of Drag Week over the years, I can tell you from my own personal stance that when we show up to a particular racetrack, no matter where it is or when it is, it's readily evident if things have been prepared, if things have been done, if things have been set up. Huge propers to the folks here at Rockingham Dragway, from our awesome clock operators and tower workers up here that had the data lined up and rocking and rolling for us this morning. Track was on point. We saw the quickest runs we've seen all week. Weather was great. All in all, great experience here at Rockingham Dragway.
And we saw some very interesting passes that are sure to switch things up a little bit in the results that you can look at HOTROD.com. I'll certainly be poring over them later on tonight as we bring you all the data as we go through all the runs that are going to happen tomorrow as we progress to Bristol and Thunder Valley tomorrow.
Thunder Valley Dragway is one of the most unique drag strips, not only in the country, really in the world. If you've never seen the place or hung out at the place, we're going to give you a great show tomorrow. If you're anywhere near Bristol, Tennessee, you need to come see us. It is a magical place. It's going to be really cool, and it'll be challenging, especially for those very fast cars. We're going to find out who makes the drive tonight, who doesn't show up in the morning, and just like the Falcon we saw a minute ago, who can barely sneak it under the bar. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We had thousands and thousands of you locked in all day long. Thanks to Gear Vendors. Thanks to Mickey Thompson. Thanks to Molly. Thanks to VP Racing Fuels. And thanks to everybody, Holly, NOS brand,
Summit,
and Summit Racing Equipment for supporting Drag Week again. And thanks to all the racers and viewers who have hung out with us so far today and this week. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, from Thunder Valley Dragway in Bristol, Tennessee. He's David Freiberger. I'm Brian Loans, and we are going to hit the road.